agenda for the day? Not seeing any, then I'm going to turn it over to Katrina Burnhouse to get us started on our next groundfish. Katrina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item D5, in-season adjustments, final action. Groundfish management measures are typically set by the Council with the general understanding that these measures may need to be adjusted within the biennium to attain but not exceed annual catch limits. So this agenda item in season will consider progress to date of the groundfish fishery, as well as routine in-season adjustments to the 2026 fisheries as appropriate. These adjustments are in part based on recent landings data and the latest information from the West Coast Groundfish Observer Program. This information is available in PACFIN's Apex website in the GMT report. The GMT is expected to provide a retrospective analysis of landings for several species of concern. I'll also note that under this item, we are picking up where we left off in November 2025 council meeting when the GMT and the GAP contemplated adjustments to canary rockfish trip limits in the commercial non-trawl fishery and made recommendations, but the council deferred their decision-making process until this meeting today, as they were not necessary to implement at the beginning of the year. The GMT and the GAP are expected to report to the Council under this agenda item regarding proposed in-season adjustments, and you will see the reports in the briefing materials. Also in the reference materials, you will see reports from ODFW and CDFW reporting on progress and making recommendations for adjustments as necessary. The Council tasks under this item today are to consider the projections for the 2026 fisheries and adopt in-season adjustments as necessary.
Thank you. Questions on the overview? And seeing no questions, then we'll go to the reports. As Katrina said, there were two state reports, California and an Oregon report. Let me just check in. They were in our briefing book, but Lynn, anything additional on the Oregon report?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's just we've got a request to make federal rules align with state rules in regards to a canary sub-bag limit. But what is not in this report, and you'll hear about it in the GMT report, as the GMT was working on this, it was noticed that we changed the long leader bag limit in state rules last year. We thought we did it through the federal process, but it slipped through the cracks. So in addition to changing the sub bag limit for canary, we were requesting to change in federal rule the daily bag limit in the long leader gear fishery from 12 down to 10 so that there's a coherence between state and federal rules. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anybody have questions regarding the Oregon report? Not seeing any. Caroline McKnight, the California report.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Yes, our CDF&W report has been in before the start of the meeting, but not very early. This is a standing report that we put in on performance preliminary on 2025 fisheries. So just to hit a couple highlights quickly, I will talk about canary rockfish. The federal regulations for implementing a recreational two-fish canary rockfish sub-bag limit happened in December. However, that change was already in effect in state waters in August of last year. So the mortality for the recreational sector was 38 metric tons and 81% for 2025. Highlighting copper rockfish south of Point Conception. This is a specific ACT for our rec sector, specifically to address some concerns out of that stock assessment for that particular area. The ACT is 15.8 metric tons, and we only caught 89%. So we were not exceeding of that ACT. For California scorpionfish, this is a little bit of a different report we typically provide. Scorpionfish is a really important target species to the recreational sector in the Southern California Bight. Unlike the rest of the rockfish and lingcod, it is an open year-round and all depths opportunity. And so while we've had some years that have been more quiet, it was pretty highly attained in 2025. And the HG is shared between both rec and commercial sectors. And we came in at 94%. The majority of that mortality came from the rec sector, but that is a pretty substantial, like a 71% increase compared to the 21 to 24 average. So we did see quite a jump. And this is subject to a 5-fish daily bag limit, and there's no size limit. So it's just something interesting to note that was different. For vermilion and sunset rockfish, this is something that we've been working on and tracking very closely for California. The north of 4010 ACL contribution to the shelf complex is pretty low. It's really the south of 4010 ACL contribution that we again exceeded. It is not an exceedance of the OFL contribution, but we do track this closely and we are watching it. And I think our rec sector is very familiar with our sub-bag limits and depth limits over time. And so we will continue to monitor that over 2026. The only other interesting thing to point out quickly is a jump in lingcod as well. That is a fishery for us that has some variability in catch, and we will continue to monitor that one as well. I'm happy to take any other questions. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. McKnight on the California report? And not seeing any questions. Thank you, Caroline. Next, we have a Groundfish Management Team report. Christian Heath will deliver that. Good morning, Christian.
Morning, Chair Hessemer. Morning, council members. My name is Christian Heath, and I will be summarizing the GMT report on in-season adjustments. You'll note at the top we have recommendations. Those are in bold for your reference. Action items: commercial non-trawl canary rockfish triple limit adjustments. As Katrina mentioned earlier, in November, the GMT analyzed requests to increase the coastwide triple limits for canary rockfish in the limited entry fixed gear and open access fisheries. The GMT recommendation remains unchanged, as this is expected to improve access to shelf rockfish species, reduce regulatory discards of canary rockfish, increase attainment of the canary rockfish commercial non-trawl harvest guideline, and simplify management. Down on Table 1, Table 1 provides the projected canary rockfish mortality associated with each option compared to the 2026 commercial non-trawl HG of 55.7 metric tons. The GMT recommends option 2 to set coastwide canary rockfish triple limit at 4,000 pounds per 2 months for the limited entry fixed gear and 2,000 pounds per 2 months for the open access, both north and south of the 4010 north latitude line. For the other action item, we have the Oregon recreational long leader fishery, which Lynn Mattis mentioned earlier. The Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission adopted a 2-fish sub-bag for canary rockfish in the long leader fishery to reduce regulatory discards and respond to the recent emergency action taken to increase the coastwide ACL for canary rockfish. Additionally, the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission adopted a 10-fish bag limit for the long leader fishery. So thus, the GMT recommends the council adopt in-season action to increase the canary rockfish sub-bag limit from 1 fish to 2 fish for the Oregon recreational long leader fishery and reduce the long leader fishery bag limit from 10 fish to 10 or from 12 fish to 10 fish. Couple informational items for you. Canary rockfish, the estimated total mortality for canary rockfish in 2025 was under the coastwide ACL, highlighted in table appendix 3. However, the Washington recreational fishery did exceed its harvest guideline of 17.3 metric tons by 5.4 metric tons. No in-season action was taken because the non-trawl allocation and ACL were not at risk of being exceeded. Yellow eye rockfish. Estimated 2025 mortality of yellow eye rockfish in the commercial non-trawl sector exceeds the commercial non-trawl harvest guideline. However, yellow eye rockfish landings are prohibited in the non-trawl commercial sector, so the total mortality estimate for this sector is solely attributed to discard mortality based on a 3-year average of discard mortality from 2022 to 2024. The overall non-trawl allocation in 2025 was not exceeded, and we don't have 2025 numbers just yet. And I'll highlight that in the appendix, we have scorecards for both the Chinook salmon scorecard, yellow eye, and canary, and these are all for 2025 as a total estimate for those years. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Heath on the Groundfish Management Team report? And no questions? Thank you, Christian. Next, we have the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report. Gary Richter. Good morning, Gary.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Interest of saving some time, the GAP agrees with the GMT recommendations for fixed gear canary trip limits, as well as the Oregon recreational bag limit changes. Be glad to take any questions.
All right, thank you. Questions on the Groundfish report? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No questions, Gary. I just wanted to say thank you to the GAP and for the patience. We started talking about this in September of last year. It's taken us 3 meetings to get here. So just want to acknowledge that this has not been a quick thing. And thank you for hanging in there.
Okay. Thanks, Caroline.
Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Gary. That completes our reports. I will look. I believe there is no public comment, but need to confirm that. There's no public comment. So we will move into our council discussion and action. Get our task list up there. And Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to start the discussion by acknowledging the GMT report and the canary rockfish for our Washington recreational fishery, where we are with that, and appreciate that they took it back to our preseason projections, which the GMT is working on for the upcoming biennium, and thinking about how we plan to take a certain amount. Our projections were a little bit lower than what we had planned. And again, going to the idea that we didn't take any action to reduce our bag limit, given the difference between the catch and the ACL and where we were. And I'm thinking about this just kind of bigger picture, and we'll of course be tracking our catch again this season as we work through our recreational fishery, and keeping an eye on that. Our no intention to put the ACL attainment in jeopardy, but also wanted to just maybe highlight this and some of the gaps, or the GMT's report, on the increasing the trip limit for canary, which is great to have that flexibility. And we'll pointing to our conversations around the 27-28 specs analysis and our thinking about how we can maybe provide more flexibility to better achieve the ACL for canary, but also other species by looking at a flexible approach to that, and lining that with our preseason projection estimates. So a little bit of a comment on the in-season report from the GMT, the Washington recreational fishery, for this agenda item, but also highlighting it for our broader discussions as we prepare for the 27-28 biennium. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this item? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not seeing any other hands go up, but so I do have a motion if we're to that point.
Then we're ready.
Tower, please. Okay. I move the council adopt in-season action to increase the commercial non-trawl canary rockfish trip limits north and south of 4010 north latitude to 4,000 pounds per 2 months for limited entry fixed gear and 2,000 pounds per 2 months for open access. Increase the canary rockfish subbag limit from 1 to 2 fish for the Oregon recreational long leader gear fishery, and reduce the long leader overall bag limit, reduce the long leader fishery bag limit from 12 fish to 10 fish as recommended by the GAP and the GMT, and it's shown in option 2 in table 1 of the GMT report.
Thank you, Lynn. I followed along. The language on the screen appeared accurate and complete.
Yes, sir, it did. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Brad Pettinger. Please speak to your motion.
I think the GAP and the GMT laid it out well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any questions regarding the motion? Discussion on the motion? Not seeing any, I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Lynn. With that, Katrina, do we do more?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You have adopted final in-season adjustments for 2026, so your work here is complete. And thank you to the GAP and GMT for your work on this item.
All right, yes, thank you, everybody, for their work on that. That completes the agenda item. Now we are going to switch to habitat, so I will pass the gavel to Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the old switcheroo going on, so we'll wait just a second. Okay, we've got some new people in the seats with John North and Marcy, and by the looks of it, we've got Carrie sitting there all anxious to go, and so Carrie, take it away, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning. Good morning, council members. Agenda item F1, current habitat issues. The HC had a virtual meeting that spanned over a day and a half in late February and put together a report for your consideration. It's mostly informational. There is a suggestion included in there. You'll hear a summary of the report from Dr. Scott Happel, the chair of the HC here momentarily. I did want to point out there's another report in the briefing book. It's from the National Marine Sanctuaries program. And recall that normally at this meeting, we have the annual coordination report, and the Sanctuaries West Coast program brings a very thorough description of activities and upcoming events and initiatives for all the sanctuaries across the West Coast. It's quite robust. We moved that to later in this year, but they did provide a sort of brief high-level summary of things that might be of interest this year. We're not going to read that report, but it is in there for your information. And if there's any questions on that, you could direct them to Dr. Happel or me. But just wanted to point that out. And then your action today, after you hear the report of the Habitat Committee, is to consider the report and any recommendations. And that concludes my overview.
Thank you, Carrie. Any questions of Carrie? Okay, seeing none, we'll call on Dr. Scott Happel, Habitat Committee.
Great. Good morning, Vice Chair Smith. Can you hear me all right?
Perfectly. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. Good morning, Vice Chair and members of the council. I will be reading from agenda item F1A, Supplemental Habitat Committee Report 1. As Carrie just noted, we met for a day and a half on days February 20th and 25th to discuss habitat-related issues. We have a report in the briefing book. I will read a summary of that. First up, for Idaho, the Hells Canyon Hydropower License Draft Supplemental Environmental Impact Statement was published on January 20th, 2026, with a comment deadline of March 2nd. At the council's direction, the Habitat Committee prepared a draft comment letter for council consideration. That letter was submitted to FERC on March 2nd, 2026. The letter does not endorse or oppose specific alternatives, but rather focuses on measures to improve fall Chinook salmon survival through all life stages, including identifying key priorities such as adequate flow conditions and flow augmentation, use of spillway deflectors, robust monitoring and adaptive management in the system, development of a process to address invasive mussels, and hatchery mitigation to support upper quality of river stocks. In California, Following the November 2025 council meeting, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management published a notice of availability announcing the draft proposed program for the 11th National Outer Continental Shelf Oil and Gas Leasing Program, including a selection of OCS planning areas for further consideration. On the West Coast, BOEM chose all 3 California planning areas while excluding the Oregon and Washington planning area. The council submitted a letter in January 2026 that expressed strong opposition to any new oil and gas leasing along the West Coast, emphasizing the region's highly productive marine ecosystems and its substantial economic, cultural, and ecological value. 4 days after that comment period closed, BOEM issued a call for information and nominations designating the Central California Planning Area and Southern California Planning Area as call areas. The 30-day comment period for that closed on February 26, 2026. The Habitat Committee and Marine Planning Committee drafted a comment letter reiterating the council's opposition to oil and gas development off California and submitted it under the council's quick response process. On the final day of that public comment period, which was February 26, BOEM published a notice of intent to prepare programmatic EIS for the California program areas. BOEM will not hold public meetings, and there will not be a draft PEIS, only the final programmatic EIS. Considering the accelerated pace and truncated comment periods and workloads for HC and MPC members, the Habitat Committee asked the Council for guidance on its preferred approach moving forward. Relevant to this request, the Habitat Committee suggests the Council consider the simple yet impactful approach taken thus far by California and the West Coast governors, which is strong and concise objection to oil and gas development anywhere along the West Coast, without providing detailed technical responses to BOEM's information requests. Moving on, California State Lands Commission issued a notice of preparation of a draft environmental impact statement for removing platform Holly. The council previously commented on platform Holly in 2021 and 2022, and the Habitat Committee will continue to track the decommissioning process. Nordic Aqua Farms has reportedly canceled its proposed $650 million land-based aquaculture facility planned for the Samoa Peninsula in Humboldt Bay. The council had commented on the draft environmental impact report in 2021, raising several concerns regarding high volume water extractions, wastewater discharge, potential harm to eelgrass beds, non-native species, and pathogens. A couple of regional notes. The Groundfish Fishery Management Plan defines rocky reef habitat as areas of particular concern, as those water substrates and other biogenic features associated with hard substrates, bedrock cobbles, boulders, gravels, and so on, to the mean high water level. The Rocky Reef HAPC spatial data set has not been updated since the original approximation, which was based on the U.S. West Coast seafloor lithology map from 2006. Since that time, extensive seafloor mapping and geophysical data have been collected on the U.S. West Coast by various entities, and there has been an increased interest in offshore development in recent years. Therefore, to ensure the spatial data was used on the best available information and to inform impact assessments, a team of experts was assembled to update the Rocky Reef HAPC spatial data set. The inventoried, aligned, and integrated available data sets, data quality scores were assigned to provide context regarding attributes, resolution, classification. The updated Rocky Reef spatial data set will be archived at the NOAA National Centers for Environmental Information and subsequently made available on NOAA's National Essential Fish Habitat member. There's a manuscript in preparation. The Habitat Committee will keep the council updated on its status. It's important to note in this effort that this is simply an update to the spatial data representing Rocky Reef HAPCs and no change to the HAPC definition as proposed. And finally, EF regulations note that council should consider different types of information according to its scientific rigor and must demonstrate that the best scientific information available is used in the description and identification of EFH. And therefore, to help ensure that for the next EFH review, through technical assistance, have developed a Groundfish Spatial Data Technical Assistance document in coordination with the National Marine Fisheries Service staff and others with relevant expertise, and it's recently been posted to the website. It focuses on substrate and associated biotic components and deep sea corals and sponges. These data types These key data types are likely to play an important role in the next DFH review. Document provides recommendations to maximize data quality, utility, integrity, and accessibility. And that concludes the Habitat Committee report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Dr. Appel? Marcy Remco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. Appel. Appreciate the report. I noted in Carrie Griffin's overview that you were also available to take questions on the ONMS report. So I do have one of those. So maybe I'll start with that one, and then I have a question on the HC report as well. So looking at the end of the ONMS report 1, there is a passage about the dry dock restoration plan. And
Yes.
the statement is that the restoration projects have been delayed and are still planning for the 10-year timeline, but the start dates have been delayed by at least 1 year. My question is, delayed a year from what original start date? And the reason I asked the question is related to the council's action to establish a GEA at Sur Ridge, and looking at the Groundfish rulemaking NMFS report item that we heard about earlier this week. I believe looking at that table of information, the final rule took effect January 16th of 2026 to establish that GEA on Sur Ridge. So that action does close groundfish fishing in that location. So maybe you can speak to us about the anticipated start date for the dry dock restoration activities and what the original anticipated start date was. Thanks.
Through the Vice Chair, thanks, Mr. Remco, for that question. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to answer that detail at this time, but if it is acceptable to you, I can follow up with you on that later today.
Thank you, Dr. Appel. I know you're not in the room. I do think I saw that NMFS might be able to offer some insight on this. So maybe if that's all right, Mr. Vice Chair, we can hear from Keely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We had quite a few conversations as we were looking at that final rule publication with Office of National Marine Sanctuaries, confirming with them that after our long rulemaking delay that they could indeed proceed with their project. They indicated that yes, as long as we were able to publish the proposed final rule in early 2026, that they were still able to proceed. My understanding from the previous conversations we had, right, there was a couple of months that they needed to do surveys of the area before actually planting. I do believe that will be starting in 2026. They are ready and planning on bringing a more thorough update for the council in September, and we have been discussing that with them.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Keely. That's very helpful. We did, as a council, agree that we wanted to track the activities of the restoration plan and hear more about the work. So thank you for conveying in your conversations with them that we do hope to hear about that in September when they come see us. Thanks. If I may.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. All right, back to the Habitat Committee report. The section pertaining to California OCS oil and gas leasing. The last paragraph of that section describes a request from the HC for guidance from the council about the preferred approach on comment periods and comment from the council and what our desires are. As I read this passage, it sounds like the HC is suggesting an approach that objects to development without providing detailed technical responses to BOEM's information requests. And I guess I'm just interested in knowing, since the HC does acknowledge that the letters are usually prepared as joint products from both the Habitat Committee and the Marine Planning Committee, if they have had a chance to consult with the MPC on this recommendation. Thanks.
We've certainly had some informal conversations about that, and my understanding of the general impressions of this is that, given the timeline and the fact that BOEM is moving forward with next steps on the days that public comment is due, would indicate that a thorough review of those public comments is not being made, or at least it gives such an impression. And therefore, the council, which has shown opposition to this process in the past, may be best served by simply having that continued opposition as opposed to the detailed preparation of identification of sensitive areas. As far as MPC coordination with regard to fishing areas, I don't think we've had those conversations specifically.
Thank you, Dr. Appel. I had a bit of difficulty hearing you, but I think I got the gist. And maybe I'd ask, if I may, council staff, if you might be able to elaborate on any conversations you had on this topic with the MPC. Thanks.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if you meant now or later. Sure. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot more to add, but we've had informal discussions as the HC report notes that BOEM intends to go straight to a final EIS, so that implies no comment period. But with the pace of oil and gas planning and lease development and issuance right now, there's, I think there's a renewed apparent need for coordination and collaboration between the two. The HC does have a member assigned to the MPC, and so we have pretty frequent, conversations by phone or by email. But as far as moving forward, I think the thought was just looking for maybe a renewed endorsement by the council to the MPC sort of took a timeout a little bit last year, but with this renewed effort by the administration. And I also just take the chance to clarify that there's both the National Oil and Gas Lease Development Program that is being revised and updated, and we commented on that, I think, in January. And then there's also the leases that are being pursued by BOEM on the West Coast in California, Central and Southern California. So there's two parallel processes happening here very quickly. Did that clarify or give any more information to what you were looking for?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions? Okay, Jamie and Dr. Appel, before something has gone a little awry with your mic, so I don't know if you changed positions or not, but anyway, we have another question for you, Jamie. Go ahead.
Actually, you know what? No, it's more discussion for later. Thank you. I'm good.
Okay. John North.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No questions for Dr. Appel, but I guess I'd offer an opinion, which is I think we should respond with a concise letter of objection consistent with the previous responses by Cal, Natural Resources and the West Coast governors, and avoided, detailed technical response at this time. I think it would send a more unified message, and I'm not sure how much value there is in a detailed response, even if the committee had enough time to prepare such. So I would offer guidance to, I guess, both the Habitat and Marine Planning to just support a concise letter of objection and call it good.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Oh, Sharon, I'm sorry.
I guess maybe to help me a little more with the clarification. So we just objected to the BOEM call for information nominations and the designation of a Central California planning area and Southern California planning areas as call areas. So we've already objected to that. So what more are we objecting that they're going to prepare a programmatic EIS? Is that what we would be? I'm a little confused about what exactly would we be objecting to?
Thank you. I think you're looking to me for that. I think the objection would be an objection to any further activities and actions that that facilitate or further oil and gas leasing. The programmatic EIS would be used to analyze the impacts from those future leases, and so I think it would be pretty straightforward that we do not want, the council does not want any further action, on the West Coast oil and gas leasing. You're right, we did say that before, but that's the suggestion, is to say it again.
Okay. Any other discussion? Corey.
Thanks, Vice. Just clarifying, we are in discussion now, right? Questions for, okay, thank you. I guess then I would just endorse what the Habitat Committee asked for. I think if they think the best way forward, especially if they were able to consult with the MPC on this, is to keep their responses and council letters as we asked them shorter and more concise and in line with the letters that we have sent previously on the topic, as well as what sounds like the multiple states governors' letters, then that makes sense to me. I might slightly amend what Mr. North put out, which I completely agree with, which is just to say if it is appropriate to have some sort of technical guidance, or there is aspects, especially because we are a fishery management council as it pertains to the fisheries that we manage, that can be potentially appended as an appendix or something like that. I have every reason to believe that the Habitat and the MPC and our trustee staff are capable of deciding when and where that's possible. Also, I just want to quickly voice my appreciation to the Habitat Committee and the MPC for the letters that we saw, the quick response letters earlier this year. Just appreciate their work in continuing to track this issue down for us.
Okay, if there's no other questions for Dr. Appel, I got to ask. I'm seeing no public comment. Okay, now we can carry on with discussion officially. Amy Diamond.
Thank you. That's what I was waiting for earlier. Okay, I really appreciate the Habitat Committee's report. A lot of these actions, the oil and gas leasing and decommissioning of Platform Holly, are in my backyard, Southern California. I feel like for some reason we are a target. We have aquaculture opportunity areas. We have all these different competing uses that keep popping up. And I just want to point out the kind of contradiction of things that are happening between the decommissioning of this platform that has been there for many years now, I believe over 60 years now. We have extensive video surveys of Platform Holly from the Love Lab at UCSB showing the incredible habitat that has become on the ocean floor for rockfish, juvenile rockfish, corals and sponges, deep sea anemones, all kinds of really amazing things. The proposal is to fully rip it out and essentially ruin this really amazing habitat that's there. On the other hand, they're proposing to now also like dig up and destroy a bunch of habitat to create more platforms. And it's frustrating and disheartening how these two things are happening at the same time. So I appreciate the letters that the council submitted, and look forward to once again, once the environmental review document is published for platform holly decommissioning, if we have the opportunity to comment on that. And then I believe just kind of touching on the sanctuary's letter, letting us know that there was going to be a delay in the coral outplanting, but I believe, sorry, maybe I missed it. Keely, did you mention that that's actually not really much of a delay, or what type, how long of a delay? I can't remember. I think I missed what you said, how long of a delay that was going to be for. Butch.
Shall I just jump in?
Sorry.
The delay was because they were originally planning to start planting, right? And there's a lead up to planting. They need to do surveys and things like that in 2025. That was the original timeline when we thought our final rule would publish then. Our rule was a year delayed, right? So now they're looking at activities in 2026.
Okay, so it's not too far off then. Okay, originally my concern was we just did this action, I think, which was to Marcy's kind of comment of like closing an area for fisheries, but how far out are we delaying this? So it's actually not too significant. Okay, so I feel a little bit better about that. But yeah, just this juxtaposition of the idea of we're going to rip up established habitat, and then we're going to rip that was from this platform, and then we're going to rip up natural habitat to put in new platforms, and that's going to have an effect on habitat and ecosystems and fisheries in my area especially. So just really needing to highlight that out here. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think this is kind of for NMFS. So my recollection of how we had framed a lot of the letters relative to wind energy development on the coast was more from a perspective of, you need more information, you're missing key aspects of the affected, fishermen, we oppose anything until you get it right relative to the information needed to really appropriately develop. I see a little bit of a different tact here in terms of objection. And I'm wondering, given this is an administration's priority, obviously, by the pace, is NMFS going to be able to be a council letter, or will you need to excuse yourself from the council letter? Or I'm just kind of trying to get a sense of, how we would craft our objection without endangering the overall council.
Ms. Kent.
Thank you, Ms. Kiefer. I'll apologize that as the pinch hitter on this agenda item, that was not part of my prep list. I don't have an immediate answer for you, but I will look into it and try to get back with you all on this.
Thank you.
Marcy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Since we are in discussion, I know Mr. North threw out some guidance earlier, but I don't know that I'm quite on the page yet with that guidance. I appreciate the information that Kerry's offered us about his exchanges with the MPC. At least I was provided maybe a little bit of different perspective from at least one MPC member, that maybe they're not quite on board with this approach of just a blanket objection without providing any additional information. So I don't feel comfortable. I think just settling on that as our recommended approach forward at this point. I'd like to hear from the MPC directly on maybe what they would advise. And I know they're maybe not available to provide that input to us right here and now, but I think that, yes, while continuing to prepare comment letters using the quick response process is burdensome, I think until I hear from the MPC directly, we should proceed and stay the course. I'm remembering our more recent discussions on maintaining the MPC and the value we thought that it brought us. We were certainly, I think, at a point where we wanted to continue to support their activities and efforts, maybe not indefinitely, but for at least another period of time. We're seeing a ramp up in activities here. I appreciate the fact that we are getting boxed out of comment periods and public hearings. But I think at this point, I'm not quite ready to say that we should abandon the process that we've been using and just stick with wholesale blanket objections. So maybe perhaps we can schedule to hear something from the MPC at an upcoming meeting under agenda planning on their recommended approach forward. I'm just acknowledging this is exactly why we formed the MPC, is to help with issues like this on offshore development. And so I'd like a report from them first. Thank you.
Terry, did you want to you don't have to, but did you want to respond?
Sure. Well, I appreciate the discussion here. I was looking back to our recent correspondence where both the HC and the MPC had these discussions, how much of a deep dive are we going to do? I remember with the Oregon wind energy areas, we had a 55-page comment letter that was extremely detailed, and we all agreed that no, in 30 days, we're not going to be able to do something like that. But if you are, I think our, I can't see it on our website right now on the correspondence page, but first of all, yeah, I think we can have those conversations with the MPC and the HC. The letter the quick response letter that the council most recently sent on February 26th, this was on the call for nominations for the central and southern areas. We tried to take a sort of, best of both worlds approach. We wrote a 7-page total letter that includes a figure and 1 page that just has the signature block. So it was fairly succinct. There was 1 page of text on the habitat, sort of items of importance, EFH conservation areas, et cetera. And then there's a map that shows the deep sea ecosystem conservation area and the EFHCA. So I only point that out as sort of a starting point, maybe for thinking if that's kind of what the council is thinking, we could certainly recreate something similar. On the MPC side, they put together some port landings and values just as background, but again, didn't do a deep dive. So it was a little more than just a no, but it also wasn't super detailed. So I guess I'll look to the council to think for nod of approval if that seems to be what you might be looking for. We won't have time to convene a meeting of the MPC or the HC before this, so this would be a quick response process that Merrick would route through the council. So I just point that out as maybe an example, and without any other sort of specific direction. That's probably the similar approach that we would take. Fairly short, succinct, but also pointing out some of the most important, salient points that we want to make.
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, I can't help but respond. And I do want to give high praise and credit for the recent letter. I thought it really hit the high points, and we were speaking from our area of expertise. And instead of just making a blanket statement of no, we offered information that is directly relevant to the work we do and the industries that we make recommendations to regulate ourselves. So I thought it was right on point, and appreciate those that contributed information and data, which did include CDFW. And I think I really like the level of detail. Myself, I thought it was spot on, and certainly through this quick response process, we're willing to continue to provide information like we did on a fairly quick turnaround. So thank you.
John.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. I guess to elaborate on my previous guidance, my concern was that if we start down the path of a technical review and identify areas to avoid, then it can just be viewed as by BOEM as green lighting all the other areas, and it's just simpler to be consistent with the messages that have come out from West Coast governors and Cal Natural Resources. Yeah, we can have, it's not a just no letter, but a simple letter, and not spending all that time, because frankly, I'm not sure if they're even going to read it. I guess the other thing is the timeline question to Dr. Griffin. How much time does it take to develop, say, that last letter and get it through the review, committee review and council review? Can it even be done in time to be meaningful in this window?
Thank you, Mr. North. Mr. Vice Chair. We start by looking at the comment period closing, the deadline, and we work backwards from there. We try to give the council about a week. You don't always get quite that much time, but and then we think about our internal processes, especially when there's two committees. But we can make it happen, and we'll work with the deadline that is there. I mean, the good news is we do have some recent examples that we can pull from that have some generic language. But if the council says to make it happen, we can make it happen.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I just thought the window was so short that it might be difficult, but I still think we should keep the letter simple and straightforward, and a balance would be okay, but err to the side of concise.
Okay. I think we've kind of rassled this around quite a bit. Not seeing any more hands. Mr. Carey, have you had enough discussion to formulate some ideas?
Yes, I think we have good guidance. I appreciate it. And I want to clarify something I said. I didn't see on our website the column. When you go to our correspondence page, there's 3 columns of letters, and the third column that I was looking for had bounced to the bottom of my screen, and I didn't know what happened to it. So it is on there. Under other correspondence, you can see the letter that we just sent on February 26th. So that's the one that I was referring to. Yeah, I think that concludes your business for this agenda item. We have direction to put together a quick response letter in response to the notice that BOEM issued to develop their PEIS. And we'll do that.
Okay, thank you for your work, and I will close out F1 and turn the gavel back over to Chairman Hassemer to get going on D6, I guess.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good job wrapping up Friday's work. We're going to take a 10-minute break. There'll be some seats changing, and then I think we can get through the next 2 groundfish items. So 10 minutes. Let's be back. All right, we are reconvening here, moving back into our groundfish items, D6. So I will turn it over to Jesse Waller for the overview. Jesse.
Good morning, council members. This is agenda item D6, initial harvest specifications for 27-28. As a reminder, back in September, you requested alternative harvest projections associated with alternative harvest control rules for 7 species. However, only projections for 2 of those species, short spine and rough eye, were available in November of 2025 due to the federal furlough. So alternative harvest projections for canary rockfish, chili pepper, petrale sole, yellow eye, and yellowtail rockfish were not available at that time, but are now provided in attachments 1 through 5 of your briefing book. Although projections were not available in November, the council did adopt each of these alternative harvest control rules as the PPA. With the projections now available, the council should confirm their PPA or recommend the default as the PPA to inform final actions on harvest specifications in 2026. So for your reference materials, again, attachments 1 through 5 in the briefing book were the projections that you requested for these 5 species. You have an SSC, a GAP, and a GMT report. And as a reminder, your council action for today is to confirm your PPA, ABC, and ACLs for stocks and stock complexes as appropriate. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jesse. Questions on the overview? Seeing no questions, then we'll move into our reports. First is the Scientific and Statistical Committee. Dr. Schaffler. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, Chair Hassemer, members of the council. I am Jason Schaffler. I will be reading agenda item D6A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Initial Harvest Specifications for 2027-2028. The SSC reviewed the projections for the 2027-28 groundfish harvest specifications under the alternative harvest control rules. Those were attachments 1 through 5, that were not completed in time for the November 2025 meeting due to the federal furlough. The SSC found all calculations to be correct and endorses the resulting overfishing limits and acceptable biological catches for use in management. For yellowtail rockfish, the small difference between the ABC and OFL represent a greater than usual risk of biological overfishing if the full ABC were to be caught. However, attainment is expected to be low, so the risk of actual catch resulting in overfishing is likely to be low. And that concludes the SSC statement. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Schaffler on the SSC report? And no questions. Thank you. Next, we have, in my order, the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Sarah Nayani. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Instead of reading the GAP report in the interest of time, I just want to reference Table 1 of our report, which lays out for each species Alternative 1, which is the default in each case, compared to Alternative 2, which is the alternative from the defaults. The GAP selected Alternative 2 as the PPA for each item, and we listed out what the ACLs were in 2025 and 2026, as well as what they would be in 2027 and 2028. And you can see the blue shaded rows are the PPA that we're recommending. This aligns with the GMT recommendations as I understand it. My apologies, I thought the GMT would be going before us, so I was going to reference their report. I'm happy to take any questions if you have more detail. And just one more thing, I believe this aligns with your action in November.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Nayani? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Not a question, but thank you. I know the GAP has been working on putting tables like this together to show where the GMT and the GAP align, and that is really helpful for us to see where there's a difference in alignments. Just a thank you, not a question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? And seeing no hands, thank you, Sarah. And next we have the Groundfish Management Team report. And Will Jasper is here to deliver that. Good morning, Will.
Good morning, Chair Hassmer and members of the council. My name is Will Jasper, and I'll be summarizing the Groundfish Management Team report on agenda item D6A. In the interest of time, I will just state, as others have said, or as Sarah has said, that the GMT recommends alternative 2 as the PPA for all stocks under this agenda item, and that aligns with CAP recommendations. The joint GMT GAP PPA recommendations are captured in Table 1 of the GAP report, which Ms. Mattis noted. And at the council's discretion, I would be happy to speak to our specific rationale for any of the species which we have captured in our report, and I would be happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Jasper on the Groundfish Management Team report? It's perfectly clear. Thank you, Will. That completes the reports. Let me check on public comment. I did not see any. That is correct. So that will take us to council discussion and action. Just a refresher. The preliminary, there was a statement in the situation summary that captured that. The council coined a new term last year, a preliminary PPA that they move forward. So the confirmation there, do you want to stick with that as the PPA moving forward or confirm the default harvest control rules? So with that introduction, any discussion here? Lynn Mattis?
Thank you, Chair. I was waiting to see if any other hands go up. Not to preclude any discussion, but this is kind of a pre-forma item. I do have a motion ready if we're there.
All right, I didn't see any hands, so let's hear your motion.
I believe the gentleman in the tower have it for us. And I have to be able to read it. I move the council adopt the preliminary preferred 2728 acceptable biological catch and annual catch limits for canary rockfish, chili pepper rockfish, petrale sole, yellow eye rockfish, and yellowtail rockfish north of 4010 north latitude as recommended by the GAP in Table 1 of their report and GMT and as shown in the table below. And that table is a direct copy paste from the GAP report. Don't know that I need to read all of those out unless it's the preference of the chair.
No, as long as you agree that the numbers in there are correct and accurate.
Yes, sir. To the best of my checking, they are accurate.
Okay. Can we scroll to the top of that? Just wanted to check one thing. Okay, I just wanted to make sure as recommended by the GAP, and so it doesn't specifically state that it is the, consistent with the PPA, or it's not the default, but the alternative there, but that's clear.
It's clear to myself. Hopefully it is to others.
Okay. All right, so language on there is accurate and complete. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Caroline McKnight. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Chair. This is the culmination of a lot of work, some information that we just weren't able to complete in November. Appreciate everyone who worked on this between November and now. And I think it sets the GMT up in a good place for their continued analysis. And it's just formally adopting the PPA on these items with the actual values, not just the methodology. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions regarding the motion? Karen Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Lynn, you're going to get the question because I missed it at the report. Just so I understand, the superscripts by 2025 and 2026 refer to what? at the top of the ACL block.
Can we scroll up to the top of the table?
Or I think Ms. Watt would like to.
Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are just the GAP put in a reference to where those values came from. So that's just, it's the CFR linkages to the 25-26 ACL. So that's just a reference point that got copied over when Ms. Mask grabbed the table. That's all.
Sharon?
And because Jessie knows all, if I may ask her one more question. So at the bottom of the table, there's a subscript A note there, but I couldn't see what that was referencing in the table.
Jesse.
Ms. Kiefer, Mr. Chair. So that's referencing chili pepper rockfish. If you scroll up, you can see that next to the PPA values.
Okay, there it is. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we had everything matched up. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Discussion on the motion? Seeing no hands, we'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Lynn. I believe that wraps up our work on this one, but Jesse, can we confirm that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, you have completed your action for today, and we'll be back here in a few weeks to take final action on our harvest specification numbers.
All right. Thank everyone in the background for their work on this. We'll close out this agenda item and move on to D7. A few seats will change here. Mr. Frank Lockhart will be in the NIM seat, virtual seat there. Good morning, Frank. Corey Niles taking over in WDFW seat, and Sheila Lynch joining us in the general counsel seat. And Katrina, whenever you're ready, you can take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item D7, implementation of the 2026 Pacific whiting fishery under the U.S.-Canada agreement. Pacific whiting is a transboundary species which is jointly managed by Canada and the United States through the Pacific Hake and Whiting Treaty, which is available as Attachment 1. Under this agreement, Canada has a right to 26.12% of the overall total allowable catch, or TAC, and the United States has a right to 73.88% of the TAC. The treaty process initiates with an annual assessment of the Pacific whiting resource by a joint technical committee, and the assessment is reviewed by the Scientific Review Group, or the SRG, in February. This happened just recently, and the assessment and the report from the SRG are available in the briefing materials. Following those meetings, an advisory panel, or AP, and a joint management committee, or JMC, consisting of U.S. and Canadian government and industry representatives meets shortly after to review the assessment and provide advice on their respective agreements. The JMC and AP met February 24th through 26th to formalize the recommendations on the 2026 coastwide, so that's U.S. and Canada combined, TAC for Pacific whiting. Under this agenda item, Frank Lockhart and Asia Shumalo are available to provide the report from the Joint Management Committee. You will also see a report from the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel. And council action here is to consider necessary actions for implementing the 2026 whiting fishery.
All right, thank you. Questions on the overview? And not seeing any questions, then I'm first going to turn to Ms. Schumalo, our council representative to the Joint Management Committee, for her report, and then we'll come back to NMFS for theirs. So, Asia, please go ahead.
Thank you, Katrina, and thank you, Chair Hasmer. I'm going to give a very quick overview of how the process played out this year and describe some of the things that made this year really challenging. I'll also start with gratitude to the U.S. staff on the Hague Treaty Process Advisory Body. So in the room, we have folks who sit on the Joint Technical Committee, the Scientific Review Committee, or group, sorry, and the Industry Advisory Panel, who I'm sure would love to talk to you over beers or something later about the challenges this year, but also gratitude to the Canadian counterparts who contributed to this as well, and to everyone for enduring a really challenging and thoughtful process this year. So at the start of this annual cycle, we didn't have the information that we typically have going into negotiating the TAC. There was a major disruption to the new integrated survey that resulted in reduced survey days, transect spacing that differed from the survey design, and fewer validation tows than usual, or than planned in the survey design. And in addition, the government shutdown prevented the acoustic team from conducting the analyses that they do leading up to the negotiations in a timely manner. So that meant that the JCT couldn't perform all of the analyses that we usually have going into the negotiations. The JTC ultimately concluded that the best way forward was to run a catch-only update for the assessment, which we're used to in this process, but is just, again, not what we typically go into negotiations with in that process. So the catch-only update did not include the survey biomass estimates or fishery age composition data. And then the Joint Management Committee concurred with this decision. I'll talk a little bit about the assessment. The structure of the 2026 model is identical to 2025. And again, the only update to the model run was to include the fishery catch data from 2025. So again, not age composition data or the survey biomass estimate. The assessment indicates the stock is above B40, but the scientific review group expressed concerns about the status of the stock related to a few things. So there was low Canadian utilization in 2024 and 2025, so virtually no fishery for the last couple of years. Low U.S. utilization in 2024 and less than 1% observed survey biomass in Canada. And I'll talk a tiny bit more about the survey biomass estimate, but it was one of the lowest in the time series from 1995 to present. There were some sensitivity analyses performed around the assessment that also suggested that the fixed recruitment parameters in the assessment may be a source of bias in the results too. So in spite of the concerns, the scientific research group determined the stock assessment was a risk neutral, presented a risk neutral range of catch alternatives and was the best scientific information available. Quickly about the survey biomass estimate. Again, it was produced, a pretty Herculean effort of, coming out of the shutdown and producing the survey biomass estimate very quickly, but after the assessment was produced. So it was not able to be incorporated there. Again, one of the lowest in the time series, and there was a 3-year downward biomass trend across the survey biomass estimates for the last couple of survey runs. So there's still some more work to do to compare the new survey, the new integrated survey with past survey approaches, but that will come as we move into the next cycle. The SRG also reviewed the survey biomass estimate and concluded that it represents the best available index of hake biomass at this time and that it's roughly comparable to the existing survey time series. And so I'm going to shorthand a lot because there was a lot of discussion around these things. It was, again, really challenging to think about pieces of information that we had in hand but were not included in an integrated survey. But through a lot of very difficult discussions and negotiations, the JMC ultimately recommended a coastwide TAC of 380,000 metric tons, not 380, sorry. This is a 5% reduction from the 2025 TAC. And so this results, this recommendation is connected to the assessment results, which represent a middle of the road estimate, giving conflicting indicators from the survey biomass estimate, the fishery data, and the recruitment assumptions in the estimate are in the assessment, but is a small decrease to acknowledge the concerns around the status of the stock. So I'll conclude by saying, again, it was a very challenging process this year, but we did reach agreement. I know everyone in the process is really looking forward to additional clarity about the survey results and to a fully integrated assessment for the tax setting process for the 2027 season. And I'll stop there and turn it over to Frank now. He can describe all of the connections to the federal rulemaking process that will ultimately finalize the TAC for the 2026 year.
Thank you, Asia. Before I turn it over to Frank, are there any questions specific to what Ms. Schumelo had to report? And I don't see any here, so Frank, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I first of all want to thank Asia for the report out there, and also noting that this was her first time on the JMC as a new member representing the council, and I really appreciated everything that she did this year. In addition, I think every year we just note the amazing team that we have, and I really like to express the appreciation for everyone involved this year, the advisory panel, the JTC, the SRG, and the acoustic team in particular have had a ton of work to do, and to get the data, in front of the JMC, and so they deserve a lot of credit as well. And just like to again thank them all for their hard work. As Asia said, this was a very challenging year. I have been here on the chair of the Whiting Treaty meetings since the beginning, and this was by far the most challenging year because of all of the data issues, and even more so than COVID. COVID was obviously created some challenge, but this was more so, and so it created its own set of issues. I never want to go through this again, and so I'm hoping that we can set up processes that will kind of prevent these things from happening. But a government shutdown is very hard to predict, and also there's not much that we can do to prevent it. But in any case, I really appreciate everyone and getting through this challenging year. So, as Asia, as Asia said, we have made a decision at the JMC. Again, normally we have the letter completed within at least either during or within a day or two of the end of the meeting. But through some various issues, we were not able to get that letter done. It will be done next week. So this is the letter from the JMC to the parties that announces that decision. And so when that goes to the parties, that starts off a review process for both countries. And Canada's is fairly quick, but ours has a lot of steps because we have implementing legislation that we have to follow. And the basic steps of that are that we review it in the region and look at all of the best available science, and then put that forward. That initially goes to the Department of State. They, in both the treaty and the legislation, they have to concur with our recommendation on whether or not to accept the JMC recommendation. That can take anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks, depending on just how busy the Department of State is. And then after that, it would go on to NIMS headquarters for final approval. The action within the Department of Commerce has delegated that authority down to the NIMS AA, and so it doesn't have to go above the NIMS level. Once we receive that approval, then the next stage is to go on to the final rule. And the final rule, well, let me back up a tiny bit. The proposed rule, basically stating, allowing the public to comment on the tribal allocation and mentioning kind of the next processes, is out now for public comment. I believe the public comment closes in the next week or two. And after that, then we'll move to the final rule. The final rule basically makes all of the allocations, obviously the tribal allocation, and then the research allocation, and then it allocates out to the 3 sectors of the industry according to the percentages that we've always used. So there are a few steps to go. It has been challenging for us to kind of get this in place before the season starts. And I would think with the delays that have already kind of been seen, it will be especially challenging this year. So in the past, we have had to make interim allocations at the end in order so that the industry can start up. And so that is the process going forward. I again would like to thank everyone and for all the hard work on this, and I am happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Frank. Let me look around. Any questions for Mr. Lockhart on his report? And Frank, I don't see any hands going up around the table. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next, we have a Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Chris Cooper is here. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning. I'll be reading from agenda item D7, Supplemental Gap Report 1. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel supports the Joint Management Committee's recommended coastwide total level catch of 380,000 metric tons. Because of challenges with the 2025 survey implementation that resulted in a wider transect spacing from the California-Oregon border to the Washington-Canada border, critical information was missing from the integrated survey. The GAP received comments of interest from industry members regarding data collection and encourages the Northwest Fishery Science Center to continue to engage with fishery stakeholders on survey design and logistics, and to continue the external hard drive project to record acoustic data from volunteer catcher vessels and catcher processors.
Thank you, Chris. Questions for Mr. Cooper on the GAP report? And there are no questions, so thank you, Chris. That is all of our reports. Takes us to public comment, and there's no one signed up for public comment. So let's get into council discussion on this one. Our task list there is discuss implementation of the fishery and any guidance to NIMS regarding the whiting tack is appropriate. Any discussion to be had here? Corey Niles?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just some hopefully brief thoughts here. First, appreciation to Asia for for representing the council so well. And yeah, as her and Frank mentioned, was a very challenging situation. WDFW has been paying attention to the whiting process even before the treaty was fully implemented, and yeah, agreeing this was every year seems a little bit unusual, but this one was highly so. Yeah, thanks not only to Frank and Asia, but to our other U.S. Members of the JMC, Steve Joner there in the audience, and Brent Payne. I was there in person for one day of the meeting and got to witness the U.S. delegation and in action in person for the first time in a while. And yeah, very, very impressive how that process works. It's kind of unbelievable how hard people try, and then what happens in terms of this integrated survey and losing their contract funding for the extra vessel, and then debate over healthcare subsidies resulting in then not having a 7-week closure. And yeah, it was the confluence of events was very unusual, but they all still had and I'm looking at Sarah and Chris in the audience too, and just the thoughtfulness that goes in to the risk discussions there. And one connection, I think, yeah, watching those discussions take place over the years has given us confidence that we could do a similar thing like for widow rockfish, and that's where the approach we took yesterday is taking some inspiration. And just, yeah, like Steve, just connecting one more dot, I think, talking to Steve in the hallway there, who was, very involved in the discussions leading up to the treaty, reminded me that, part of the Canadians' motivation to structure the treaty as it came from seeing this process work and seeing how participatory it was in setting the tax. So just some thoughts there. And yeah, let's all hope that next year, is better, and it is really the strength of the science that goes into this process, and looking at our Science Center folks back there in the decision table structure they provide. Hopefully that will bring some will be less unusual next year, and hopefully the fish make up to Canada this year. So thank you for the time to express those thoughts.
Thank you, Corey. Other comments, discussion? I'm not seeing any. So Katrina, anything else we should do here?
Thank you for the discussion and thank you for the report. Your work on this item is complete.
All right, thank you. Then we will close out this agenda item and move on. As people are getting organized here, I'm going to ask Executive Director Burden for an introduction.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'd just like to formally introduce our newest staff, Dr. Diana Perry, who's joining Jesse for this agenda item. And I hope you haven't formally got a chance to meet her yet. Please do. She's wonderful, and she's going to do great things for us. So welcome, Diana.
All right, thank you. Yes, welcome, Diana. So we are moving on to agenda item D8, and I will turn it over to Jesse Waller for the overview. Jesse, or Diana, who will ever do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's gonna be me. So this is agenda item D8. This is initial stock assessment plan for 2027 and 2029. And so this item covers our initial planning for groundfish stock assessments to complete it in the 2029 and 2027 and 2029 to inform the harvest specifications and management measures in fisheries for 2029 and beyond. So at this meeting, you're scheduled to adopt a preliminary list of groundfish species to be assessed in 2027 and 2029. The decision on which is to recommend for assessment in the next 2 assessment cycles entails whether the assessment should be a benchmark, data moderate, or update, and whether they require review by a STAR panel or only by the SSC. The number of assessments that can be produced has typically been dependent on the capacity of the science centers, with no more than 2 assessments reviewed at each STAR panel. A maximum of 3 should be considered for the next year, but fewer may be conducted depending on how many species are recommended for updates. And the Science Center will be speaking to this in their NMFS report and their presentation that you will hear shortly. As a reminder, in June of 2024, you did adopt a list of candidate species for assessment in 2027, which included benchmark assessments for Pacific spiny dogfish, English sole, cowcod, lingcod, petrale sole, yellow eye rockfish, which was dependent on the outcome of the 2025 update assessment, and a slope rockfish species to be determined. Additionally, you also recommended a benchmark assessment for widow rockfish in 2027 in November 2025. Doctors Kristen Marshall and Chantel Wetzel are here from the Northwest Fishery Science Center to discuss the attachments that were in your briefing book, as well as their report. The council will consider the input from the National Marine Fisheries Service, our agencies, advisory bodies, and the public before providing preliminary recommendations on 2027 and 2029 stock assessment priorities by species and type of assessment. It is anticipated that the council and its advisory bodies will continue to have discussions with the Science Center on the ability to perform the various types of assessment. Additionally, through the terms of reference process, it is anticipated that there will be discussions on how to build a process to deviate from an assessment type or plan if new information surfaces on the ability to conduct that assessment. And that will be in our next agenda item, D9. The council is scheduled to make final decisions on groundfish stock assessment planning at their June 2026 meeting. In terms of your reference materials, attachment 1 is the groundfish stock assessment prioritization for assessments in 2027. There is your NMFS report, which again will be spoken to. Supplemental attachment 2 was the summary of available survey data by species. And you also have an SSC, GAP, and GMT report. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions on my overview, and then the Science Center is here.
Right, let's look around first. Any questions on the overview? And I'm not seeing any questions, so then I would invite to the table Dr. Chantel Wetzel and Dr. Kristen Marshall, who appeared there. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair Hasmer. Good morning, council members. My name is Kristen Marshall. I am the program manager for the Population Ecology Program at the Northwest Fishery Science Center, which includes our groundfish stocks assessment scientists and our aging lab. I have with me today Dr. Chantel Wetzel, who is a stock assessment scientist in our program and has been working on the groundfish stock assessment prioritization process for a number of years, and also want to acknowledge our co-author on this, Claire Roseman, another stock assessment scientist at the Northwest Center. So we have a presentation here for you today to walk you through our updates on stock assessment prioritization for this next cycle and our preliminary NMFS recommendations for 2027 stock assessments. Next slide, please. So what we're going to cover and where we're trying to get to, it's just as Jesse alluded, we want to recommend a preliminary list of species to be considered for 2027 stock assessments by type, so benchmarks, updates, and catch-only projections. We here will review the NMFS recommended species for 2027, given the groundfish stock assessment prioritization results. We'll briefly discuss our staff capacity and touch on the potential weeks to hold STAR panels in 2027. And as desired, we can discuss the available survey data to support stock assessments, and that is in your supplemental attachment 2. Next slide, please. So to start off this process, I want to remind you all that we at NMFS have developed this stock assessment prioritization tool that brings together a lot of different kinds of information sources that get collapsed into 10 different metrics of fishery attributes and ecosystem and population attributes. that become a weighted score for how high of a priority is one of our species is to be assessed. And this tool is online. It's publicly available. The link at the bottom of the screen and in the briefing materials. And so feel encourage you to wade through it at your leisure if you would like to see all of the different information that contributes to these scores. I won't take the time to describe them at this point because this is not new information to the council. Next slide, please. So when we weight all of the different contributing factors to assessment prioritization, we get a list of numbered assessment priorities by stock. These are the results for 2026 coming right out of the tool. And I won't spend too much time on this slide because I will focus on sort of which of these NMFS feels like we can actually do in 2027. But I will use it to highlight just how the different factors on the right are combined into an overall weighted factor score. And so depending on how, say, commercially important a species is versus how its stock status is looking, that kind of information is combined into these prioritization results. Next slide, please. And we also have available to us to inform these decisions the summary of available survey data, which is supplemental attachment 2. And this is a compilation of species-specific totals of available length, age, and maturity data for FMP species that are regularly sampled by federal surveys. And so that includes the Northwest Center West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey, the Northwest Center's Hook and Line Survey, and it includes 46 different species by stock area. And that information is compiled into indices of abundance and length compositions by year, and plotted for all of the species for which we have robust sampling programs. Next slide, please. So the output of our prioritization tool is really a starting point for discussions with the council about our priorities for 27. We combine the tool output with the previous council recommendations from 2024 that Jesse reminded you all of, as well as this NMFS data summary, our understanding of our federal aging capacity and overall stock assessment frequency targets for each species. And so combined, we put these pieces together into our preliminary NMFS recommendations for 2027, which is your NMFS report 1 in your briefing book. Next slide. I will just spend a few minutes highlighting that report for you all. One of the first pieces that we want to emphasize is our overall anticipated capacity. So with our current staffing in our assessment group as well as the aging lab, we anticipate that we can conduct between 4 and 6 benchmarks next cycle and 0 to 2 updates. And those ranges really depend on the trade-offs that occur among the different species that are selected because of some of them require more aging work, for example, and some of them might require more numbers of assessment areas or assessment models. And so, depending on which species gets selected, the total numbers might vary a little bit. And then I also want to highlight the ability and request that that the council prioritize catch-only projection requests when recent attainment of ACLs has been high or when a fishery or sector is constrained. Next slide, please. So now I'll just briefly go through our recommended species for benchmark assessments coming into this meeting. And so for benchmarks, what we have highlighted in the report is LINCOD, which is a 2-area model, number 5 coming out of our assessment prioritization rankings and was a council prioritized stock in 2024. So there's already been some work on getting age structures ready for this species. Number 2 is red-banded rockfish. This was number 8 coming out of our tool. The council also prioritized this in 2024, but was ultimately not assessed in 2025 because of the aging workload. However, in the meantime, again, we've been investing in learning how to age this species better. Number 3 is green spotted rockfish. This was number 3 coming out of the prioritization tool. This was a species that was last assessed in 2011. The next species was yellowtail rockfish south. This is number 20 coming out of the tool. However, I will note that it's ranked number 20 because yellowtail rockfish north was just recently assessed, and the tool ranks by species, not stocks. So because yellowtail rockfish in the south has never been assessed, we put this one forward on the list for this cycle, based on the SSC's previous recommendations that all stock areas try to be assessed at once, and while we're not assessing it at the same time as yellowtail north, having a new southern assessment that is closer in age to the northern assessment would be preferred rather than having a substantial lag between those two areas. Next on the list was Pacific spiny dogfish. This was lower ranked from our prioritization tool, number 44. However, it was prioritized by the council in 2024. And so again, we have invested some aging resources in this species over the past few years. Next is widow rockfish, number 12. The council requested this one back in the fall. And so, given the substantial work that was put into the widow rockfish assessment in this cycle, we don't anticipate that a benchmark assessment would tell us something substantially different from the assessment this cycle. There are a couple of new things that could potentially come online over the next year that would be new pieces of information, and those are the fishery dependent CPUE index work that's been prioritized for a groundfish methodology review in the fall, as well as a new widow rockfish eDNA index that the Northwest Center is working on along with the University of Washington. And then we have last on our list is Boccaccio, number 2, ranked out of the tool. And I will note that the Boccaccio are very difficult to age. And so if this assessment was going to use ages and substantial new ages, that would be a fairly large workload on our aging lab. Next slide, please. And then I'll switch to update assessments. And so we recommended Petrale sole number 2, which was last assessed in 2023, and vermilion and sunset rockfishes, which is a 4-area model and was at number 6 and last assessed in 2021. I would just note that Petrale sole is a fairly straightforward model to update. We don't anticipate it would, because it was fairly recently assessed, we don't anticipate an update would be particularly challenging. So that feels feasible. The 4-area vermilion and sunset rockfish model would be more difficult to update just because of the 4 different models associated with it. Next slide. So I will highlight for you that we've been working to highlight the weeks that we think star panels could occur in 2027. This is a not very interesting, but very important task and challenging to do to align all the schedules. And so I will just note that the schedule as it looks now would mean that we would be having data deadlines that would range between mid-February and May 3rd, depending on the selected star panel weeks. And we know that those data deadlines are really important for our state agency partners as well as our stock assessors. Next slide, please. I just have 2 more things I want to highlight from our NMFS recommendations. One is just a reminder that we have a number of older assessments that haven't been updated in quite a while. So there's 14 species that have stock assessments that will be at least 10 years old in 2027. Those older assessments have more scientific uncertainty associated with them. And I also want to make the point that longer intervals between assessments, I think, contribute to potentially larger changes between those assessments, just because things can change the longer it is between when we take a look at these stocks. So NMFS is investigating some simpler assessment methods to try to bring some of these species up to date in more efficient ways. And so in particular, we're focusing on species with lower OFL attainment and thinking about how we can update that science advice. And we'll come back in June with some more ideas on that. Next slide. And then I just last want to highlight a piece of a report where we're discussing the idea of moving towards more regularly scheduled assessments in our council and in our council process. And so the goal here would be to improve the planning and predictability for data collection, research, aging, and assessment work beyond 2 years. We think that this could increase the efficiency of the advisory body and council discussions around groundfish assessment priorities and give everyone a little bit more lead time in planning, research, and data collection. So because we are proposing this development of this 10-year plan that we would come back with a draft in June, we are not making NMFS recommendations for 2029 assessments at this time, and instead would be rolling those into that 10-year outlook. And with that, I am completed my presentation, and I am happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Marshall, Dr. Wetzel, Lynn Mattis?
Thank you, Chair. I have 2 questions, if that's all right. Thank you both for the presentation. On the last point you just made about the 10-year plan, just kind of thinking back to the last few cycles, would that be extremely prescriptive, or would there be room for some wiggle room? I'm thinking of the issue we had with sablefish a couple of years ago, where there was a huge recruitment. Would the plan allow for something that we think we need to address sooner than later, some sort of unusual event like that?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Mattis. Yes, I think it's kind of impossible to think about a plan that would not need some flexibility in it, right? And so I think what we've been discussing is the idea of, can we get more of our stocks on a more regular schedule that we're all agreeing upon, and then at least those we don't have to talk about every cycle. Maybe we'll be leaving 1 or even 2 slots open for benchmarks that would be things that responding to emerging needs, or something that we don't want to prescribe ahead of time. I think that flexibility is required.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair. The other question is on the prioritization and the age reading. Reading through your report and listening to what you said, there was capacity for lingcod ages, capacity for all these others. Was there any consideration of combinations? I have heard through ODFW's age reader that lingcod is very time sensitive and difficult, and spiny dogfish is very difficult in time. It takes a lot of time. And then the mention of red-banded in the same cycle. I didn't know a human's head could turn that way that quickly. Given this order, he flat out said those 3 species in the same cycle is a no-go. It would not be possible. So any consideration of how the sort of the cumulative impacts, to use a NEPA term, might play into this discussion?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Mattis. Yes. So in our preliminary discussions with just our federal aging staff, we did talk about total capacity, and partly the species that were previously prioritized by the council are species that our aging lab has started to prepare age structures for reading and begun training up on those. And so I think that is that's the reason that maybe there was less concern on the part of the federal aging staff. However, I would just note that, as is typical in our assessment prioritization process, we haven't yet had those coordination meetings with the states to talk through all of those issues. Although we did just schedule it for next week. So depending on the list that you all send us back with, we'll start that coordination process.
Thank you for that information.
Thank you. Other questions? Corey Niles?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Kristen and Chantel. Yeah, I think you'll hear us speak to that state federal coordination on aging in discussion. But my question is going to be on spiny dogfish. And as you noted in the NMFS report, there's been a recent publication that calling attention to some declines, not just off the West Coast, but off Canada and Alaska as well. So I'm just curious, as we've asked in the past, has there been any, and I don't think you mentioned this in the report, and no, it's not easy, but has there been any new thoughts on what it would take to like not look just at the West Coast data if we were to do assessment, but to look, if not a transboundary assessment with Canada or Alaska, but has been any thoughts on how we might, I think the main issues with that assessment were determining the ages of the older fish and then what is the transboundary movement going on. So any thoughts on if there's any prospect for some more transboundary cooperation based on that paper?
Through the chair. Thanks for the question, Mr. Niles. Yeah, so I will just say that the publication that's cited in the report was a collaborative publication research that was conducted with staff from the Northwest Center, along with folks from DFO and the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. So I think on the research side, those collaborations are happening. You asked about a transboundary assessment, and that is, if we were talking about that in an operational sense, that it would be a pretty substantial change in the way that we are currently conducting our assessments. And so, to my knowledge, those discussions haven't been happening. And I'll just look to Chantel to see if she has anything else that she wants to add on this.
The only thing I would add to Dr. Marshall's response is that there was funding for a tagging study being led by ODF&W, OSU, and was it UW as well? That I delivered tags to Leif Rasmussen a couple of years ago. And so once that work gets up and running and we get results from that, I do not know the current status of that project. That at least would provide us more understanding of dogfish movement off the West Coast. Are they staying on the West Coast? Are they going to Canada? Are they snowbirds going south, north? And so a future assessment could potentially incorporate that information when that becomes available.
Thank you. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation today. I need some help tracking the matrix here. There is a suggestion here under slide 8 that lean cod, because it's 2 areas, would perhaps take up almost a whole star panel or half of one. Meanwhile, for an update for vermilion and sunset rockfish, that's 4 areas. So in terms of total benchmarks or total star panel time, I'm wondering, when we look at things like yellowtail rockfish south that has never been assessed, and I'm thinking about the potential for area, different area models within the south of 4010 general stock. Is there a sense for bringing back some additional information for like combinations that would fit within these total benchmarks that includes also the aging capacity? Because I'm noting here that Boccaccio is listed as having substantial aging work needed, whereas yellowtail rockfish south has never been assessed and might need additional substantial aging work as well. So I guess the question is there a sense of within these, is there accommodation for all 6 of those star panels, or is there a way that we could be channeling this better? And that may be just, we need to talk more in June. So any additional thoughts would be helpful there. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. McKnight. I'll look to Chantel if she wants to say anything about Yellowtail South in particular, but just a general comment first. I think, in the past, what has happened is we've come to you all with just the results of our prioritization tool and sort of said, here you go. And so we're trying to constrain that a little bit more by giving you a shorter list that we think is feasible. However, the list is still longer than what we have full capacity for. So the idea is that we are looking for input on the species that we put forward, and we will take that input back, take under consideration the aging capacity with the states, and then return in June with sort of some more of a clear, this is how we think these star panels could fit together. It is a tricky problem with a lot of pieces.
Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Wetzel and Dr. Marshall for providing this. Your PowerPoint was really clear, and I found that very helpful. My question goes back to the spiny dogfish, and I appreciate the update from both of you on sort of what is happening with the science and where that is. I'm also noticing that it is, on your recommendation list for a benchmark. So I'm wondering if you could help me understand a little bit maybe what was in the Davidson et al. 2026 that led you to put it on the list, or if there's any other reasons why it was so high on the priority, even though we don't have this tagging study results. Thanks.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Ms. Ridings. So dogfish is on the list primarily because the council recommended it in 2024 for assessment. And so, we do take those recommendations into account quite seriously when we're considering what to put forward for this cycle. That dogfish was number 44 coming out of the stock assessment prioritization tool, so quite a bit further down. But because it was recommended the last time, we brought it forward this time and provided what the information that we do know is available, so including this new research that's showing that there's a declining index from both the West Coast, the Canada, and Alaska, and this new tagging study that isn't quite ready yet, but will be available in another year or so.
Thank you. Jamie Dimon.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. Thank you for doing all this and getting all this work ahead, because it definitely helps. I think what the kind of thing that keeps kind of getting brought up is capacity. And I mean, more explicitly, I'll just ask more explicitly because that's how I operate. So if you were to give us, say, like we have multiple species that are recommended for benchmarks that we're all acknowledging have heavy aging lifts. Red banded, when I went through the data availability document, red banded, it says there's like no ages red, 0. And so there's that. And then Boccaccio, substantial, like cross reading and things like that. How many heavy aging assessments can you do? And that would kind of help us prioritize. Like if it's 2, like great, then we can figure out which 2 of the heavy agers we feel we need, and then with those 2, how many, I don't want to say standard, nothing standard, nothing really goes that way, but like how many other additional assessments could we do? Like I just very, very realistically, that would, I know, help like myself, it would help folks in the gap prioritize like, where they need to go. And then you have info on catch updates, but then also like a combination of maybe catch only projections instead or in addition to. So like how many heavy aging, and with that number of heavy aging, how many standard or non as heavy aging can we do?
Thanks for the question through the chair. Ms. Diamond, I think that when we spoke with our aging staff, like it depends on what the combination of species are, like you said, and the species that we've already invested some work into. And so because we've already invested some aging work into lingcod, dogfish, and red-banded, because those we sort of were anticipating were coming. We think we could do those three that are all pretty heavy lifts, but they are doable. I think when we start to look at some of the species further down the list, then some of those may not require all of their ages to be aged. Like we may have we have other methods available to us that don't require as substantial of aging work. And then I guess I would just highlight when you see in the data document when there's 0 ages in there, that's not always, that means that there's sort of 0 production ages that have been pushed up to the database. And so our aging lab staff, the process of them doing the training and double reading and getting ready for that production aging isn't captured in that data report. So I just highlight for you that when it says 0 in there, it doesn't mean like we're starting from scratch in all cases. So sorry if that's a little bit misleading.
That was very good clarification. Yeah, I saw there was like 4,038 total structures, but 0 ages. And so I took that as, wow, we have read 0. That's a lot.
I guess as a ballpark number, our aging lab, they can typically do between 25 and 30,000 ages per year. So,
wow, that's good to know. Thanks.
Thank you. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify in case I missed this in the materials anywhere. Is there a certain number or a max of catch-only projections that could be accommodated in addition to the benchmark assessments that you laid out here?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Ms. McKnight. Yeah, the catch-only projections, we typically do between 2 and 5, and so that's a good ballpark for us. If the council was going to propose shifting the way we do assessments in a major way that would lead to a lot more catch-only projections for us, then that would mean we would need to reconsider how many benchmarks and updates we could do. But up to 5 is kind of what we would consider within scope with the other numbers that I shared in terms of benchmarks and updates.
Thank you for that. And then a question on slide 7. The bullet says prioritize catch-only projection requests when recent attainment of ACLs have been higher if fishery or sector is constrained. Can you just elaborate on that recommendation a little bit more? Thank you.
Sure. Through the chair. Ms. McKnight, thanks. That recommendation is just we're asking the council to consider when they will actually get the most from those catch-only projections. And those are typically either when attainment has been high or attainment doesn't have to be high if the fishery is constrained. But they're not a ton of work for our staff to run, but we want to make sure that we're being as efficient as we can with which of those species are selected for those catch-only updates, catch-only projections.
Okay, thank you. Go around for other questions. Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question, and thank you for the presentation. It's very helpful. Quick question for you about the alignment of your prioritization results and the national level discussion we're having about the risk value matrix. And so just, I guess, for everyone's benefit, the risk value matrix is something that a lot of council leadership is grappling with through the Council Coordination Committee. NIMS headquarters has asked that we all engage in this topic, and our understanding is that the risk value matrix will be used to align scientific resources within the agency. As I look at your slide 4 of 13, right away I start asking questions about how some of these species would line up with that risk value matrix. Like in my mind, they might not be priorities if we were to use that tool versus this tool here. So could you walk me through how and whether this effort is aligned with that one and what the implications might be of the further development of that risk value matrix as we continue to talk about stock assessment planning?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Mr. Burden. So I don't want to get too far ahead of myself on this one, but I think that we haven't really had explicit conversations about the alignment of this with the risk value matrix. Broadly, however, I think a lot of the factors that we do consider under prioritization are similar to the factors that are considered in those risk and value categories. In that approach, they might be weighted a little bit differently, but sort of the core underlying information is the same. I think the way that I am viewing this at a high level would be when we are thinking about the development of this 10-year outlook plan, we probably are going to be prioritizing stocks for that plan with more regular assessments based on those stocks that are going to be seen as falling in that category, the risk value matrix that would require more frequent looks. So I guess I would just say, that's the way that I'm currently thinking about it, but we don't have yet a plan for how to align those different efforts. So I think when we come back in June, we'll probably have more of a plan then.
Thank you. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess not understanding the risk value matrix to the same degree that Merrick does. Hearing about it and briefly makes me think, what we've been doing this the whole time. And thanks to Dr. Hasty and Dr. Wetzler, I'll look forward to hearing more about how that differs from what we've been doing. And Brad said yesterday in stock definitions, we've never had enough of you folks or the data to assess all the stocks we've had, and we've had to make hard decisions on what to assess and give management priority to. But who knows? Maybe we'll be enlightened. But my question is kind of on the plan. You also mentioned, and since we have some time today, just the simpler, I forget how you phrase it, but simpler stock assessment methods. Can you the possibility of fitting those in and how those might differ from the data limited or data moderate methods? And if it's too soon to elaborate, I was just out of curiosity wanting to hear more on your thinking there.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Mr. Niles. So I think with the data, we do have a number of tools available to us under our current terms of reference for data moderate and data limited methods. And so I think the first approach would be for us at the Science Center to look at these older assessments and see which of those match up with our existing methods, seem that they would be good candidates for the existing tools in the toolbox. But at the same time, there are maybe some more outside the box methods that we haven't yet considered for some of these stocks, such as going right for species that are well surveyed by our Groundfish bottom pearl survey, for example. Going right to the survey biomass index to inform our assessment might be something that the council might want to consider for species that are fairly low attainment, but we have high information for. So that would be something that I don't think we don't have fully fleshed out yet, but I think in the context of a longer development of a TOR discussion over this year and a desire to sort of come up with more streamlined methods to get quicker advice into the process that doesn't compromise the integrity of the science. Where we'll be sort of investigating that over the next couple of months. And so I can come back to you in June with more detail.
Thank you. Other questions? I don't see any. So thank you both for that. And I know you'll be here if things come up as we get into discussion. Next, we have a Scientific and Statistical Committee report. Dr. Schaffler, back up here. Welcome back, Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the council, I am Jason Schaffler. I will be reading agenda item D8A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Initial Stock Assessment Plan for 2027 and 2029. The SSC discussed initial planning and prioritization for groundfish stock assessments to be completed during 2027 and 2029. Chantel Wetzel and Kristen Marshall summarized the stock assessment prioritization process and the NMFS preliminary recommendations for 2027 stock assessments and addressed questions about NMFS recommendations, data availability, and the prioritization tool. Although the NMFS prioritization tool provides a useful set of rankings to support prioritization, it is not prescriptive, and other considerations that can impact the priority, timing, and feasibility of assessments. Agenda item D8A, NMFS Report 1, provides the preliminary list of assessments recommended by NMFS in order of priority. The list includes 9 benchmarks, 7 species, 2 with up to 2 area assessments, and 2 update assessments for 2 species, 1 including a 4 area assessment. NMFS anticipates aging and assessment capacity will be sufficient for 4 to 6 benchmark assessments and 0 to 2 update assessments, so not all of the recommended benchmark assessments can be undertaken during 2027. NMFS also has the capacity to undertake catch-only projection, but recommends projections only be requested when the attainment of ACLs has been high and a fishery or sector is constrained. The SSC generally concurs with the NMFS recommendations. Table 1 at the end of this statement provides SSC recommendations for the type and timing of the assessments recommended in the NMFS report, as well as the initial ranking and number of areas to be assessed for each species. The SSC notes that no more than 2 species with considerable aging workload in terms of difficulty and/or number of unread age structures should be assessed during this cycle given the overall anticipated aging workload. In addition, the SSC made the following observations that may affect the prioritization and timing of the recommended assessments. Lingcod was prioritized by the Pacific Fishery Management Council for assessment during 2024. The SSC supports this as a high priority for assessment during 2027. Lingcod will require 2 benchmark assessments, north and south of 4010 North, and substantial aging work. The relative difficulty involved in aging lingcod could constrain aging capacity if benchmark assessments are undertaken for both red-banded rockfish and Pacific spiny dogfish during 2027. Red-banded rockfish was prioritized by the Council for assessment during 2024, and the SSC supports this as a high priority for assessment during 2027. The Northwest Fisheries Science Center and WDFW Aging Lab staff have trained on red-banded rockfish in anticipation of an upcoming assessment and expect sufficient capacity to support an assessment during 2027. WDFW has thousands of unaged odorless or red-banded rockfish collected from fisheries. Green-spotted rockfish was last assessed during 2011 and has a target assessment frequency of 8 years. The 2011 assessment included 2 modeled areas. It is unclear whether this will be necessary in a new benchmark assessment, which could be done as a single model. The SSC supports green-spotted rockfish as a high priority for assessment during 2027. Substantial aging work would be needed for an age-based assessment, but an assessment fit primarily to length compositions may be appropriate. Yellowtail rockfish south is on the list of recommended assessments because yellowtail rockfish south of 4010 North was not assessed at the same time as yellowtail rockfish north of 4010 in 2025. The SSC has previously recommended that species with multiple area-based assessments be undertaken at the same time. For yellowtail rockfish, there is clear genetic evidence of 2 stocks, which may reduce the importance of concurrent assessments. If a southern assessment is to be undertaken alone, having only 1 cycle between the 2 assessments would be preferred. Pacific spiny dogfish was prioritized by the Council for assessment during 2024. WDFW has been investigating alternative aging methods for this species. but that work has not been completed and cannot contribute to an assessment during 2027. In addition, a planned workshop on aging spiny dogfish has not happened, nor has work on evaluating harvest control rules for elasmobranchs. Ongoing work related to dogfish movement may be available for a 2027 or 2029 assessment. Widow rockfish has been prioritized by the Council for a 2027 benchmark assessment. The 2025 update assessment has been subject to considerable additional work and review since August 2025, amounting to products that are similar to a benchmark assessment. A new assessment is unlikely to substantially improve our understanding of stock status with only routine updates to existing data. New data sources could include fishery-dependent catch per unit effort indices and an index based on eDNA from the Pacific Hake Acoustic Trawl Survey, but these are not yet fully developed and would require methodology reviews. A methodology review for the fishery-dependent CPUE indices is planned, though not yet scheduled, and the use of the proposed methodology may not be approved for use in assessments. An eDNA index is under development, but is unlikely to undergo methodology review in time for an assessment during 2027. Even if these new indices are available for an assessment, it is unclear if they will change the perspective on the stock. Although widow rockfish displays aspects of spatial stock structure that could be important for quantifying regional differences in stock status, the research and development requirements to explore the feasibility of a spatial stock assessment is unlikely to be complete by 2027. The SSC recommends delaying a new assessment for widow rockfish until 2029. Bocaccio are difficult to age, particularly those sampled along the Southern California Bight, where most of the biomass is concentrated. The 2015 assessment was the first to include age data, which enabled estimation of natural mortality and improved growth estimates. A lack of newly completed age reads should not substantially impact the ability to conduct an assessment. Petrale sole was recommended by NMFS as a candidate for an update assessment. It was last assessed during 2023, and the SSC recommends the next assessment be an update. This is a high priority due to its commercial importance and relatively high attainment. Vermilion sunset rockfish was recommended by NMFS as a candidate for an update assessment. This stock was last assessed during 2021, and the SSC and Stock Assessment Review Panel recommended that the next area-based assessments be benchmarks. In addition, developing models for 4 areas would represent more work than a typical update, which may create a capacity concern for 2027. The SSC identified green striped rockfish and long spine thorny head as potential alternatives for benchmark stock assessments in 2027. 14 species have stock assessments that will be at least 10 years old by 2027. Longer intervals between assessments increase uncertainty, which is reflected in the application of time-varying sigma in the calculations of acceptable biological catch buffers. They also contribute to possibility of changes in stock status given the large amounts of additional data, substantial changes in fishery dynamics, and recent advancements in stock assessment methodologies. NMFS is investigating simpler assessment methods, in particular for species with lower overfishing limit attainment, and intends to provide a long-term plan for stock assessment prioritization that may address some of these concerns. And then the last part of our statement is a table that goes through the SSC's recommendations for 2027, some potential 2027 alternatives, and 2029 recommendations. These include the NOAA rank, the last assessment, the next assessment that the SSC would recommend, the assessment type, and the likely number of models. And I would point out that this table is not in any prioritization. These are simply all assessments that the SSC would recommend. And that concludes the SSC statement. I would be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Schaffler on the SSC report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. I seem to be the one who's quick on the draw with the hand this morning. Thank you, Dr. Schaffler, for the report. The SSC is discussing update assessments for petrale and possibly vermilion sunset rockfish. Given our experience the last couple of cycles with update assessments, was there any discussion with within the SSC about the utility of those? You know, they're supposed to be kind of a time and cost savings, but in two recent cases, they have been more work than a benchmark. Any discussion about that, or was that under a later agenda item for today? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Mattis. Yes, the SSC did have fairly substantial discussions about that. And with respect to Petrale Sole, that is a relatively recent assessment, last completed in 2023. So the issues with bycatch or the assumptions that are in the assessment are mostly very new based on current accepted practices. So we would not anticipate any issues with that assessment.
Are there questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Schaffler. My question is regarding the recommendation around green spotted. I noticed that that's something that the SSC is recommending. It was also recommended on the NMFS list, but isn't on the GAP or the GMT list, just cheating ahead here a little bit. So I'm wondering if you could provide a little bit more about why the SSC thought that should be on the recommendation list.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. The SSC primarily discussed that assessment with respect to its age. It was last assessed in 2011, and the recommended interval for that assessment, I believe, is either 6 or 8 years. So we're well past where we would like the assessment frequency to be. It's nearing the phase out to where it goes from, well, it would transition to, I think, perhaps an equilibrium MSY or some other category 3 type methods, and that we do have, or that NMFS has sufficient aging structures available to inform that assessment.
Thank you. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the report. I have a question about yellowtail rockfish south. My memory is a little bit rusty. We have had this conversation before about this particular part of the stock and that we weren't quite ready based on some data gaps. Because this particular part of the stock has never been assessed, was there much conversation about how to approach that and how much time that might take in a STAR panel versus maybe something else on the list that's an update or has been assessed before?
Thank you for the question, Ms. McKnight. Yes, we also had fairly substantive discussions about yellowtail rockfish south. That was brought for, or it was prioritized in 2017, and then the assessment wasn't completed due to data issues or lack of data. We now have enough ages throughout yellowtail rockfish south range, and there's the thought that there would be minimal need to borrow parameters from the North assessment. It certainly would be obviously a full benchmark that would require significant work and development, but we don't think that would be a particularly challenging to develop those the age estimates themselves. That we certainly believe that could be done. We did have additional discussion that should that not be prioritized for 2027, perhaps waiting until 2029 and reassessing yellowtail rockfish north in conjunction with yellowtail south might also be another appropriate workload.
Thank you. More?
Yes, thank you. That is helpful. So it would resemble maybe something more like lingcod, where it takes up an entire STAR panel. But given what you've just said, it sounds like the data gap is closing or has closed to a point where you feel like you could proceed without conducting yellowtail north at the same time.
but the recommendation here is to at least have them staggered. So I guess, was there a stronger preference to have them together versus staggering, or you see that staggering would also be an acceptable way to proceed?
Yep. Thank you for the question, Ms. McKnight. Yes, we thought that staggering them isn't acceptable. And one of the real reasons why that we felt that it was acceptable is because there's real genetic evidence that these are two separate, distinct stocks. So there's not as strong of a need to assess them together. But also waiting, there would be a reasonable outcome.
Corey Ridings, then Corey Niles. I think Corey Niles, you're trying to get your hand up also. Corey R.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Schaffler, for those responses that you just gave to Ms. McKnight. My question stems from them, which is when talking about yellowtail, I got a little triggered when you talked about borrowing from the north, and you used the term minimal need. And so I just want to dig a little bit deeper there. Can you explain, if that were to move forward, what does minimal need in terms of borrowing from the north mean?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. When two area assessments are done, there will often be more data in one or the other such that mortality or the prior on mortality is they're using a similar mortality prior or data like that. So that's the type of borrowing that we're talking about in terms of having information in common between the two assessments.
Thank you. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, no, well, not to go too much on a tangent here, but one of the mind-blowing things about this yellowtail assessment was that the recruits from the north are actually in the south of 4010 and then somehow remain genetically distinct. But I'm going to follow up on Lynn's question on petrale, just because I think it'll be relevant to the next discussion as well. And I also want to say now I don't want to do petrale sole because the SSC jinxed it and it's going to come out poorly. But just so a lot of the concern was with widow was we don't want to, like, let's say petrale sole was to come out with lower abundance than expected and maybe even overfished. A lot of us would have hesitancy to really restrict the fishery based on an update assessment. So can you go into a little why we would be more confident that there would be fewer stones to overturn if that were to be the results with petrale?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Niles. With respect to widow rockfish, one of the major things that I think you've heard over the recent council meetings was that a data error was found in there. And that assessment happened to be 10 to 12 years old, going back to the 2015 assessment, and it wasn't identified until this particular cycle. The petrale assessment it was done in 23, so it's much newer. The data weighting, which was in one of the issues in the widow assessment, those practices were the current practices for data weighting are the same as what they were in 23. So while you're absolutely right, you never know until you do it. Our concern with that wasn't particularly high. We can always uncover a mistake or a data error, but it's given the recency of that assessment, we don't believe that is a large concern.
Thank you. Other questions on the SSC report? Jamie Dimon.
All right, thank you. I just realizing that there's no suggestion of catch only projections in the SSC report? Was that you just don't have an opinion on, or is that not something you would typically weigh in on, or was there a reason you didn't put in any catch only?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Diamond. The only recommendation that the SSC would have in terms of catch only projections is we agree with the Science Center's thought process that the council should be judicious in asking for species that are high attainment, or that the choke species where a particular sector has a real constraint. So besides that, we don't have any recommendations for those particular species, and we would look towards the GMT or the GAP to bring those recommendations out.
Thank you. Just trying to figure out where thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Dr. Schaffler. Next, make sure the order here. We have a Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Gary Richter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Be reading from agenda item D8A, Supplemental Gap Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Initial Stock Assessment Plan for 2027 and 2029. The GAP identifies the following stocks for various assessments in the 2027 and 2029 assessment cycles. Similar to the NMFS report, the GAP is recommending a scope larger than the capacity of the science centers have to assess. Given that, we expect to whittle down our recommendations in June based on the council discussion at this meeting and additional information between this meeting and June. Note that the GAP does not provide any recommendations for 2029 at this time, but will comment in June. So under full benchmark assessments, GAP recommends the following species to be considered for full benchmark assessments in 2027. Lingcod, coastwide. Lingcod is a highly sought after species for both commercial and recreational sectors. It ranks high on the NMFS prioritization tool at number 5 and is recommended in NMFS Report 1. Widow rockfish. Widow rockfish is a critically important species for our commercial trawl sectors. The SSC has recommended that the next widow assessment be a full benchmark assessment. GAP believes that these two new potential data sources, fishery dependent catch per unit effort, which is CPUE, and analysis of environmental DNA could be used to inform this benchmark assessment, as noted in the agenda item D8A under the NMFS Report 1. Absent these additional data sources, the GAP acknowledges the assessment may not differ that much from the assessment this year, given the work on the assessment through the 2 supplemental reviews. For Yellowtail Rockfish South, Yellowtail Rockfish South is a very important stock both recreationally and commercially and has never been assessed. Yellowtail landings south of 4010 north latitude have increased substantially with the implementation of non-bottom contact gear allowances. For red-banded rockfish is a moderately important slope rockfish species for both fixed gear and trawl fisheries. It has never been assessed and ranks number 8 on the NMFS prioritization tool, so a new benchmark assessment is warranted. For Boccaccio rockfish is an important species for all recreational and commercial sectors, ranking very high at number 2 on the NMFS priority list. Aging Boccaccio otoliths has been and continues to be very difficult. GAP realizes that preparing for an assessment that relied on ages would come at a cost to investing in aging work for other species such as green-spotted rockfish, but believes that the effort should be focused on Boccaccio due to its importance to all fisheries. For black rockfish in Oregon. Black rockfish in Oregon is very important to recreational and nearshore commercial fleets. Similar to the discussion about the widow rockfish assessment, fishermen have been concerned that recent assessments have not truly represented what fishermen are seeing on the water. The GAP believes that visual, hydroacoustic, and ROV surveys being conducted in Oregon may be used in a new benchmark assessment and could provide a better representation of true stock status. Under update assessments for 2027, For Petrale sole, it's the GAP's priority species for an update assessment because it's a very important species for our trawl fisheries with high attainment. GAP agrees with NMFS that an update assessment would not differ greatly from the last benchmark assessment, but could allow for an update in harvest specifications plus reset time varying sigma. The target assessment frequency for Petrale sole is 4 years and was last assessed as a full benchmark in 2023, thus warranting an update in 2027. Under short spine thorny head is very important to both non-trawl as a target species and trawl participants, which has become a constraining species, particularly with the reductions in species such as canary, Petrale sole, and widow. GAP would be interested in further information from the science centers on the viability of a short spine thorny head update or a full assessment for 2027. If not, this may be a candidate for a benchmark in 2029. Under catch-only updates for 2027, GAP recommends the following species for catch-only updates in 2027. These species are constraining, even if they are moderately attained, and additional yield in the future could be extremely beneficial to the groundfish fishery. Note that some of these species have been identified for benchmark or update assessments. The GAP will make a final recommendation in June. And we have canary rockfish, sablefish, dark blotched, cowcod, and short spine and widow, understanding that it would be pending decisions above with updates or benchmarks. Proposed long-term schedule. GAP had a lot of discussion regarding the current stock assessment process and the instability caused by stock assessment results, particularly in recent years. The GAP recognizes the need to figure out how to better plan stock assessments to be sure that assessors have the necessary data, particularly for ages and et cetera, to assess stocks. The GAP supports the NMFS proposal to bring forward a 10-year plan in June and looks forward to the conversation at that time. And lastly, I'd like to say we'd like to thank Drs. Marshall and Wetzel for multiple Q&A sessions in the GAP this week. It was really helpful. With that, I'd take any questions you got.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Richter on the GAP report? Doesn't look like there's any questions. Thank you, Gary. Next, we have a groundfish management report. Will Jasper. Welcome back, Will.
Good morning, Chair Hassmer and members of the council. For the record, my name is William Jasper, and I'll be summarizing the GMT report on agenda item D8A, Initial Stock Assessment Plan for 27 and 29. There is a long report here. I will be speaking to the GMT table of recommendations and then incorporating the specific species rationale by reference. I will speak to the reasons we have excluded one species recommended by NMFS, and then speak to the consideration of the 10-year planning process. So to the table, the GMT has selected a number of species for primary priority or top priority for assessment in 27, and then a series of alternate species that could be assessed in 27 or at a later date, depending on the council. We want to bring forward all these species at this time so that when we get to June, we can have a better understanding of the relative capacity and constraints that selecting one or the other may require. So for top species, for benchmark assessment, the GMT is recommending lingcod, both north and south of 4010, red-bedded rockfish on a coastwide, yellowtail rockfish south of 4010, and Boccaccio rockfish on a coastwide. Potential alternatives to this, either in 27 or at a later date, could be widow rockfish as a benchmark assessment coastwide, English sole as a benchmark or potentially an update assessment on a coastwide basis, striped tail rockfish on a benchmark assessment of a coastwide basis, black rockfish, benchmark assessment for Oregon, and green spotted rockfish as a benchmark assessment for coastwide. For our update assessments, our top priority would be a Petrale sole update on a coastwide scale, and potentially we would consider vermilion and sunset rockfish as a state regional update assessment. And then we have a series of catch-only projections we would like to prioritize for 2027. Those are canary rockfish, short spine thorny head, widow rockfish, yellowtail rockfish north of 4010, chili pepper rockfish, and sablefish. Though I will note that chili pepper was a recommendation contingent on the council selecting alternative 1 under agenda item D6. And as you've selected alternative 2, this may not be necessary. So speaking to reasons for excluding species recommended by National Marine Fisheries Service, Pacific spiny dogfish. Planned activities to review survey catchability since the last benchmark assessment for this species have not occurred. Additionally, research to improve age reading and methods is still ongoing. Therefore, the GMT sees limited value in assessing the species for 2027. However, discussion for future assessment planning in a 10-year process seems warranted. And then speaking to the 10-year planning process, NMFS Report 1 references that NMFS will provide a 10-year assessment outlook for the June 26 council meeting. The GMT supports this long-term view on assessment planning and looks forward to the discussion. In particular, the GMT would like to see species currently unassessed or species with assessments greater than 10 years old be incorporated into this long-term planning process. While the GMT recommends striped tail rockfish and English sole to fill these categories respectively, other species could also be considered for 27 and would warrant discussion for long-term planning. The green striped rockfish assessment is older than that of English sole, but may be suitable for alternative assessment techniques. Similarly, bank rockfish, which is priority 14, and short raker, which is priority 33, also have not been assessed, with short raker rockfish filling the potential preference for NMFS to have a slope rockfish species assessed. And before I take any questions, I would like to echo the GAP's appreciation for Drs. Kristen Marshall and Chantal Wetzel for their extensive discussion and presentation for the GAP and GMT this week. Their expertise is very much appreciated.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Jasper on the GMT report? And no questions. Thank you, Will. That completes our reports. We're going to go through public comment and then have a short break so people can digest this and organize some thoughts. Our public comments are up there on the screen. First, we have Jeff Lackey. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Lackey. I support the GAP statement. I advocate for full benchmark assessments for widow and short spine in 2027, particularly if more information and rationale can come to light between now and June FPA, including but not limited to widow fishery age data for 2025 that could shed light on the 2018 and 2019 year classes, and short spine age at 50% maturity, given recent Alaska publication of older research showing a result of 13 years. I acknowledge Alaska differences, and there are often more variables than immediately apparent in such matters. I understand there are complexities and requests and trade-offs that the Science Center has to deal with that make this a difficult process, and appreciate their work in communication with the industry and the GAP. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Lackey on his testimony? No questions. Thanks, Jeff. And then Yelena Novak. Good morning, Yelena.
Good morning, Chair Hasmer. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good morning, council members. My name is Yelena Novak. I'm speaking on behalf of the Oregon Trawl Commission on agenda item D8, Initial Stock Assessment Plan for 2027-29. OTC is a fisherman-funded state commission which was established to support the Oregon trawl fishing industry. Our fleet consists of 60 trawl vessels participating in the groundfish and hake fisheries. OTC recommends prioritizing widow rockfish, short spine thorny head, canary rockfish, and petrale sole for benchmark assessments in the upcoming cycles. These stocks are critically important to trawl operations as key target or incidental species. Recent assessments for these stocks have been highly pessimistic, concluding that they are less healthy than previously thought. These conclusions differ again sharply from fishermen's observations on the water and from earlier assessments. All trawl-relevant groundfish stocks have been rebuilt from overfish status. There are currently no conservation concerns or overfishing issues, yet recent assessments have resulted in significant quota reductions, or would have in the case of widow rockfish. In 2025, trawl ACLs were reduced by 63% for short spine, 60% for canary, and 30% for petrale, even as fishermen consistently report strong abundance. Yesterday, you heard from a trawler from Monterey, California, who said that he caught his petrale last year by avoiding them. This resonated with what OTC's chair Rex Leach shared with me about this high value stock. OTC's Vice Chair Mark Cooper said back in the 80s, 90s, they had to look for petrale, and now it's everywhere. He called it a quick and easy fishing. Canary rockfish is another stock that fishermen report encountering in many locations and in healthy amounts. In traditional grounds, they're reported in large biomasses, forcing fishermen to avoid those areas altogether. Last year, Mark Cooper caught 20% of his canary quota in just 2 bottom trawl trips. He was able to avoid them in a hake fishery, although he noted that large canary encounters are possible in hake as well. Short spines are found across a wide range of depths and are incidentally caught in all trawl fisheries. Fishing pressure on them is minimal because there is no longer a targeted fishery, which raises the question of how justified a 63% quota cut really is. If Dover market were to strengthen up, which it likely will one day, the fleet would not be able to access it due to the short spine constraint. Widow rockfish remains the most important commercial rockfish stock in the non-whiting midwater trawl fishery, and the need for a benchmark assessment has already been well established at this meeting. I would like to provide some economic context. I sincerely apologize. Yesterday, I provided you an underestimated number for annual profitability for non-whiting midwater vessels who catch rockfish. The number I provided was $25K, which only included variable costs, therefore presenting a partial picture. Please allow me to provide you with the correct figure, which reflects total costs. According to the figure 27 on page 112 of the trawl program report, review report, a quarter of non-whiting midwater trawl vessels have actually had zero profit since 2019, not 25,000, as I said yesterday. A quarter of all DTS vessels have operated with negative profits since 2020, with only slight improvement into 2023. A quarter of shoreside hake vessels have been operating unprofitably since 2021, with losses in excess of $100,000 per year. Profit is what is left after business pays all its bills. A quarter of all trawl groundfish vessels operate with negative profit. Importantly, these figures do not even include quota leasing costs. Unwarranted quota cuts can crush the industry and its markets. To conclude, I recognize that staff and budget are limited and there are other priority stocks for other fishing sectors. Nevertheless, due to the dire economic situation in our sector, OTC respectfully requests prioritizing and benchmark assessment for widow, short spine, canary, and petrale, as all of these stocks are critically important for trawl operations. Continued discounting of trawl ACLs, which appears to be unwarranted for these stocks, will further push the industry toward economic hardship. That concludes my statement. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Novak on her testimony? Rebecca Lent?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Elena, for that follow-up to the figures you mentioned earlier. I just want to note that the economics team at the Northwest Fishery Science Center is working on that last issue you mentioned, which is including quota leasing costs in the analyses. There's some preliminary work being done there, and I'd be happy to share that with you, but that's a really important part of the picture, as you point out. Thank you.
Through the chair, may I respond?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Councilmember Land. I appreciate the feedback. I do agree that this is an important component and we cannot see the full picture unless those costs are included. And the current trawl program review report shows, understandably, the information through 2023 only, which was before the current quota cuts. So I would say I look forward seeing the updated numbers. I am concerned and I am worried what am I going to see. I have some suspicion that we will see drastically worse numbers. But again, I appreciate the effort to include quota leasing costs into this information. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Ridings?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Elena. My question, I think, is just a clarifying question. I thought I heard you say that none of your members were profitable. And I just want to make sure that if I heard that correctly, and if not, if you could just clarify that for us. Thanks.
Thank you for the question through the chair. I did not say that all our boats are unprofitable. According to the trawl program review report, the figure that I referenced, a quarter. So the figure is basically, it shows you the average profitability, but it also shows you the gray shaded area, and the bottom part of that gray shaded area shows the bottom quarter of the vessels. So I don't mean to call them bottom quarter, but it's the least performing, economically performing quarter of the vessel. So if you look at those graphs, you can quickly see that based on that information, a quarter of our trawl vessels across different sectors operate either at a zero or below zero with no profit.
Thanks, Elena. I know what you're referring to, and I appreciate that clarification.
Thank you.
Other questions? And not seeing any hands here. Thank you, Elena. That completes all of our reports and the public comment. Let's just review our task list here before we take a break. Consideration of the NMFS report, other information, and then ultimately recommending a preliminary list of assessment by type. So let's take 10 minutes, see if we can come back then and get into our discussion. All right, let's start moving back to our seats, please, so we can get started. All right, hopefully you had time to stand out in the sunshine, absorb some radiant energy, bring it back in. So we're going to continue here on agenda item D8. We are to our council task, and the big one there is a recommendation of a preliminary list of species for assessment by type. Who wants to start the discussion? Lots of hands going up and then fingers pointing. Lynn had it.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know there's a lot of interest in a lot of various species and appreciate the report we received from the Science Center and the input we've received from the GAP and the GMT and the SSC as well. I did want to speak to yellow eye rockfish. I know last fall I had expressed some interest in yellow eye rockfish. Declaring something rebuilt on 40.1% of unfished biomass on an update assessment made me very, very nervous. The action we took a little bit ago with the alternative 2 for the initial harvest specification being a little precautionary there eases some of my concerns. I also don't know that we have any new information that would help us. So hopefully under the 27-28 harvest specifications process, we can allow some limited retention in some fisheries so we can get some new biological data, some new age data that so we'd have something to inform a new full benchmark. So while I had mentioned that previously, I don't think it's ready for its close-up yet, but something I do want to keep on the purview for the future. Thinking about black rockfish off of Oregon, the GAP recommended that as a priority for 2027. ODFW staff did conduct the nearshore survey last summer. They were able to complete all of their work and they are busy working the data up, but it's highly unlikely all of the data would be available in time for data deadlines and a proper review in time to meet the data deadlines for a 2027 assessment. So unfortunately, we'll have to live with our current, we may have to live with our current black rockfish limits for a couple of more years. They're just, again, there won't, new information to inform a new assessment won't be ready in time for 2027. And again, I do want to reiterate some of the things in my discussion with Dr. Marshall and Dr. Wetzel about age reading capacity. So being strategic in what species we consider putting together. And we may need to ask for some more information on that. So some opening salvo of thoughts.
Thank you, Lynn. Other thoughts, discussion? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Lynn. And if helpful, working with ODFW, CDFW did put together what could be some written guidance, at least to start talking about. And I believe that would be ready to put up on the screen if that's acceptable to you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Let's go there. There you go.
Yeah, again, just some guidance here. I'll just read it quickly. And it would be to request the Science Centers work with partners to provide more information at the June 2026 meeting on age reading capacity, data availability, and related issues to consider full benchmark assessments for the following species: 2027 cycle, red-banded rockfish, lingcod, widow rockfish and yellowtail rockfish south of 4010 north latitude. And then 2029 cycle black rockfish off Oregon and Washington, and spiny dogfish, which I forgot to delete the parentheses there, parenthetical, given it's redundant, but I'll just to speak briefly and then look to help from CDFW and ODFW. Lynn just kind of spoke to some of it, but I know they'll have thoughts. And we got a lot of good information from the science centers and from the GAP GMT at SSC. And I think the questions that's going around in our minds is really what is the capacity of the system, across state and federal labs for breeding otoliths in lingcod fins. Looking for a little more information on that, which also gets into the scheduling of star panels and maybe needing to schedule some later than others to get the otoliths. So again, I'll stop here in a second and look for colleagues to elaborate, but I don't know we were ready to put out a full list here. We think, the GMT GAP SSC put out some really good thoughts, and maybe a little more in June would help us in giving the Science Center some flexibility to propose some more thoughts in June would be the way to go. But these species for 2027 are what we would focus on. I'll just say widow rockfish. We did hear that it might be a little different than the others. We did hear that there's not going to be likely new data to answer some of the fundamental questions with the assessment. But we're also thinking to the D4 alternative control rules, and that the thought there was that it would be a 2-year decision. And so what would we have in 2027 cycle to inform what happens after those 2 years? And maybe that's a catch-only update or whatnot, but we just still wanted to highlight that one for some more information and thought coming back. And then lastly, on spiny dogfish, there are really good reasons to want to do that assessment. Like the trawl survey, catchability was a big question, which seemed to be a transboundary migration possible issue. And then again, being able to determine the age of the older or larger animals because the spines get worn off. And I know my agency, Teresa So's group, has been trying to look at some new methods. Those just won't be ready for 2027, they don't think. And we heard from the science centers that there's also tagging projects that also are not likely to be ready by 2027. So definitely very interested in that assessment still, but it doesn't look like 2027 will pay off. And sorry, I'll stop there and ask CDFW and ODFW to help elaborate.
Thank you, Corey. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Niles, for this initial start at our guidance here. I just want to comment a little bit about maybe the thought that this list for 2027 looks a little bit lean, and I think that's intentional after hearing that several of the species on this list are very, very difficult to read or very time intensive, and without really understanding the full scope of aging capacity labs. I think that this is just a way to start the list right now until we get to June and hear more about that. But I do want to just touch quickly on yellowtail rockfish south of 4010. I appreciate that NMFS has put forward a list of some other species that are highly ranked or lower ranked. We've been talking about yellowtail rockfish south of 4010 for a long time. And we've been slowly gathering in information and closing the data gap that at some point we have to decide whether we're to go, no go for launch. And I feel pretty compelled that maybe this is the opportunity to really dig in between now and June and take a look at the data we have and understand how it does or does not comport with the yellowtail north stock and the pieces that are part of it before we make a decision to proceed with or without the northern piece in a separate cycle like in 2029. But I'm feeling like this is the opportunity now to really explore that assessment option. Likewise, I'm just going to note that lingcod is a critically important species for the entire coast, both recreational and commercial, and it is also a behemoth. And I'll note that for California, we always come to a critical junction in the past with that assessment, where we really have to address the piece between 4010 and 42. And when I think about lingcod and I think about the stock definition decision that we've made for that species specifically, I have no doubt that that will be a heavy hitter, not just from the aging, but from the star panel and even from the specification point thereafter. And so, again, looking at star panel times versus what's on here versus the all associated work for state agencies to support these species, I feel like this is a pretty good start before we get to June and make final decisions. I think I'll stop there and see if there's some other comments. Thanks.
Any other comments? Lynn Mattis?
Thank you, Chair. And appreciate the opening salvos from Mr. Niles and Ms. McKnight. We've had a lot of good discussion over the last couple of days. Just looking at the list, while it may seem light, that list accounts for 5 out of 6 potential star panel spots, with lingcod being assumed to be needing 2 assessments and taking up 1 full star. So while it may look a little light, it's 5/6 the way there. I can't do that percentage in my head right now. So there may be potential room for 1 more full benchmark. We have not addressed updates yet. I know myself and maybe some of the others are interested in some more discussion about the utility of our update assessments, including what I think is our next Groundfish agenda item, looking at our overall process for assessments. We might get some more information. And we also haven't addressed catch updates, which catch updates don't have aging. So hopefully that isn't as critical to identify those at this time. But we did feel that this was a good start, and it's not 100%, yep, this is what we're going to do, but I think this is a really good signal for age readers, assessors, et cetera, of at least 5 out of 6 full, or 5 out of a potential 6 full benchmark. So really appreciate the communication and coordination that I've been able to have with WDFW and CDFW on this, as well as Drs. Marshall and Wetzel. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion here? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks to Mr. Niles for putting out this guidance, and to Ms. Mattis and Ms. Knight for weighing in. I guess I have a question. I'm not really sure who it's for, but just looking at the list and seeing the priority species that the various groups came up with, and thinking about Boccaccio, which is the one that's not on the list here, that we're looking at in front of us. And so I'm wondering if someone could elaborate maybe on why that didn't make the cut, or maybe it did and that we just don't feel like we need to ask NMFS for more information before June. Thanks.
There's someone who can tackle that. Caroline McKnight.
I'll take a first swing at it. Thank you for the question. I don't think that this list precludes anything else that's on the priority outlined by NMFS. I will note that I didn't specifically advocate for it now, noting that the NMFS presentation said that it's a substantial workload. And in lieu of what we know that's on the list is also a substantial workload, that seemed like too much. But I think when we get to June, and if we hear about some of these others, it doesn't mean anything else on that list couldn't be inserted and considered, if that helps.
Thank you. Other discussion? Otherwise, is there agreement around the table? Heard from the 3 states. Looking at the other council members here, I'm seeing head nods with that guidance. So I'm going to look to Jesse and ask, without having our checklist up there, other items the council should consider here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we received some really good guidance, so we will work with the science centers to consider what you just spoke to, and then we'll be coming back to this item in June for when you'll take final action on your recommendations for 2027 stock assessments, when we have some of that additional information, and then also can consider 2029 and beyond planning.
All right, thank you. Before we close this out, let me look around. Corey Niles?
Yeah, just it's probably not. Thank you, Jesse and Caroline. Just maybe what Caroline was saying, just to maybe repeat a little bit. Which I think, yeah. For example, we're not saying that the Petrali Sol with this guidance was meant not to say not to do the Petrali Sol update, but on the Boccaccio, like back and forth. That is, we heard another one that's really hard to age. So there, yeah, just a little more context on. There's a lot good in those three, well, four counting the NIMS report that we had to consider. So it really is looking for more no rejection of real ideas in there, but looking for more information to help in June.
Thank you. Other comments here on this agenda item? Not seeing any. We're going to close that out. My understanding is our next scheduled item here is another groundfish, or excuse me, salmon. Salmon won't be ready till probably 1 o'clock-ish. So if it's okay with all of you, we would break for lunch now and come back at 1. We worked late yesterday. Maybe you can catch up on your sleep, the hour you're going to lose tonight. But let's come back at 1 o'clock. That's okay. Okay, as people are wandering in here, we're not ready to start yet, but it seems we are going to start on a groundfish item for 30 minutes. Salmon isn't quite ready, so just hang tight and we'll do groundfish for about 30 minutes. And when salmon is ready, we'll come back to that. All right, apologize for this change in the agenda. I appreciate people's flexibility. Salmon was not ready. And I didn't think we had a half hour to spare in our day here. So we're going to move on with D9, at least get started on that. And at some time, we'll have to break during that unless it goes really fast, do some salmon stuff, and then come back and finish it up. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jesse Waller for the introduction here.
Good afternoon, council members. This is agenda item D9, 2728 stock assessment terms of reference scoping. So as a reminder, there are 3 tours that guide the stock assessment process. One that specifies how stock assessment reviews should occur and divides the roles and responsibilities of various entities contributing to the process. One that guides development of rebuilding analyses, and one that guides how new methodologies that inform analyses used in management decisions are reviewed. While the tours describe the processes and roles and reviews for stock assessments, rebuilding analyses, and methodology reviews, as a reminder, the Groundfish FMP actually describes the framework by which the resulting products are used by management. Unlike past cycles, revision to the tours will be a 3-meeting process rather than a 2-meeting process. At this meeting, the council and its advisory bodies will scope potential changes to the 3 tours. The council should identify areas for change for each of the tours as appropriate to inform detailed work to be done in preparation for the June 2026 meeting. In June, the council will consider the more detailed changes to the tours based on feedback from this meeting and adopt a PPA. June will also be the time when the council provides its final guidance on its stock assessment recommendations for 2027, which is what we just concluded as our last item before lunch. And this will be followed by November 2026 final action for the tours so that the documents are in place for the 27 stock assessment cycle. And in your SITSUM, just because there's a lot of moving parts and pieces, there's a graphical representation of the steps involved with the stock assessment process from 26 to 27. Recommendations to the full SSC on process improvements to the stock assessment process and proposed revision to the tours and accepted practices guidelines are provided in an SSC Groundfish Subcommittee report from their January meeting, which was in the SSC materials of the briefing book. While there could be discussion regarding accepted practices and its relation to the tours, any consideration for accepted practices guidelines will be incorporated into the changes adopted at the March 2027 meeting after the conclusion of any methodology reviews in 2026. In terms of your briefing book materials, there are supplemental SSC, GAP, and GMT reports, and your council action for today is to identify the scope of proposed changes to the terms of reference for groundfish stock assessments, rebuilding analyses, and methodology reviews. And with that, I'd be happy to take questions on my overview.
Thank you, Jesse. Questions on the overview before we begin? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Waller. The list says to identify proposed changes, and it's got 3 things that are listed. I've not seen anywhere in any of the documentation we have in front of us today on rebuilding analysis and methodology review. Is this just an opportunity for us to add anything that we may want to add? I'm a little unsure where we are with those 2 items specifically. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Mass. So as a part of the Groundfish SSC subcommittee meeting, they took a look and considered changes to all 3 tours, but you'll hear from the SSC next that they're only recommending changes to the Groundfish stock assessment tour itself. So none of the advisory bodies that you'll hear have identified changes to the latter 2, so we would not be looking to edits unless somebody identifies them at this time.
Thank you. I really appreciate that clarification and that I wasn't missing big things.
Any other questions? Seeing none, then we'll go to our reports. First is the Scientific and Statistical Committee. Dr. Schaffler, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Chair Hasmer, members of the council. I am Jason Schaffler. I will be reading agenda item D9A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, 2027-28 Stock Assessment Terms of Reference Scoping. The SSC discussed scoping for the development of revisions to the 3 terms of reference that guide the stock assessment process, the groundfish stock assessment review process, groundfish building analysis, and the methodology review process for groundfish and coastal pelagic species. The SSC focused scoping on the stock assessment review process at this meeting because considerable changes to the other tours were not anticipated. John Field presented the SSC Groundfish Subcommittee Process Review Report from the 2025-2026 stock assessment cycle. A revised groundfish stock assessment review process tour should reduce process rigidity while maintaining its structure and function. The SSC recommends that the following major components be addressed as part of a revision to this tour that will be reviewed by the Pacific Fishery Management Council in June 2026. Those are: reconsider the organizational structure and streamline tours and other documentation related to the stock assessment review process. This includes integrating stock assessment reporting standards being developed by NOAA, which are aimed at streamlining and standardizing stock assessment reports. The Council may need to diverge from or influence changes to standardized NOAA reporting guidelines. The current tour could be reorganized by removing unnecessary introductory text and highly specific items that are not broadly applicable. Streamlining would also involve identifying the most appropriate document for describing the various roles and responsibilities of all parties involved in the stock assessment review process, which could continue to be part of the tour or integrated into Council operating procedures. 2, describe the intended purpose of executive summaries, risk tables, and other sections of stock assessment reports to guide content and access. Identify which information is needed for external review versus management advice, and when or where that information should be provided. 3, outline timelines required for sufficient coordination, review, and adoption of stock assessments. This would involve an overview that describes the timing, frequency, and function of pre-assessment workshops, technical review, and public engagement. Timelines should prevent or minimize temporal overlap between assessment reviews. Considerations regarding timelines should involve whether each level of review, such as the Stock Assessment Review Panel, Groundfish Subcommittee, and SSC, is necessary to provide robust scientific advice for Council decisions. Better adherence to data deadlines is needed and could be supported by identifying a role, e.g. the STAR panel chair or supervisor of the STAT, or decisions about whether data submitted after the established deadline can be accommodated. 4, identify a potential process and criteria for off-ramps and or on-ramps. This is an important consideration for future assessment cycles. The absence of a formal process has resulted in some assessments having been off-ramped by not being advanced within a STAR panel or informally on-ramped, leading to multiple supplemental reviews. Including pre-assessment data workshops for update assessments might provide one such opportunity to postpone or upgrade an update to a benchmark assessment. The tour should identify who can approve such changes. There are potential risks if an assessment estimates a major change in stock status or productivity, but is subsequently off-ramped. 5, describe the avenues and expectations for effective stakeholder engagement in stock assessment prioritization, pre-assessment workshops, technical stock assessment reviews, and Council decision-making processes. This would involve identifying the specific opportunities for stakeholder engagement and the type of engagement that would be most appropriate and or beneficial at each stage in the process. It will involve effectively communicating these engagement opportunities and strategies to stakeholders. Additional communication improvements should be identified, as well as the resources to effectively implement such improvements. 6, consider merging the tours for groundfish and coastal pelagic species to the extent possible. Examples include more general terminology and moving groundfish or CPS specific details to appendices. And 7, identifying the infrastructure needed to effectively host all guidance documents, reports, and ancillary files. All documents should be co-located with hyperlinks or some other organizational structure that is maintained in perpetuity to maximize transparency. That concludes the SSC statement, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Keely Kent.
Thank you for the report, Dr. Schaffler. I have 2 questions. I'll start with what I think is the easier one. Question on the number 6 in the SSC report, merging the terms of reference for groundfish and coastal pelagic. There's not a lot of detail here, so I'm wondering if you can provide a little bit more information about the SSC discussion on this. I'm struggling a bit with, after having spent the time to separate them, why we would try to think about merging them back together. So could you tell me a little bit more than what's in the report about what the SSC's discussion and why that became a recommendation?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kemp. Yes, there was considerable time spent separating these, and if we're going to think back to a rewrite of the current process, perhaps starting from general recommendations might be more appropriate, and that would allow recombination of those together, because ultimately what we do in groundfish assessments and coastal pelagic species assessments, while there are differences, there are numerous similarities as well. So this was more or less some bigger picture thinking that may or may not occur right now.
Thank you for that. My other question is on recommendation number 4, and particularly the part about on-ramps. So I'm wondering sort of how this would work logistically, and I'm curious to know whether the centers were part of that discussion with the SSC, but right, I see some challenges thinking about how you could consider an on-ramp when you're already undergoing a cycle, right? And I'm thinking about things like star panel scheduling and that like logistical shift. So I'm wondering if the SSC had the opportunity to discuss this recommendation with any center staff that were in the room at the time, or if there was any more discussion about, how could this actually work out, if that, yeah.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kemp. Yes, the only center staff that were in the room at that time were the Northwest and Southwest Science Center staff that are on the SSC. And the SSC certainly realizes that once you get into the stock assessment process, there's little capacity for change. This was mostly thinking that trying to prevent those iterative reviews, the supplemental reviews, that if capacity could be identified and there was time to schedule a benchmark assessment and star panel, that would be preferable to going through a later iterative review process.
Thank you. So that would be sort of only half the process of a benchmark, right? So it'd be foregoing all of the other early steps that occur for a benchmark and have not historically happened for an update, although I recognize that that conversation is still ongoing, right? Pre-assessment workshops and all of that. And so you'd just be capturing perhaps what is now happening in supplemental review, almost picking up midway through a benchmark cycle. Is that, I just want to make sure I'm understanding exactly what you're saying.
Yes, thank you for the clarification, Ms. Kent. One of the process changes that I think is being recommended is that updates do go through that pre-assessment. So that wouldn't be necessarily foregoing that process, but as you described, yes, that is an accurate characterization of it. Realizing, of course, that the number of assessment scientists dedicated to a benchmark is very different than the staff time dedicated to an update assessment. I mean, the SSC certainly recognizes those differences and the consequences to the planning that go on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Excuse me, on the SSC report? And not seeing any. Thank you, Jason. Next, we have the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report, Merritt McCray. And going to look to me that Merritt has some assistance from Sarah Nayani. Either one of you or both of you, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. I'm Merritt McCray, and I indeed have with me Sarah Nayani from the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel to assist. I'll be reading Agenda Item D9A, Supplemental Gap Report 1, the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Stock Assessment Terms of Reference Scoping. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel recommends the scope of proposed changes for the stock assessment related items of reference include the below items. For ease of council review, where our items aligned or related with those identified by the Scientific and Statistical Committee, we reference the SSC item by number. We also provide a crosswalk table at the end of this statement, and I will just leave that for you to look over if you'd like. First, effective stakeholder engagement. Provide meaningful opportunities for stakeholder input throughout the stock assessment process, prioritizing the incorporation of fishermen's knowledge. For example, during the pre-assessment workshops, there is limited information made available on how the draft stock assessment is looking. It would be helpful to have another workshop or shift the timing of the current workshop once more information is available and can be shared, but prior to the draft assessment being finalized. And this comports with SSC recommendation 5. 2, off and on ramps. Provide off ramps to defer an update or benchmark assessment when there is a drastic change up or down, and on ramps to upgrade and update to assessment to a benchmark when further analysis seemed to be needed. The TOR could also provide more flexibility to update certain parameters within an update assessment, and that comports with SSC recommendation 4. 3, post-assessment data gaps workshop. More formal process to follow up on data gaps after stock assessment is completed. Initially, this would potentially consist of a workshop that would have the right people in the room for that species, incorporating stock assessors, observer program, fishery managers, and fishing processing participants. To review the written research and data needs sections of the assessment and plan how to effectively fill some of those data gaps before the next assessment. While this is currently occurring informally, it would be more efficient and effective to have an outlined process. For example, the GAP heard about several potential ideas for widow rockfish data gaps, including a voluntary logbook supplement, acoustic hard drive recording, catch per unit effort index workshop, and more. But these conversations occurred between different groups at different times. It would be helpful to dedicate time to sit down together to consider such ideas and how they could support stock assessment data gaps holistically. It would be helpful to have the observer program participate in these workshops to provide their expertise about sampling protocols and how observers could contribute to the data collection. The GAP also discussed that this would be a good avenue to consider pathways where citizen science could provide meaningful support to fill data gaps. 4, long-term planning. Under Agenda Item D8, the initial stock assessment plan for 2027-28, the Science Centers presented their plan to provide a draft 10-year outlook for groundfish stock assessment planning to the Council in June of 2026. The GAP agrees that it would be beneficial to think beyond the current ad hoc 2 to 4 year approach and conduct longer-term planning. So we look forward to the information the National Marine Fisheries Service plans to bring in June, and we think it could fit nicely into the TOR considerations. 5, data transparency. Provide more of the raw data for items such as abundance indices or survey data, and where possible, more information for non-stock assessors about how certain data influences the model. This could even occur through preliminary post-survey presentation to stakeholders, similar to what occurs in the Gulf of Alaska. If a personal communication is the source for analytical, quantifiable information that underpins part of an assessment, these data could be made public. The GAP discussed an example that more information from the 30 bottom trawl survey hulls that included widow rockfish with haul locations and age information, etc., from those hulls would have been helpful to stakeholders during the widow assessment process. And finally, 6, availability of information. Continue to improve ways to easily find documents, especially those from past assessment cycles, and this comports with SSC recommendation number 7. The GAP recommends keeping risk tables out of the TORs until such time that the process, including them, is more mature. We are grateful that the Northwest Fisheries Science Center staff, as well as the 2 Monterey area fishing participants, were able to join a meaningful GAP discussion around some of the concerns over the stock assessment process and trends. Major themes coming out of that discussion included the desire by fishing and processing participants to have long-term sustainable stocks, a downward trending of some recent stock assessments that does not align with fishermen's experience and knowledge, the resulting enormous socioeconomic impacts of those downward trends, the urgency of gathering more information to fill data gaps, and the willingness of fishing participants to help gather that data in a way that will be helpful to the process. And then table 1 is that walkthrough of the SSC compared to the GAP item on particular items. And then I'll just add that the merged TORs for groundfish and CPS, we don't address it in our written document, but there was discussion, and the consensus appeared to be that we would rather not have those 2 merged. Thank you, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Keely Kent.
Thank you, Merritt. I have 3 questions for you both, or whoever is the best to answer each of these. Appreciate you bringing this report. In no particular order, but trying to orient you where I'm asking. The first question is relative to the first recommendation on your effective stakeholder engagement. Wondering, I want to make sure the way I read it initially, whether that tracks with what the GAP conversation was. So looking for a little bit more information, but sort of reading part of this, it makes it sound like the second half of it is thinking about having some results in hand for the industry to sort of know how they feel about it to then choose how to engage. And I please tell me if that's not the right characterization, but so I was sort of wondering about that piece of it. I can see the challenge when you don't know what's happening, but wondering how much this recommendation is really tied to a sense of like, we're looking at a big increase or looking at a big decrease, and wondering whether that was part of the GAPS conversation.
Thank you through the chair, Ms. Kent. I couldn't let Mara have all the fun, so I wanted to come up here because I anticipated we may have some questions. So thank you for that. Yes, that was not the intent at all. So that's very good to clarify. I think in the GAP discussions, not just at this meeting, but all year and previously, when folks have attended the pre-assessment workshops, we're just trying to get at how to make those as effective as we can, because it's a lot of resource time for everyone that's involved in the process. And I think there have been folks that have been participating in those pre-assessment workshops, and there's not enough details in all of those about sort of data gaps or other information that might be needed. It's not at all intended to steer the outcome of a stock assessment. It's to say what's missing, what could we help, is there anything that we can help interpret or provide more information on? And I think it doesn't really seem like there's a step currently between when we kind of have a draft assessment in front of us where more of those kind of informal conversations can happen. So this wasn't necessarily to replace that, because I agree. I think that's a pretty critical
step to have that pre-assessment workshop. It just could be an additional meeting perhaps when there is more information about what the assessment is looking like, what information's needed, things like that. But before that draft assessment is like finalized and published, where there could be maybe more meaningful input.
Thank you for that answer. I appreciate that. And that further information is very helpful. My second question is relative to the third part, or the third recommendation, the post-assessment data gaps workshop. And I'm curious to understand the gaps recommendation. Did you all think about the existing council process with research and data needs, and whether sort of some of what you're asking about has historically been covered in that research and data needs, right, which is fish across all of our fisheries? If there's a piece there, I'm trying to track myself, and I know, we get 2 more shots at this before we have to finalize these tours, but curious if you all talked about that, right? Like, is there an existing process that's perhaps we're just not dovetailing in the right way, or whether really what you're asking for needs to be something new and different?
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kent. Yes, there's been a lot of discussion about that. I think the gap, I believe it was November 2024 when the council last took up research and data needs. And the gap had a really meaningful engagement in that section with other advisory bodies and with the council. And that process is incredibly critical, and we completely support that and have contributed a lot of ideas for that. But at least in my understanding, and I think this may be shared amongst the GAP members, is that those research and data needs kind of go sit on that left-hand panel on the council site, and it doesn't necessarily get stuck somewhere. I was thinking of it more as like a reference point for universities or other groups that might want to do sort of like collaborative research or participate in some of those data needs, or for example, for students that are in school, like projects that they could work on, things like that. There may be more formal processes that I'm not personally aware of, that those are getting stuck somewhere. But I think the GAP was having discussion, particularly coming out of Widow, but also Canary and some other recent short spine assessments, where there's a lot of industry ideas about data that we could do to sort of help support, for example, like recording our acoustic devices, or conducting citizen science for rockfish from wreck fisheries. But sometimes we're kind of talking just amongst ourselves, and we don't know exactly how that would stick into a stock assessment. And a lot of times those conversations are species specific surrounding the stock assessment. And so just for example, we talked about this week that I personally have been in 3 different meetings about widow data with 3 different groups of people. And I know others have been too, like Jeff Lackey and Chris Cooper and others have been involved in those. But it might be helpful to have just one meeting afterwards where the right people are in the room to sort of answer, is this data collection helpful to the stock assessment process? Does it fill data gaps that we need? And when it's fresh on everybody's mind about that species, so that just to help fill in what we talked about in the gap, and weren't able to fully cover all of it in writing.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I think your report is very thorough. So I think you all did a very good job of trying to capture it. My last question, again, just wondering if there's a little bit more information to pull out. It's not a numbered one, which I understand was just probably because it wasn't something the SSC pulled out. But your recommendation about keeping risk tables out of the terms of reference until the process is mature. And I'm wondering, could you tell us, like, what was the GAP conversation about what that would look like, right? What does it look like to you for the process to be mature?
Thank you, Ms. Kent, for the question, and I'll have Merritt fill in too if there's anything I missed. But because those risk tables, my understanding is that they've sort of been preliminary to help inform the council process, but that they haven't fully been incorporated into stock assessments yet. And so the idea is that, like, until the council decides that those risk tables are ready for use full time, that's what we'd be kind of waiting for. But I look to Merritt to fill in if I missed anything there.
In particular, I think it was exactly where the on-ramps would be for that information, where it would occur. And so decisions like that, we feel, should be made in advance of including the tours, or including the risk tables within the tour.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up on that, and then I promise I'm done. So I guess you're not presupposing that the council will do all of that in this round. I guess that's what I was trying to elucidate, right? Is there something else there where the gap is saying we're missing something and that you're recommending to the council to wait and not take that further development up in this cycle? Or is it just you haven't seen that further development, and if we were to move forward in this cycle, that's what you're pointing to? Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. It's the latter. So I think we just tried to frame it until such time that that process is mature. And so if that were to happen before the tours are revised, then maybe it's appropriate to insert at that time. But we were just saying not to rush that until that process has been developed and it's been a public process that the GAP and other advisory bodies can weigh in on.
Thank you. And thank you both for all of your answers on this and the report. It's really helpful to see, and I wish I had been able to catch the full discussion, but it is clear the GAP is thinking hard about these issues and ways to improve our process and trying to give us actionable pieces. So I appreciate that and hope that the GAP conversation as a whole, was a great place, and because I'm seeing a lot of good information here that we can wrestle with and see where we go.
May I respond to that? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ken. And I just want to add, we referenced NIM staff being in the room for part of the discussion at the end of our statement. And I just wanted to shout out a special thank you to Dr. Wetzel and Dr. Marshall for their really helpful contributions and also just listening to us, because sometimes that's part of it too, is just, it just feels really nice to be heard and understood. And I can't thank them enough for the way that they participate and the respect that they have for the process and also for the work that they do more broadly as well. But I just really wanted to shout them out for being part of that conversation.
Thank you. Other questions? Jamie Dimon.
Thank you, Chair Hassmer. Thank you, Merritt and Sarah. So a couple of things, kind of tailing off of Ms. Ken's comments, for the let's see here, effective stakeholder engagement and post-assessment data gaps workshop, the effective stakeholder engagement, the pre-assessment kind of dance there. I recall this last cycle, specifically with Widow, granted it was an update and there really isn't that like pre-assessment workshop opportunity. But I see like if it were to already have been a benchmark, for example, and you have an opportunity like this, things that are missed or kind of overlooked, like the nuance of, well, they only fish at night, things like that could happen before it gets to a star panel. Is that what you're trying to have that resolve, the opportunity to just kind of fill in those little missing pieces? Thank you, Ms. Diamond, through the chair. Yes, I think that's exactly the type of thing that would be helpful to get at. And just, I forgot about that. The Widow, there was a lot of questions that were coming up at the panel, and there were certain things where just the timing wasn't right, where certain people couldn't be in the room for some of those conversations. And so anyway, I think that we're talking about through the entire process, whether it's a full benchmark or whether it's just an update assessment. I think the council and NIMS and others that participate in these processes have seen a lot more engagement from industry recently. I think that's really positive. I think that needs to continue happening, and the GAP just wants to find ways where that sort of knowledge can be shared in a way that's actually meaningful to get plugged in somehow into the stock assessment process where appropriate, rather than just kind of being like feedback and we already have a draft or we already have a final assessment and it's a little bit too late sometimes by the time that information's needed. Thank you. And then for number 3, post-assessment data gaps workshop, is that more of a comment towards methodology review tours, or is it the overall tour? Thank you, Ms. Diamond, through the chair. I think that we really, similar to the SSC, reviewed like the stock assessment tour in detail, and I don't know that we got as deep in the methodology. And what's the other tour that we
didn't get as deep on, but
rebuilding.
Rebuilding. Thank you. But we're more thinking like, I'm not sure. I don't think that this currently fits, or maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know if an idea like this, like a workshop immediately following currently, I don't know where that would best sit. But I think something that would enable like fresh off of a stock assessment where there are research and data needs identified, having a conversation with folks that could help inform the actual follow-up so that it's not just living on paper in a stock assessment document of here's what we would love to have for the future. It's like moving from that into something that's actually being implemented or done and finding ways where industry can support that where possible.
And then one final question. I think maybe this is more for Mr. McCray or either of you. Because you mentioned you didn't specifically call out the rebuilding or the methodology after the discussion that's been happening about, you know what, never mind. I'm going to stop. We're scoping. Not going to get too deep. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Other questions on the GAP report? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the report here. I just have a question on number 5, the data transparency item. And I'm not familiar with this preliminary post-survey presentation that occurs in the Gulf of Alaska, but could you elaborate a little bit more what you mean by raw data and available when? I mean, I'm going to just say that, right, anything that's confidential is a hard stop. So I know that's not what you're referring to here, but is this something that you're envisioning happening at a pre-assessment workshop, at a meeting or a preview before you get to a STAR panel, or on an annual basis, or something that we would take up, say, at this particular meeting where we talked about our stock assessment prioritization? Like, I'm just looking for a little bit more of what the vision board is here for this particular item. Thank you.
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. McKnight. Yes, there's a couple of things there. There's already a lot of raw data that is provided through the stock assessment process, and the GAP is very appreciative of that. The people who've participated have been able to look at that, and it's just a nice sort of like double check for trying to understand what's going into a model, because I think what the GAP has kind of discussed before is like models to us sometimes feel like a bit of a black hole just because it's hard to understand how certain parameters influence the model and how much. I don't know if you could quantify, like, for example, this fisheries data it like fits into the model like X%, or there's really nothing like that available. And so when there's pieces that don't include data, it's really helpful to have that, because we don't fully understand always how things will fit into a model. And so for things like abundance indices that you could provide raw data for, and then more survey data, just for example, with the widow, with like, if we could have seen some data about where those tows that did have widow in them occurred and sort of what ages were seen in those areas, that kind of info is helpful beyond the stock assessment process too. It's just interesting to see like what's happening where and sort of track trends over time. Specific to the post-survey presentation, that's a meeting that we were very lucky to have Chelsea Riddell from Pacific Seafood sitting in on the GAP as an alternate at this meeting. And she lives in Kodiak and participates a lot in the North Pacific process. And similar to what we do in Hake, where there's like a survey report, we were just thinking the Gulf of Alaska receives a report on once a survey is completed. And then it's like a little bit more fresh after it's done, where you can learn what happened on the survey as a participant in the process, but before it enters a stock assessment process. So just so that you can have that understanding before it just shows up. And then the last piece that I'll just add is that for personal communication, just one example that the GAP was able to discuss is like in the short spine assessment, there is, one very critical piece of that assessment about the age of maturity for short spine, and that the change in the understanding of that age at maturity really accounted for a large part of the drop in the biomass. And so
that was cited as like a personal communication. And so something like that, where it's a critical piece of a stock assessment, where it underpins the outcome of that stock assessment, it would be very helpful to not just have it be cited as personal communication, but have a data set for something if it's going to change a stock assessment significantly. So that was just recounting some of what we talked about in the gap, if that's helpful, and hopefully I got to your question.
I would like to add to that response. It's a great response, but there are a couple of kind of finer points in it. First of all, with respect to the widow rockfish assessment, one of the things that came to light was that the age at maturity was actually derived through a personal communication, and so that was all the information we had about that choice for that particular value that went into the model. And then with respect to looking at where data come from, like with respect to the 30 bottom trawl survey hulls, sometimes data sources, data sets don't very well comport with what the fishing community has experienced at sea. And then knowing those details about the data collection effort really helps the group be able to kind of winnow out exactly why that difference occurs and perhaps fix things along the way, but at the very least, allow people to fully understand why data was used that might not really comport with what the fishery sees on the water. I think that's one of the most important parts of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Merritt. Thanks, Sarah. My question is in regard to number 2, off and on ramps. And you say provide off ramps to defer an update or benchmark assessment when there is a drastic change up or down. And so I'm just trying to think about this. Usually a drastic change in a stock assessment would indicate that there is a need for more urgent action, not less urgent action. And I'm like thinking about what we do fundamentally in the MSA is about conservation, which would be triggered if you had something that was really low, and management, ideally fishing, if something came back really high. So I was hoping maybe you could explain that in a little bit in that context of sort of why that would be an appropriate response. And then maybe that's kind of in the second part of the question, which is if I noticed you use the word defer, and that could mean a variety of things. So just hoping to get a little more there on what your conversation was like.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Ridings, through the chair. This is the almost identical recommendation that the SSC made. And so essentially there would be times when it could be appropriate to either upgrade something if it needs more scrutiny, like they just did for Widow. It was almost to a benchmark level, but our tours don't currently allow for that flexibility. And so this is sort of addressing that. But with off-ramps, if something is having a drastic change and it's based on a new, for example, like hook and line data being included or removed, or like where there's questions, well, I guess actually that probably wouldn't be the most, a change in understanding of short spine life history, like we just discussed. I think when something is changing and it's not necessarily based on like a trend that was seen on a survey or something like that, it's underpinning the stock assessment, maybe where more research is needed before something is pushed out fully. So that's just an example. But I think this recommendation comports really well with what the SSC recommended. And in that case, I think they would be the ones to defer when something's appropriate to be off-ramped or on-ramped.
Thank you. Any other questions on the GAP report? Not seeing any. Thanks, both of you, for being up here. Next, we have the Groundfish Management Team report. Dr. Brian Langseth is here for that. Good afternoon, Brian.
Afternoon, Chair Hasmer, council members. For the record, my name is Brian Langseth, and I will be reading the Supplemental GMT Report 1 Groundfish Management Team Report on 2027-28 Stock Assessment Terms of Reference Scoping. The Groundfish Management Team participated in the Terms of Reference review process on January 21st and 23rd of this year and discussed the Science and Statistical Committee's Groundfish Subcommittee report on the process review. The GMT understands that discussion during this meeting is the first of 3 opportunities in adopting the TOR for 2027-28. The GMT supports the SSC recommendations provided in Supplemental SSC Report 1. In the case of SSC recommendation number 5 specifically, the GMT further encourages a broad collaborative discussion of how to improve industry engagement with and participation in the stock assessment process. The GMT provides additional supporting points below, not in priority order, to frame further discussion at the June Council meeting. Point 1. The GMT supports streamlining the TOR and recommends additional discussion on effective and efficient ways to do so. A separate document apart from stock assessment reports that describes management action in fishery dynamics could streamline assessment reports and warrants further consideration. The GMT anticipates having a role in developing any such document, should it be desired, but notes that it would add to existing workload. Prioritizing the development of this item, particularly initial development, would need to be weighed against other GMT activities. Point 2. The GMT requests that considerations on timelines include clarification of deadlines for alternative harvest control rule requests submitted by the GMT. Specifically, the GMT would appreciate knowing the earliest and latest timeframes that alternative HCR requests can be provided to the stock assessment teams, as well as whether there are certain junctures in between for when HCR requests are most appropriate or promote stat efficiencies. Point 3. With regard to a potential process and criteria for off-ramps, the GMT encourages the Council to prioritize development of this concept and requests continued involvement in discussions on the topic. Point 4. The GMT supports investigating opportunities to build a more structured framework that incorporates knowledge from tribes, industry, and other interested parties into assessments and the assessment process, as early in the assessment as is feasible. Dialogue with other regional stock assessment processes about the benefits and drawbacks of their stakeholder engagement process may elucidate tangible options for building such a framework. In addition, co-producing such a framework with stakeholders would help ensure it is most effective. That concludes the GMT report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Langseth on the Groundfish Management Team report. Keely Kent.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. A question on number 3. Just curious, did the GMT have any discussion about potential criteria for off-ramps, or just did they note generally there could be criteria for off-ramps? Was there anything more there that you could share with the council?
Through the chair, Ms. Kent, thank you for the question. We discussed this very little, acknowledging that this is the first meeting, just referencing that we think the topic and process is important. And wish to be involved in it, but at this time we did not go into the details.
Keely, go ahead.
Thank you. One more, which perhaps will have a similar answer. But on number 4, where you reference dialogue with other regional stock assessment processes and sort of how they do stakeholder engagement, was there more specific discussion on that? Obviously, we heard from the GAP that they were looking at an Alaska process. And the reason I'm asking, I'm sort of wondering about if there are known other processes that the GMT might be interested in following up to like find out more, and whether they are similar to West Coast groundfish, right? Like a system that has, you know, just a couple of stocks that they're assessing regularly may not tell us that much for West Coast groundfish, where we're grappling with the challenge of infrequent assessments, trying to cover all of these different species. So just wondering if there was anything more, or again, I get it, it's scoping, right? And perhaps it's just putting the idea out there for further development later.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kent, for the question. We did discuss this a bit more. Claudia Fries is a member of the GMT and comes from the Southeast. And so the CDAR process has more involved data workshops as part of their process. And so we talked about that a bit, but by no means are exclusive of other regions or other processes throughout the U.S.
Other questions? GMT report. Not seeing any hands, so thank you.
Thank you.
Let's check on public comment. I did not see any signups, but confirm we have no public comments, so that takes us to our council tasks. Flash was up on the screen. If you're ready to proceed with those. Keely Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few things that I'd like to just put out on the table to start the discussion. I appreciate all of the deep thinking that's going on the terms of reference across the SSC, the GAP, and the GMT, and I certainly recognize we are only at scoping and new this cycle. We get 2 more opportunities to do this, but I have a couple of things. I'm sure it's clear with my questioning on each of those reports, some of the things I'm thinking about. And from the sense of scoping, right, I want to set some expectations of at least what we're thinking at this point on some of these ideas, knowing that we have an opportunity to come back in June and have more discussion on this. I also want to appreciate that revising the tour comes at this time where we've had a lot of turmoil in our stock assessment process and the review process. And so I can see sort of all of the gears turning across each of our groups, right, of how do we look at this differently? Like we've had a lot of challenges. And so I am very appreciative of all of the kind of broad thinking about this. And so by no means want to curtail that, but some of the things, right, I just, again, want to set some expectations from what I've had an opportunity in particular to discuss with the centers thus far. The gap in the SSC report in particular identify a number of proposed changes that would have substantial workload implications for NMFS. And so I want to flag that early, right, that we need center input on some of these ideas to ensure that this is really feasible. And so I'm hopeful we can get some of that in June. In particular, the on-ramping idea, midway through an assessment cycle, trying to move an update assessment to a benchmark assessment. I understand where that is coming from the SSC, and I appreciated the further discussion with Dr. Schaffler. But that's something I think we really need to better understand, and I really want to know, get some feedback from the centers on that piece, because I think it has significant concerns with capacity limitations for assessment staff, and really the need to plan far ahead, in particular for CIE reviewers and STAR panels and things like that. So just sort of putting that out there, that's something that we're not as sure about, but want an opportunity to consider and have more dialogue about. Additionally, while I thought it was really helpful, some of the GAP report discussion on this, just sort of as it's written, the GAP suggestion for moving the pre-assessment data workshops later, we don't think that will be feasible because of the input on data sources and industry knowledge. We need that early for the assessors to make the best use of that. So just on that aspect, right, there are some of the parts of the process that are perhaps more important to keep as is to be able to do that full process. In my questioning with our GAP representatives, I really do want to think a little bit more about their idea on the post-assessment data workshop and whether there is something here with our research and data needs process, and sort of, do we need to create something new? Is there some way to better use our existing process and try to look at that? Again, there's these workload implications of some of those ideas, in particular for our center folks, and I want to be really cautious in how we're thinking about that. If there's an opportunity to use a structure and a process that we already have that doesn't create new work for our center staff, that's going to be important for us to consider as we think about this again for June. Consistent with sort of my questioning on the GMT report, I am interested in better understanding what is happening in other regions and see if there's lessons learned that we could think about. But I do know that there are some councils that have a lot less species than we do and have this ability to have regular assessments for some key stocks. And I think there is something fundamentally different in those types of systems than the system that we are at. It does not mean that there could not be lessons learned, and I always support that sort of exploration of what other people are doing. But I'm wary a little bit of how our opportunity might be different, with how many groundfish stocks that we still have. I overall, again, want to just stress that I really appreciate the broad thinking, right? And this is scoping. Let's keep looking at things and trying to figure it out. But I want to be really protective of the assessor workload. Our assessors work incredibly hard, right? And I want to make sure that all of the new thinking that we have, we are looking at sort of all of the opportunities, right? So if there's an opportunity for a new idea that will help solve some of our problems, great. But if there's a way for that not to be new assessor workload, I'm going to be looking for those opportunities. So I want to flag that early. And overall, across all my points, I'm really hoping the centers can consider, dependent on their workload, bringing back some input to the council on these TOR revision ideas for June, potentially. And so hoping that we can have a more robust discussion in June at that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Speaking with Ms. Waller, it didn't sound like we needed a motion on this one. It sounded like we just needed guidance. And I think Ms. Kent just spoke to a lot of it. So I don't know if we're there to kind of give guidance. I don't have anything written out, anything to project, but if now is the time to start on that.
Well, I think if you want to, you can. It's up to you. You know, there's always the option of motions, but here guidance, you've got 3 reports to draw from. We have, whether it's good or bad on the transcript, everything Ms. Kent just said, so please continue.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I didn't see anybody looking like they were jumping to raise their hand. We don't have any documents, and the SSC is not proposing any changes to the TOR for rebuilding analysis and methodology reviews. And I fully support that. With looking at scoping of the groundfish stock assessment TOR, we are in just the scoping phase. And the guidance would be to ask council staff to work with Science Center staff and region staff to look at the SSC report, the GMT report, and the GAP report to see how and which of those items could be incorporated into our TOR when we come back for our next bite at this, keeping in mind all of the caveats that Ms. Kent just mentioned. And I did clear this with Dr. Marshall before speaking to this. I think we've got a long list of things we can look at and would be looking forward to having some things penciled out a little bit more that we could formally adopt. Thank you.
Keely Kent.
Thank you, and thank you, Lynn. I suppose since you're offering guidance, I'll maybe ask it as a question for you first, but maybe it's a broader question. Curious also about the dovetailing of this agenda item with the stock assessment review report. And I know that comes to us in April, but is that something that you've thought about, sort of how that comes in and how we fit together all of the puzzle pieces?
Lynn, did you have an answer?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kent. I missed that in my talking points. Thank you. It is my understanding we may get an updated report of our overall process sometime between now and the June council meeting, and I'm hoping that will have some information that would help guide this process. So yes, thank you for reminding me what I forgot about to mention.
Thank you. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess this is a question maybe for council staff, but just a point of clarification. When that stock assessment review report does come in April, presumably some of the things that might come out of that report may be appropriate to include in this particular agenda item specific to TOR, but other parts and pieces of that may be more appropriate for something else. Beyond just our TOR. And so I just want to make sure I'm understanding that that report might lend itself to a standalone agenda item or something else about the overall process and not specifically just TOR. But I just want to, I guess, some clarification on how that will or will not integrate. Thank you.
Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, appreciate the question, Ms. McKnight. I guess a couple of responses. One is I still haven't had a chance to follow up in much detail with the contractor. I am willing to bet that we will move the report off to June just to make sure that whatever revisions we do are done well and everything's thoroughly vetted and what have you. So the timing is a little bit different from what has originally been shown to you as you walked into this meeting. I still think it lends itself to the process we're going through. One of the inroads for that work is the terms of reference, but that's not the only one. And so what we've talked about as staff is potentially structuring back-to-back agenda items where we'd have the terms of reference and then maybe COP adjustments or whatever other types of procedural vehicle is appropriate for including more recommendations that we would like to include from that report. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion? Looking around here, not seeing hands, so I'm going to ask Jesse. Oh, now I see a hand. Brad Pettinger.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. Had a really good discussion here. I think this cycle. It's been interesting to see the much more rich engagement, I think, between the assessors and the fishing community. But it's pretty apparent, Michael, I think, from the table 1, I think, in the GAP report, that effective stakeholder engagement is number 1 with the industry. I think they still think that they're not, people still are getting the full rich picture of what they do and the nuances of those fisheries. And I think about what a stock assessment is, and stock assessment is a lot of things. It's a lot of science. It's a lot of data, of course, in that science, but there's also the assumptions and interpretations of what the people see and what does that mean. And so really, out of a stock assessment, I think I see basically a stock assessment person is basically painting a picture of what that fishery looks like or that stock looks like. And I think the more you understand that fishery, the more you understand the little things about that fishery, the richer that picture gets. And so I would say that I think it's very important that we try to include as much of that as we possibly can into the process so people fully understand what's going on and from a fisherman's perspective, why do they make the decisions they do? What is their harvest strategy? Why aren't they catching this stock during this time period or during the day? Because maybe that person has no canary rockfish and he can't fish that area. So I think it's just to be, it's a good discussion, like where we're going. But I think that there's a lot of work to be done here, so everybody has the tools they need to really paint the best picture they possibly can. We don't need to be Rembrandts here, but I just think that it's the little things sometimes that make a big difference. And I think we need to explore that as much as possible.
Thank you. Look around again, see, and Jesse, maybe you can summarize again, this is scoping guidance, going to come back in June something. So I just want to make sure we've captured everything you want or don't want to see in June and those types of things. So what did you capture?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think y'all had a great discussion. We will take, sorry for that. Everything that you've spoken to today, especially like what Ms. Kent said, I know brought up a lot of good points that people were thinking about, and, look at the SSC, GMT, and GAP reports, work with the Science Center and relevant folks, and then we'll bring back some ideas on the term of reference for groundfish stock assessments and, some discussions around maybe these other pieces that Mr. Burden was talking about might not be part of the tour in June.
All right, since this is guidance, let me look around and see if people are comfortable with that, agree. Anything additional? And not hearing anything, so Jesse, again, with reference to our tasks there, does that cover everything?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think you've completed your task for today.
All right, well, thank you all for taking that up. Again, I apologize for our agenda jumping around a bit, but I appreciate everybody's flexibility and ability to come in here and do this. So that will close out this agenda item. And then I will pass the gavel to Vice Chair Smith for the next agenda item.
Let's take 5 minutes for gear switching or sweet switching. That only took 9 years, so. So I think we should start moseying to our table. Should have never said gear switching. That took 8 minutes. So we have some new people in the seat. I see we have Miss Sheila Lynch for the illegal staff. Welcome. I missed you yesterday, but I'm sorry for that. And we have Susan Bishop, John North, and Kyle Addix, and Marcy, and I think I haven't missed anybody this time. And I see we have Angela, who's like the Pied Piper. You fill this place up every time you come in here. So you may commence on leading us in a direction.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item C4, 2026 Management Alternative Analysis Recommendations. The Salmon technical team will be presenting the council with coordinated coastwide management alternatives, which embody, to the extent possible, the management elements identified thus far by the council. The council may need to provide clarification to the STT on any questions that may arise and may need to provide direction for changes to management alternatives presented under this agenda item. The STT will conduct a full analysis and come back to the council with those results. Additional direction from the council may be necessary as the management alternatives are developed, and the STT will be providing adjusted management alternatives based on council guidance. And it is anticipated that you will be adopting for public review coastwide alternatives prior to the conclusion of this week's meeting. Under this agenda items, you do have that STT report in addition to a presentation from the Colville tribe. There is one individual signed up to provide public comment. And then your tasks under this agenda item are to provide clarification to the STT as needed, direction on management alternative development, and confirm management alternatives for STT analysis.
Any questions of Angela? Thank you, Angela. Seeing none. We're going to go just a little smidgen different than probably it's in your agenda. So I'd like to bring up Michael O'Farrell, Dr. Michael O'Farrell, and any supporting casts you need. Oh, look at that. I didn't think you needed anybody. All right. Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. I will be referring to agenda item C4A, Supplemental STT Report 1, the Salmon Technical Team Report, Collation of Preliminary Salmon Management Alternatives for 2026 Ocean Fisheries. I'm going to go through this not totally exhaustively, but a little more than typical for a check-in. This is our first packet. Our first analysis that we're bringing forward for the council to consider. So I'm going to begin now. Okay. Starting with just the commercial troll management alternatives for non-Indian ocean salmon fisheries. There's a lot of information that isn't quite available yet, and most people will be familiar with that at this time of the year. For instance, there are no catch limits for the AABM fisheries, and in the northern part of our region. Instead, we'll be using effort scalars from last year's preseason runs. Continuing on here through the different areas, just to look for some highlights here as we move through the package. Thanks for bearing with me. This is a long packet. Okay. With regard to Table 5, which is the description of escapements and other performance measures for the ocean salmon fisheries, we have for the Puget Sound and Columbia River tules, the inputs from last year are used again this year at this time. They have not been updated. And in some cases, the last year of inside fisheries last year's inside fisheries have been used in some of these areas. So there's changes to come down the road as the process moves forward. There are a number of bolded values on table 5 here, page 29. And these are things that will be worked on during this week and will also, in many cases, be updated by new inputs. Some ones to look forward at are the Columbia River natural tules. There's 2 of the 3 alternatives are not meeting the levels to have them unbolded. Klamath River Fall Chinook as well has some work to be done, as well as Sacramento River Fall Chinook. There was a mistake with the Klamath River Fall Chinook. The inputs with regard to the river fisheries, they were we have updated river fisheries for the tribal side of 10,944 for alternative 1. 11,897 for alternative 2, and 11,920 for alternative 3. And we will be taking these into account in our next go around. Sacramento River winter Chinook, there is 1 bolded value for alternative 1. The allowable exploitation rate is too high in alternative 1. Sacramento River Fall Chinook, there are some bolded values there as well, where we're not meeting objectives for that stock. Okay, moving on to page 30, table 5 continued, coho stocks. For the analysis, where we are taking into account inside fisheries from last year at this point, and those will be updated as the process moves forward. Just a note for Lower Columbia River Natural coho, it's bolded for under alternative 1, and the inside-outside splits are 2/3 outside, 2/3 ocean, and 1/3 inside. Moving on down to saw coho, we have bolded values for alternative 1, 2, and 3, or alternatives 1, I'm sorry, for the different components of the Trinity Natural stock, and work is ongoing there. Oregon Coast Natural, I don't think I mentioned this yet, but we have a bolded value for alternative 1, which is at a 30.9% exploitation rate at this time. Moving on to Table 7. These are exploitation rates by fishery and management alternatives for Lower Columbia River natural coho, OCN coho, and Columbia River Tule Chinook. There are some with LCN coho, alternative 1. The total exploitation rate is not meeting objectives, and on OCN coho for alternative 1 in the same situation. With regard to Tule Chinook, there are some bolded values there, but there is still plenty of work to do. And moving on to Table 7, expected coastwide exploitation rates by fishery for 2026 ocean fishery management alternatives for Lower Columbia natural, Oregon coastal natural coho, and Lower Columbia River coho, Tule Chinook, and Northern Oregon, California sonk coho by natural area subcomponent. And in this case, one thing to look at is the Trinity natural component for sonk coho, where currently we're not meeting objectives at this time. We're getting toward the end of our report here. Tables A1, A2, and A3, and A4 show the distribution of impacts and other relevant metrics for helping design fisheries to meet their objectives, and those can be useful during the pre-season planning process. And I think that does it for now for me, and I would be happy to answer any questions, and if I can't, I may turn around and look for my STT colleagues to fill in.
And yes, sir. And I'd just like to remind the council, you'll be coming up in case there's any new direction to send you on for additional coalitions. So any questions of Dr. O'Farrell at this time? Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Actually, no question, Dr. O'Farrell. Just wanted to acknowledge that the council was behind schedule yesterday getting assignments off to the STT, and the STT and associated bottling staff had a late night, early morning to get this stuff done. So just wanted to say thank you.
Yeah, let me echo that. We appreciate all the hard work that you guys do and the long hours you put into this process. Have for quite a few years, and appreciate that. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. See you soon. All right, we have a supplementary report and a presentation from the Colville tribe, and so I'd like to call up Chairperson Cindy Marchand and Mr. Casey Baldwin to the table. You may commence when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Cindy Marchand, again, Chair of Fisheries Committee for the Colville Business Council, Colville Tribes. I have with me Casey Baldwin, Research Scientist for the Colville Tribes, and he's our lead on the P2IP project that we talked a little tiny bit about yesterday. And I'll let Casey go.
Thank you, Councilwoman Marchand. And appreciate the opportunity to share some additional information with the council today. You know, we are not responding to the model run from last night. We got that early this morning and still looking that over. But we wanted to take the opportunity to provide some additional information about the Upper Columbia to help everyone have a better understanding of what's happening up there. The purpose of this report is to provide the council with additional information and perspective regarding the Upper Columbia River summer Chinook population, the population structure, the hatchery programs, the escapement objectives, and the recent abundance trends. Couple tribes are often advocating for conservative implementation of the fisheries and reduced impact on Upper Columbia summer Chinook. Despite status reports such as can be seen in the 2025 postseason report on section 2.4.1, page 43. If we go to the next slide, that'd be great. In recent years, even though the aggregate stock exceeds the council's escapement objective, in the Upper Columbia River, there have been state and tribal fishing closures, hatchery brood collection challenges, and 25-year low spawning escapements in some key production tributaries. Information in this report should help to broaden the understanding of the recent trends, as well as challenges that are being experienced by the Colville tribes and our partners and other stakeholders in the Upper Columbia with respect to summer Chinook in the Columbia River. And with that, I'm not going to read you the rest of the report. The information's in there for you to look through if you want it, but instead I'll just work through the next couple of some of the figures and maps, and then and go from there. So next slide. I think first of all, we wanted to get you familiar with the geography and the populations in the Upper Columbia. The Upper Columbia summer Chinook stock aggregate generally starts at Priest Rapids Dam upstream to Chief Joseph Dam. Sometimes you'll hear Rock Island, and in fact, the escapement objectives for the PFMC Fish Management Plan and the Chinook Technical Committee start at Rock Island. Really not a consequential difference there. There are no major production areas in between Rock Island and Priest Rapids. The major tributaries in the Upper Columbia include the Wenatchee, the Iniat, the Methow, and the Okanagan. And there are some production areas in the main stem Columbia. Not a lot is known about those production areas. We know fish are spawning there. We know they do produce juveniles, but not much else is known, and there aren't specific conservation objectives in the main stem portion of the Columbia River for summer Chinook. The Iniat's also one of the smaller tributaries. It's not thought to have historically had summer Chinook in it, and so there aren't specific conservation measures or goals for that Iniat population. Next slide, please. The hatchery programs can be categorized into sort of two major groupings, and I'm going to generalize here. It's a fairly complicated hatchery program and programs in the Upper Columbia, but there are three conservation programs in the tributaries, in the Wenatchee, the Methow, and the Okanagan, and these these hatchery programs use a high proportion of natural origin fish in the brood. They are intended to have escapement onto the spawning grounds, and for at least some of those hatchery fish to spawn with the wild fish to return to those river systems. And in higher abundance years, then they also have a harvest objective. So it's not that harvest isn't one of the objectives of these programs. It's not a strict recovery program, but it has both conservation and harvest as goals. Next slide, please. In contrast, there are some main stem, or what we'll call harvest, for harvest hatchery programs, as well as in the Iniat. As I mentioned, the Iniat's not a conservation tributary population, and so the Fish and Wildlife Service has essentially a segregated summer Chinook program there in the Iniat. The other ones here represented by these the yellow stars on this map are Chelan Falls, Wells, and then the Chief Joseph segregated program. And so these main stem harvest programs are intended for harvest, not for these fish to end up on the spawning grounds. And there are a few other things. I know Phil Anderson yesterday mentioned some of the production that the Pacific Salmon Treaty is funding for orca recovery, and some of that program is being produced here out of, I believe, at Wells Hatchery. I'm not sure. There may be other places as well, but definitely Wells Hatchery has a portion of their program is funded through that. As I mentioned, it's a fairly complicated, complex hatchery implementation structure between all of these programs, and you can see the list of owners, operators, and funders of these hatchery programs just for one subspecies of Chinook in the Upper Columbia. State, federal, PUDs. The PUDs are meeting their relicensing obligations through some of these programs. And the Colvilles and our partners at the Spokanes and Coeur d'Alenes are also utilizing summer Chinook for the reintroduction program above Chief Joe and Grand Coulee Dam. What's that? Yeah, and working with a lot of other partners there too, like PNNL. They're helping raise some sockeye for us in that program. This figure shows the abundance at Rock Island for the aggregate stock of Upper Columbia summer Chinook. You can see a marked increase in abundance and productivity for this stock starting in 2001. And all the mechanisms for that increase aren't fully quantified and understood. Certainly, and Phil Anderson mentioned this yesterday, there have been changes to the harvest regime under Pacific Salmon Treaty, which have definitely contributed to this. I think one of the bigger aspects to this increase in abundance and productivity happened in the hydro system. Summer spill is a huge benefit for summer Chinook. They come out late. They are sub-yearling migrants, but they rear as they go. And they come out of these tributaries later, and they really benefit from some of the bypass and summer spill programs in the Columbia. Habitat restoration, a lot of habitat restoration work started in the late 90s and early 2000s, and a lot of that work has paid off. And last but not least, changes to the hatchery programs themselves, not just increases in production, but also just changes in hatchery practices that have led to more effective hatchery programs, bringing back more adult fish. So it's a little bit of all these things, but clearly it's a much different population in terms of abundance and productivity since 2001 than it was prior to 2001. And you know, the escapement objectives that are used to look back at the stock status and the fishery effects are based on data from pre-1999. And so, you know, regardless of what we're seeing in some of the tributaries and in some of the efforts that we're trying to implement for conservation measures, it sort of masks what's really happening out there on the ground, given that local stakeholders are now implementing programs for these populations based on this new paradigm, the new reality of productivity for this population. You'll see there are still peaks and valleys, as there are for all salmon populations. You know, ocean cycles, increases and decreases in ocean productivity. If you look at the last few years on this graph, of 22 through 24, you can see a downward trend. It looks kind of like some of the other downward trends that we've seen in this data set. But it looks a little bit different when you scale down to, when you deaggregate the population. So next slide, please. This graph is just natural origin spawners in the Okanagan. And we see a much more precipitous decline in the spawner abundance of natural origin fish in the Okanagan compared to when looking at the aggregate group of the whole stock at the lower monitoring point. In particular, from 22 to 25, we had 3 of the 4 lowest abundances on record. And so this really affects you know, what's out there on the spawning grounds, the proportion of hatchery origin fish are spawning with these wild fish on the spawning grounds, as well as our ability to collect natural origin fish for the hatchery programs. I should also mention 2023 through 2025 is the first time since this new paradigm of abundance and productivity for this stock that both WDFW and the Colville tribes have had to constrain or close fisheries for summer Chinook in the Upper Columbia. And if you've heard of the Brewster fishery or mouth of the Okanagan fishery, it's become a really important, a big thing for anglers in north central Washington and for the Colville tribes. And so we have closed, the Colville tribes have closed Chinook retention for tribal members at the mouth of the Okanagan the last couple of years. Likewise, WFW has closed fishing for Chinook at the mouth of the Okanagan and in other areas. They've had some focus bubble fisheries around Chelan Falls and the mouth of the Eniat. Likewise, a couple of tribes have still been able to fish at the Chief Joe Dam tail race for summer Chinook. That's more of a mixed stock fishery. The wells and Chelan Falls fish tend to wander stray up there, and the Chief Joe segregated fish are there. And so we're still able to have harvest, but we're having to alter that a bit in these years of low abundance in order to get even this many fish on the spawning grounds. Next slide, please. I mentioned struggles with getting fish into enough fish into the brood through collection at wells, through extensive efforts on our purse seine. I failed to mention we do operate a purse seine at the mouth of the Okanagan, and for years, many of these years, most of these years during the 7-8 year decline, all of the fish that are at least all the fish that are viable and caught live are sent to the hatchery for brood. We have not been doing any communal harvest on the purse seine, like I say, aside from jacks or fish incidental mortality during the purse seine operations. But essentially, that operation is just providing brood for the hatchery. And so the Colville tribes are foregoing harvest opportunity there at the mouth in order to keep fish to get brood into the hatchery. And we have been able to collect enough brood, but we've had to sacrifice sort of the genetic integrity of the program by taking a higher proportion of hatchery origin fish as brood stock. Our hatchery management practices allow for that, but over time, that is going to undermine the productivity of the population. It's going to lead to the hatchery environment driving natural selection as opposed to the natural population. And so that was one of the principles that this hatchery and the other conservation hatcheries in the Upper Columbia were built on. And so that's why we are always emphasizing the need for more escapement and escapement of wild fish. Locally, we're able to put more fishing pressure on those segregated hatchery fish. We understand the challenges of managing, for mixed stock fisheries, managing for weak stocks in a mixed stock fishery. We get that, but we just wanted to take this opportunity to share some specific information. We've been talking about this, mentioning it in generalities in our reports in the past and in our conversations with your Salmon Advisory Sub panel and other agency folks. But we thought this would be a good opportunity to just put some of this information directly in front of you. And if you want to have a conversation about it, you can do that. I'll be happy to answer any questions. I think before I hand it off the questions, I would like to turn it back to Councilwoman Marchand and see if she has any either policy or tribal member perspectives to add to the conversation.
I don't think I do at this point. Kind of put me on the spot. I didn't know I was supposed to say something. So, yes, I appreciate your bringing this information forward to the group, and I'll go ahead and just allow Casey to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Any questions? Danny.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Councilwoman Marchand and Casey, for being here. I have a question. I think it's your slide number 7. As always, I encourage people to do slide numbers. Yeah, next slide. Ooh, going the wrong direction, but there we go. So it looks like you had some decent returns over Rock Island Dam, given in the previous slide, but we're seeing, and there were reasonably high escapement in 2020, but yet you have low escapement in 2025 when you'd expect to see those returns, and across the last 4 years. And that's, from my work with you on the Okanagan work group, I understand all the concerns with that. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit on why you think the Okanagan is that much smaller of a proportion of what's going over Rock Island Dam. Is it stream temperature? And pretty, looking at your slide on the hatchery broodstock, you're also seeing low returns there. So thoughts on why we're seeing the difference in pattern?
That's a great question, Danny. I don't have a great answer. I think we're still looking into that. Certainly, some of the warmest years that we've had in the last couple of decades have been between 2021 and 2025. And the temperature in the Similkameen in particular has increased, or we've experienced some of the warmest days and some of the warmest weekly averages. And we're getting into some nuances here of the specific population, but the Okanagan is a warm tributary. The summer Chinook that return there, the ones that come early, if they get into the Similkameen, they have some thermal relief and they can hold there all summer. The other ones are the rest of them. There's a thermal barrier at the mouth of the Okanagan, and they have to spend weeks or sometimes even over a month holding in the Columbia, waiting for the Okanagan to cool down, and then they'll move into the Okanagan once it cools off. And so temperature is a big deal in the Okanagan. It's an incredibly dynamic situation every year. We have thermal barriers set up, so we can get a fire with a heavy smoke. We can get a rain event. It will cool down. Fish will move, and so and the Okanagan's on the cusp of temperature issues, as you know, year to year. But it's not unique to, they have been dealing with that since, for a long time. All throughout this period, there's been thermal barriers in place and experiencing high temperatures. But it does appear that there have been some really bad flow and temperature conditions in the Okanagan the last few years. There's also been some flood events. In the fall of 2020, there was a major flood event that likely scoured a bunch of reds. It forced us to have an early release of the integrated program. And so there's been some natural events that have definitely contributed to this and this situation in the Okanagan. I think the other thing I'd like to emphasize, though, is the success of the segregated hatchery programs in the main stem have also sort of masked this force, at least for the Okanagan and to some extent for the other tributaries. And so, although it may, that's why I think it's important to understand what's happening at these smaller scales and not just look at the aggregate at a lower escapement point and conclude that everything's fine, because it may not be fine across population. And the Okanagan is, it's been the driver of natural production in the Okanagan and Wenatchee for this population. And so, Ms. Evanson alluded to the Okanagan work group. Caldwell Tribe has been working with her and a number of folks in Pacific Salmon Treaty on the Okanagan work group to better understand limiting factors for Okanagan Chinook and to assist with transboundary restoration. The Canadian entities are working on trying to reintroduce and rehabilitate Chinook in the Canadian Okanagan. And so we're working with them on that as well.
Thanks for that, Casey. That was a fulsome answer. I was just trying to get at, is it a pre-spawning mortality issue or a fisheries issue? And that information helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one public comment, I think. Is that correct? Still? We have a Mr. Pedro Perez. Are you here? Mr. Perez, are you present? Seeing him not here. Okay. Now I think we'll go into council discussion and see if we need some states want to add or detract or. So Michael Farrell should come back up to the table in case there's some stuff. So first, do we want to enter some discussion just openly, or we want to go right to the states to see what? Okay, who wants to go first? Oregon? No, Kyle, you go first.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I've got about 30 pages of guidance to read. So I have some pretty simple guidance today, and this was in reference to agenda item C4A, Supplemental STT Report 1, dated today, March 7th, 2026. Implement the following changes. On Table 1, the WDFW Commercial Management Alternatives. On page 2, for the U.S.-Canada border to Cape Falcon spring season. And Alternative 1, strike the language for the May 2027 fishery that says, except as described below for vessels fishing or in possession of salmon north of Ledbetter Point. I think that's just some leftover language from when we were changing a rule with this new May 16th regulatory cycle. So just cleaning up some language there. For Table 2, WDFW Recreational Management Measures, on page 16, for the Cape Alava-Taquich River subarea, the La Push subarea, for Alternative 1, adjust dates to June 20th through September 30th and remove the September 30th to October 3rd fishery. And for Alternative 2, remove the October 7th through 10 fishery. This is just a small fishery within a smaller portion of that sub-area that we have in some years. There was language in the alternatives that fishery might not occur if we saw temperature and flow conditions in September that were of concern. And with the low snowpack this year, we're pretty likely to have those concerns. So we're just going to remove that fishery from the alternatives. And that's all I have.
Okay, any questions on those changes? Michael, did you get all those?
Yes, I did. Thanks.
Okay. So it really doesn't matter in changing things. Marcy, you want to go next? Or
Why
John?
not?
I'm going to give John as much time as he needs, so go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, taking a look at Table 1 of Supplemental SDT Report dated March 7th. Looking at page 7, these are the California commercial management alternatives. And actually, I'm going to make a change to what is showing on the screen. You'll see there underlined in the middle of the screen, it says management areas south of latitude 4010, and I'm asking that be removed. Thank you. And then there's a bullet that says strike open 5 days per week, Friday through Tuesday. Nope, keep that. Then we're going to add a bullet under that says replace landing week, in quotes. Yep. With open period, in quotes. Thank you. And before I move on, I'd just like to speak to this guidance and explain a bit. And I'll use an example on page 7 in Alternative 3.
The California KMZ cell lists open dates from May 1 through 15 and May 16 through 31. But then the sentence below that follows says landing and possession limit of 40 Chinook per vessel per landing week, Friday through Tuesday. So the way that's constructed is very confusing to the reader. It's confusing to enforcement, and we've gotten this question a few times over the course of the last, few times we've had language written this way that let's just use the actual dates that we are proposing. So for May, they would read May 7 through 11, May 14 through 18, May 21 through 25. So that it's clear to the industry and to the public which dates are open, rather than showing a range of dates and then saying that they're only open Friday through Tuesday. So I'm using this example in the California KMZ cell, but I'd like this change to be made throughout the packet to eliminate the reference of open 5 days per week, Friday through Tuesday, and instead use the term landing week, or replace the term landing week with open period, and then use the actual dates that are intended to be open. Okay. Maybe I'll just, if I may ask Dr. O'Farrell, is that clear?
I think it's pretty clear. We have questions. Could we potentially check with you?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. Perfect. Okay, then moving down, some numeric changes in that same alternative 3 cell. Oregon, California border to Humboldt South Jetty, the California KMZ, Alt 3. Strike the 2,000 Chinook quota that is shown and replace each of those values of 2,000 with 2,250. So for each of May, June, July, and August openers. Then moving to the Fort Bragg cell in alternative 1, strike July 1 through 5, July 12 through 17, and August 21 through 25. And in alternative 3, strike all open days and regulatory language and replace with closed. Moving to the San Francisco cell, an alternative 1, strike July 12 through 17 and August 21 through 25. In alternative 2, strike May 23rd through 28th, June 13th through 18, June 23rd through 28th, July 1 through 7, July 13 through 18, July 23 through 28, and August 23 through 28. Also, strike Point Reyes to Point San Pedro and replace that language with Point Reyes to Pigeon Point. Then moving to alternative 3, strike all open days and regulatory language and replace with closed. Then moving to the Monterey cell, under alternative 1, strike June 12 through 17, replace with June 12 through 16. Strike July 12 through 17 and August 21 through 25. In alternative 2, strike May 23rd through 28, June 23rd through 28, July 1 through 7, July 13 through 18, July 23 through 28, and August 23 through 28. And alternative 3, strike all open days in regulatory language and replace with closed. Okay, moving to table 2, these are the recreational management alternatives off California, beginning on page 21. For alternative 1 in the California, this is in the California KMZ cell. Alternative 1, strike May 16 through August 31 and replace with June 20th through July 26th and August 1 through 23. Also strike September 1 through October 31. For alternative 2, strike May 16 through August 23rd, replace with June 20 through July 26 and August 1 through 23, and strike September 1 through October 31. Alternative 3, strike May 16 through August 16 and replace with June 27 through August 23. Also strike September 1 through October 31. Moving to the Fort Bragg cell, alternative 1, strike May 16 through August 31 and replace with June 20th through July 26th and August 1 through 23. Also strike September 1 through October 31. Alternative 2, strike May 16 through August 23, replace with June 20 through July 26 and August 1 through 23. Strike September 1 through October 31. Alternative 3, strike May 16 through August 16, replace with June 27 through August 23, and strike September 1 through October 31. For Point Arena to Pigeon Point, that's the San Francisco cell. Alternative 1, strike May 16 through August 31, replace with June 20 through July 26 and August 1 through 23. For the September 1 through October 31 dates, add Point Reyes to Pigeon Point. Alternative 2, strike May 16 through August 23, replace with May 2nd through July 5th and August 1 through 23. Strike September 1 through October 31, replace with September 1 through October 15. Alternative 3, strike May 16 through August 16 and replace with June 27 through August 23. Strike September 1 through October 31 and replace with September 1 through 30. For the Monterey cell, that's Pigeon Point to the U.S.-Mexico border. Alternative 1, strike May 16 through August 31 and replace with May 16 through 31. Replace Chinook minimum size limit with 20 inches with Chinook minimum size limit with 24 inches. Alternative 2, strike May 16 through August 23, replace with May 16 through June 14, replace Chinook minimum size limit with 20 inches with Chinook minimum size limit with 24 inches. Alternative 3, strike May 16 through August 16, replace with May 16 through June 14. And that's it. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Marcy. Any questions, Dr. O'Farrell, of those changes, or
No questions.
any other council discussion on those changes? Okay. Seeing none, Mr. North, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, Oregon does have some preliminary guidance today from the management alternatives, most of which is on the troll alternatives. First, though, I would like to thank the SDT for all their hard work laid into actually this morning sometime. And I tried to stay up with them, but that was a big mistake. I greatly appreciate all the expertise of our Oregon SAS members too, helping to modify these these first alternatives. So as far as guidance today regarding agenda item C4A, supplemental STT report 1 dated March 7, 2026, beginning with the ODFW with the Oregon Commercial Management Alternatives in Table 1 on page 5 for Commercial Alt 1 from Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, remove May 16th through August 29th, add the following period of July 15th through August 7th, and then replace the non-mark selective coho quota from 8,000 down to 7,500. And then add a new catch area from Cape Falcon to Heceta Bank Line and the following open period of May 16th through June 30th in that area. And then add open, I'll read this one time and then I'll refer to it as we go forward. But open 7 days per week, all salmon except coho, parent C4, C7, except during the non-mark selected coho fishery as described below, parent C5, Chinook minimum size limit of 28 inches total length, coho minimum size limit of 16 inches total length, parents B and C1. All vessels fishing in the area must land their salmon in the state of Oregon, see gear restrictions and definitions, parents C2, C3. And then add, in 2027, the season will open March 15th for all salmon except coho. Chinook minimum size limit of 28 inches total length, parents B and C1. All vessels fishing in the area must land their salmon in the state of Oregon. Gear restrictions, parents C2, C3. Same as in 2026. This opening could be modified following council review at its March 2027 meeting, parent C8. And then moving on, add a new catch area from Heceta Bank Line to Humbug Mountain and the following open periods for that area of May 16th through May 31 and June 16th through June 30. And then add the same boilerplate language that I read off from above into this section. And then for Humbug Mountain to the Oregon-California border, replace April 14th through May 15th with April 14th through 30th. And then replace May 16th through June 30 with May 21 through June 15th. Commercial Alternative 2, Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, remove May 16th through August 7th. Add a new catch area of Cape Falcon to Heceta Bank Line with an open period of May 16th through July 15th and add the same boilerplate language from above. Also add a new catch area, Heceta Bank Line to Humbug Mountain and open with the following periods of May 16th through 31, June 16th through 30, July 20th through August 7th, plus the same boilerplate language from above. And then for the Humbug Mountain to Oregon-California border section, please replace April 14th through May 15th with April 14th through 30. Remove May 16th through May 29. Remove or the earlier of 600 Chinook quota, and then remove the regulatory paragraph beginning with Oregon state regulations require all fishers landing Chinook salmon into Oregon during the June fishery continues, that paragraph. For commercial alternative 3, Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, remove May 16th through July 31 and add a new catch area of Cape Falcon to Heceta Bank Line with the following, with a open period of May 16th through July 15th and add the same boilerplate language from above. Also add a new catch area of Heceta Bank Line to Humbug Mountain with the open periods of May 16th through 31 and June 16th through 30 with that same boilerplate language. And then on table 2 for the recreational management alternatives, beginning on page 19 under alternative 1, Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, for that non-mark selective coho fishery, replace 30,000 non-mark selective coho quota with 29,000 non-mark selective coho quota. And that concludes the guidance.
Thank you, Mr. North. Any questions, Dr. O'Farrell?
No questions.
Questions? Okay. Questions from the council? Oh, Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a clarification from Mr. North. In several areas, you mentioned a new catch area. And if I'm recalling this correctly, it's the area that you're defining is essentially a line that divides the larger area into two, and that's been done pretty frequently in the past and is allowed under the FMP. But I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the action correctly.
Through the vice chair, thank you, Ms. Bishop. Yeah, we were in a bit of a hurry, so we might have used the wrong term, but our intent was as you described.
Thank you.
Okay, here you see another. Mr. Dave Sones, does the tribal have any corrections or anything they'd like to add?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Get ready, people. I got no changes for this for this round.
All right. Thank you. So I believe we're, sorry. Susan Bishop, please.
My apologies, Mr. Vice Chair. I did have a question for Marcy, but I wasn't able to get there fast enough. I was trying to identify whether it was an issue or not before I asked the question. I wasn't able to, my brain wasn't working fast enough to translate the open periods that you had into consistency with our regulations. And so the regulations for the framework that are that we're implementing this year indicate that the basically landing week or open period cannot be longer than a week. So I couldn't tell quite whether those open days fit within that weekly period or not. Can you clarify?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bishop, for the question. Yes, we wouldn't intend to put any open period that is longer than 7 days. Respecting that weekly limit provision in the biological opinion.
All right, any other discussion? Why we're all here. All right. Angela, have we done our due diligence to your satisfaction?
Yes, I got a head nod from Dr. O'Farrell as well. So each state has provided guidance to the STT, and they will proceed with incorporating these into their next packet and report to the council tomorrow.
Okay. Well, before I turn it over to Chairman Hassemer, I'd just like to remind everyone, especially in Ring Central land, that this is a marathon, not a sprint. There'll be more changes to come in the next month. So hang in there with us. And Michael, thank you for what you do and your team, and probably see you in the halls late at night. Well, you won't see me, I'll be in bed, but anyway, well, thank you very much. And Mr. So we're going to take a 12-minute break, and I will maintain the gavel, and we're going to HMS, did you say? HMS. So see you in 12.2 minutes. Okay, we have some new people in the seats. We've got John Ugeritz from California. We got Justin, how you doing, from Oregon? And we got Amy and then we got the ever-present Ryan Wolf, and we got Mr. Late Brad Penninger. So we'll get started here in just 1 second. Carrie, I think we've got critical mass, and welcome this afternoon. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm happy to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. This is agenda item G1. It's the National Marine Fisheries Service report for highly migratory species. The situation summary speaks for itself. There is a NMFS report in the advanced briefing book for your materials, where we'll hear the report from Mr. Wolf. And there are no reports from management entities or advisory bodies. I didn't see any public comment, and that would bring us to council discussion and action. And your action is just discussion and comments as appropriate.
Thank you, Carrie. Any questions of Carrie? Seeing none, it looks like Mr. Wolf, you are on.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think we don't have a science center report, so it is just me today, and it is not a very lengthy report. We only have 2 updates under this agenda item. The first is regarding our authorized deep set buoy gear limited entry permits. On February 1st of this year, we opened the permit application period for limited entry buoy gear permits under qualification tier 9. For those who don't remember, we have been in tier 9 now for a couple years. Applications are open through March 31st, and as I'm sure you all are well aware, pursuant to our regs, we can issue just 25 additional permits each year. That's what this limited entry system is set up to do until we reach 300 total. So to date, we've issued 100 limited entry permits. So therefore, 25 more can come from this application period. However, if we do get more than 25 applications that are approvable, quote unquote, this year, we would keep those that are beyond the 25 as the priority ones for the next batch when we rolled over to the next year's applications like we have done in the past. So I did want to caution, though, those numbers are a little bit different than what we are seeing with fishing effort. Even though we have issued 100 permits, we only had 13 vessels land in 2024. 25 data is preliminary, but it's around that same number of vessels. So that is an update regarding the deep set buoy gear fishery. Second part of our NMFS report relates to exempted fishing permit applications. This is not the ones we will be discussing under the D3 agenda item. These were ones the council has already seen and reviewed and endorsed for NMFS, or recommended that NMFS approve at its November meeting in 2025. The public comment period on those 2 applications was open through March 4th. So just a few days ago that closed. And just as a reminder, those were one application for a night set buoy gear, on the other one for the extended link buoy gear application with some modifications to it that we discussed in November. And that concludes my report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions of Ryan's report? Okay. And no other reports. I don't see any public comment. Is that still the case? Okay. So council discussion. Krista, I know you want to raise your hand. Go ahead.
I would be happy to, I guess, start the discussion and just say, firstly, thank you for the report, and that it's encouraging that people continue to apply for permits, even if we do not get perhaps the participation that we wish that we could be getting, I guess I would say. But again, people out on the water fishing, in my opinion, is always a good day. And hopefully, if we continue to have people apply, we will continue to grow the number, meaning not just, hey, we now have 125 permits next year, but maybe we'll have 15 or 20 or 50 or however many people it is, in the event we continue to develop the market. And that isn't specific to buoy gear. That is specific to if we have more swordfish that is caught in the U.S., it makes it easier for all of us who are interested in catching swordfish to market that swordfish, because the name recognition becomes more. So again, thank you for putting those permits out there. Thank you for doing the work to authorize the permits every year. And hopefully we can get people a little more excited about catching swordfish.
Thank you, Krista. Anyone else? Oops, Pete.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. A question, I was just contemplating the NMFS report, and a question, I guess, for Mr. Wolf on the, I have to get the language right. There's a lot of numbers here. Applications permit, and then if NMFS approves more than 25 applications, so under that Tier 9, there's 25 a year. How many carryovers were issued last year? I guess the question is, do you get more than 25 applicants, or do you get enough applicants? Some may make it, some may not. Did you have carryover last year that were given permits? Do you expect that to happen again?
Yeah, through the Vice Chair. Thank you, Chair Hatzler, for the question. I will look into that. I don't have the numbers in front of me. I feel like there was a few permits that we did that over the 25 level that we then held as the first priority for this batch, but let me confirm, but it wasn't a lot. And again, we have been pretty clear though, if you do apply and you're one that we would approve, but you came in after, because it's first come, first served right, in the application. If you come in late, we don't just force you to try to get to the front of the queue again next year. We hold you at the front of the queue for the future year. That's the process. I think there were a few, but we can get that number and get back to you, but it wasn't a lot.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Well, Carrie, no other questions. Have we done our due diligence on this topic?
I think you have, if there's no further discussion or questions for the National Marine Fishery Service.
All right, Carrie. Well, since we did so well at that one, let's try two in a row. We'll go to G2 and go ahead.
Okay, we'll move to G2, international management activities for highly migratory species. We have a little bit more materials under this agenda item to consider. In the advanced briefing book, you have another NMFS report, G2A NMFS report 1. There's also a supplemental NMFS report 2, which is a summary of the albacore tuna stakeholders meeting that happened recently, and you'll hear about those, of course, momentarily. There's also a letter, attachment 1 is a letter from Sarah Malloy, the PIRO Office Regional Administrator, that summarizes the December 2025 Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission meeting. And there's also a link to the WCPFC website with the provisional outcomes in case you want to look there as well. We'll also be hearing an update from both Mr. Wolf, and then we'll also turn to Krista Svensson for a summary and her views and some additional information on that and other international management activities for HMS. And then there's also a supplemental HMS AS Report 1 under this agenda item that is in the supplemental briefing book materials. Your task today is, the other thing I wanted to mention that you'll hear about also is this upcoming joint working group of the IATTC WCPFC Northern Committee that's happening just on the heels of this council meeting. And that's in Newport Beach, California. It'll be also hybrid. It'll be web broadcast. And as far as your task, there might be some public comment too. I believe so. So after we get through the Ms. Svenson's overview and Mr. Wolf's NMFS report, then we have the HMSAS report, and there's public comment, and then your council action is to provide recommendations on U.S. positions for upcoming regional fishery management organization meetings and other forums as appropriate. So that concludes my overview. I'll take any questions on the agenda item in general. Otherwise, we could turn to Ms. Svensson.
Okay, any questions on the overview? Seeing none? Well, Krista, since you got warmed up the last one, why don't you go ahead and proceed with your report, please?
Right, thank you. Well, I'll start by saying WCPFC 2022 held in Manila in the Philippines this year was busy. I do not have a picture of myself with Josh Madeira as the U.S. West Coast delegates, but if you're really looking, I bet you can find some video of at least me stick dancing at the event. So we worked hard, but we also had a very fun time. I'll begin my report with actions taken at that meeting that are not covered in other reports, and then I'll conclude with upcoming events that also are not listed elsewhere. So really focusing on adding additional value in addition to what we already have in our materials. I'll note stakeholder engagement at RFMOs continues to grow, and that in 2025, it was not an exception. We had a number of new observers, like the Global Ghost Year Initiative and Shark Specific Brunei, who were accepted to attend. It was interesting that WCPFC as an entity also was accepted as an observer at the International Seabed Authority. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this organization, but it's an autonomous international organization that was established in 1982. Through the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas, so UNCLOS, and the 1994 agreement relating to the implementation of Part 11 of the United Nations Conventions on the Law at Sea. And ISA is the organization through which state parties to UNCLOS organize and control all mineral resource-related activities in the area for the benefit of humankind as a whole. And in doing so, ISA has the mandate to ensure effective protection of the marine environment from harmful effects that may arise from deep seabed related activities. And so, we've heard this week about mineral resource related activities in the habitat report, and it continues to be an item of concern for HMS fisheries participants locally, regionally, and even at the global level. So as the council representative, I take our positions to the process and also quite often return with results of those interventions. But I think it can be helpful to provide some color to how all of this works. This year brought the return of Andrew Lawler as head of delegation. When I started this process in 2018, he was head of delegation, and it was refreshing to have him back. He has done a really solid job of bringing stakeholders' concerns to the foreground, and he's been very hands-on. This time around, he had an opportunity very early on to do a high seas boarding, and it has really impacted his understanding around the needs for better labor standards. I brought that item to the council last March with the announcement of a new conservation measure, and this year the U.S. delegation made an impassioned plea to ask the commission to allow high seas inspectors to ask questions around labor within the scope of their activities. And even more astonishingly, it was accepted. So moving forward, the commission tasked high seas boarding inspectors, they tasked the group that's working on high seas boarding inspections to include questions aimed at reducing the risk of forced labor. And examples that were specifically called out were questions like, do you have any issues getting paid? When was the last time you set foot on land? And are you here of your own free will? So it will be interesting to see how that plays out actually on the water, but it is encouraging that we continue to see work in that forum sooner than the 2027 implementation. I'm also going to spend a few minutes this afternoon talking about the importance of the Council's engagement on the topic of South Pacific albacore at WCPFC, because I quite often hear about North Pacific albacore, and that is really important. But I want everyone around the table and in the audience to remember that fishermen from Oregon, Washington, and California pioneered the South Pacific fisheries. And it's a significant component of why this council has a seat at the proverbial table. Over the years, I've heard a number of comments within our process about how few boats now head south, or that our catch is de minimis. And I'm not advocating that we need to go in there with a lot of swagger or bluster around, but I do think it is really imperative to keep opportunity for American fishermen available in their usual and customary fishing grounds, which is part of the reason I spoke about swordfish a moment ago on the previous agenda item. I want to thank NMFS and particularly the Southwest Fisheries Science Center for providing critical data to support local knowledge. Over the years in the process, I've said there were dozens of boats that headed south in the late 80s, 90s, and 2000s based on growing up in and around the albacore fleet, although I was not out fishing. And it's been incredibly satisfying to have the proverbial proof in hard science, because the memories of 20 to 30 years ago often aren't sufficient to advocate successfully with fisheries managers. Historically, between 1988 and 2000, the West Coast, North/South Pacific albacore fleet, meaning North Pacific participants who headed south, we had an average of 37 participants with a high of 54 vessels transiting to the South Pacific. When you think about it, we had about 350 boats that fished last year, so that is a significant number. The average landings were 2,300 to a high of 5,156 metric tons. So again, that's exceeding the catch in 2023 and 2024, which granted were not great years for us, but it is a significant opportunity. I'm highlighting this issue to raise awareness at our council of the importance of remaining engaged in the South Pacific albacore fishery to support access for West Coast fishermen, but also to add weight to the conversation we've heard coming from the GAP and other FMPs about the need to incorporate local and traditional knowledge. If I didn't have the memory of so many boats leaving the ports of Warrenton and Astoria, I wouldn't have pushed for a more actual amount of data on the fishery. That has been a key strategy for HMS participants on our coast for the last 50 years. This creates a more complete picture and gives the U.S. delegation better data to negotiate in upcoming discussions. Without voices coming into the process who see what's happening on the water, it can be difficult to know what data to consider and how best to model that data once we receive that for actual interactions. And then the second reason for raising this issue is the importance of SPA to U.S. domestic production, economics, and markets, which many members around the table have expressed interest in. For fishermen willing to make that trip, it's a valuable lifeline in diversifying the portfolios, particularly if they don't have other resources to access limited entry fisheries. Their fishing on the return trip home helps smaller vessels from the West Coast gain information on where albacore are, which saves them money. And it also helps for those of us interested in carbon offsetting reduce their emissions because they're not going out looking for fish in the wrong places. And an area that often doesn't get a lot of attention in the council process is the need of West Coast processors. During my tenure almost a decade ago at Bornstein's, we sourced South Pacific albacore from the U.S. fleet to allow us to maintain relationships with those vessels. But it also helped us because those vessels were U.S. flagged, the fish was U.S. caught, and it allowed us to sell U.S. product into the U.S. market, particularly in the winter and the spring when our North Pacific fish wasn't available. This allowed some processors to help create year-round jobs specific to HMS fisheries. And that is similar to the same arguments that we've heard in Groundfish around the need for creating jobs that are the backbone of our processing support. Stable work in West Coast communities through HMS fisheries is something that all of us have expressed support on through our work at the council, and that I hope we will continue to support through our engagement in WCPFC. So I will say that moving forward this year at the commission, we have a very, very, very busy year. Most of us that are in the process and have been in the process don't remember seeing a year where so many big items were coming forward. South Pacific albacore is one of them. Tropical tuna measures is one of them. But we also have a few other work groups and meetings that I think are worth noting. The ER, Electronic Reporting and Electronic Monitoring Working Group, their work plan was adopted last year, and we've been tasked with continuing through 2026 to line on drafting a conservation measure to develop a electronic monitoring program. That workshop kicks off next month on April 2nd. We have the scientific committee meeting from the 11th through 19th of August in Samoa, the technical committee and compliance meeting in FSM, and then the annual meeting, which is to be determined where we will be having that, the 4th through 8th of December. That's in addition to the 2 South Pacific albacore workshops that are mentioned in our briefing book, one in May and one in June. So with that, I will close my report, but excited to see what 2026 brings for West Coast fishermen working in a variety of areas in the Pacific.
Thank you, Ms. Svensson. Any questions of Ms. Svensson? Dr. Lent.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair, and thank you so much, Ms. Svensson, for that report. Your report is billed as a report about the international work, but you bring it all home. You remind us that if we don't have someone advocating for the U.S. fleet, for opportunities, and for being continually providing U.S. caught fish, taking it to U.S. processors. I mean, if we don't have you advocating for that, then it's not going to happen. I really appreciate your emphasis on U.S. caught seafood, trying to diminish our imports, and relying on seafood that we're catching ourselves, and we know where it came from. We know it's well managed. I also appreciate from the letter we see that there are a lot of measures on protected species, sea turtles, fads that entangle fewer whales, sharks, or whatever. That's all leveling the playing field, which is one of my favorite topics, to give a fair opportunity for our fleets to compete in the market. When I think about the albacore fleet out there on the high seas, I remember seeing these boats. They're not big, massive trawlers, longliners, or whatever. They're pretty petite, and they're way out there, and they're courageous people, and I sure do appreciate what they do, and I love their fish. So thank you for representing us, and thanks for bringing back the good news.
Thank you, Dr. Lent. Anyone else? Justin.
Yeah, thank you, Krista, for the report. You mentioned, the need for staying engaged in the South Pacific albacore for this council. Is there, suggestions how that we can achieve that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think there are a number of opportunities. This council, later in the year, typically puts forward a series of recommendations, and it is certainly easier for me as the representative of the council to advocate for positions when I know that I've got the backing of the council. We also, in the past, have on occasion provided opportunities for fishermen or other representatives of fishing groups to participate in meetings as applicable. So I know on one occasion, I believe we sent people to Japan, and we're not talking dozens of people. Usually it's one or two persons. But again, the ability to have someone go and be able to provide the technical knowledge or the kind of localized knowledge about what it is, I think is critical. Even last year when I was grousing about, I know it was more than 30 boats, that's based upon me having lived that experience and that local knowledge. And the ability for, an executive director of one of our albacore associations or somebody else to really weigh in on that as applicable and appropriate, I think is an opportunity in the future. Fortunately, these meetings right now are online, so we don't have that cost. But again, support on fisheries, and then longer term, just remembering to make sure that people are aware of the opportunity that they too could be going out fishing and capitalizing on some of this.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Wolf, looks like you got two in a row.
I'm on a roll, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you. Before I begin my report, I do want to thank Ms. Svensson again. Another very thorough report. Echo the remarks made by Dr. Lent. And again, she raises some good points. There's a lot of discussions beginning on South Pacific albacore, and I would just underscore and strongly encourage, if we have West Coast stakeholders interested in the South Pacific albacore fishery, now is a good time to consider putting your name forward for the U.S. delegation for that June allocation meeting once the solicitations are circulated later this spring. But I don't have anything else in that because Krista covered it very well. There's two reports that I will go over in the briefing book. The first one is our kind of traditional format for our international report, which this meeting touches on the North Pacific albacore tuna treaty discussions, touches on our stakeholder meeting, and the upcoming joint working group on bluefin, which I'll talk about here. Regarding the North Pacific albacore tuna treaty discussions, I think it's important to note we have a new State Department lead, a new representative. You are all familiar, I believe, or most of you are, with David Hogan, who was that representative for so long. He has retired, and Alana Mendelson has taken over on this for the Department of State. As for those that are not aware, when you are negotiating a treaty, even if NOAA would be the lead in implementing a treaty, it is State Department that is the lead for negotiating the treaty. And it's a very detailed process. So she is the lead. She has taken that job very seriously. She had 2 calls with stakeholders to solicit their input on preferences for renegotiations with Canada on reciprocal fishing access for 2026 and beyond. And we'll hear more about that from, I'm sure, public comment in our advisory body reports. Also related to albacore, what we've done before, the West Coast region of NMFS worked jointly with the Pacific Islands region to hold a stakeholder webinar on February 18th to gather input on the North Pacific albacore harvest strategy, which this council has heard about for some time. There is some components in that still need to be defined, so we were getting views. And I'll touch on what happened there in just a minute because that's our next report. But I also wanted to note that the stock assessment for North Pacific albacore will be released this spring. We anticipate the executive summary to be released about mid-May. And once that is out, we will plan to hold another stakeholder webinar tentatively late May to discuss it and get updated feedback before we get to this year's cycle of meetings on the international sector. Which maybe I'll jump to my last part of this report, which you can see there's quite a suite of international meetings in this report, even more so than normal. And I won't go through all of those. You've had that there, but I'm happy to take any questions on any of them in particular. And finally, I do want to announce, I think this will be the third time that we have hosted the joint IATTC working group on Pacific Bluefin, joint IATTC, WCPFC, joint working group in the Eastern Pacific in the United States. We will be hosting it next week, March 11th to 13th in Newport Beach, California, to continue the harvest strategy discussions. And in case this wasn't clear, as I reported, I think in November, this does not replace the January joint working group meeting in Nagasaki, Japan. This is to augment those negotiations and essentially give us a first stab at negotiations here before we conclude potentially those negotiations in Japan in July. So that's NIMS report 1. I'll just speak briefly to my other report, if that's okay, Mr. Vice Chair, and then take questions on both because this one is connected. This is a supplemental report that is, it's lengthy, but it's a pretty detailed summary of discussions that we've shown the council before. Once we have those stakeholder webinars that I just described, this one from February 18th, and there's a pretty detailed write-up there if you want to see. The council has received that well in the past, so we wanted to do that again. But of course, we just had this a few weeks ago, so that's why it was added a little bit late to the briefing book, but at least it's there for everyone's review. Just in very quick summary, we had 63 participants attend that meeting from federal government, from state government, from council, from industry, non-governmental organizations, and NIMS kind of facilitated, if you will, posed a series of questions, focused questions to kind of gear the participants, steer them, specifically related to options for those components that are not defined in the harvest strategy, the last pieces, which is translating fishing intensity to management measures in the harvest strategy for IATTC and WCPFC. And finally, the meeting materials, including the background paper we provided, as well as the slides we presented, are all attached in the appendices to that report. And that concludes my summary of those two documents, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions of Mr. Wolf? Okay, seeing none. You got one more, or did you got them both? Okay, all right. So now that comes to Mr. Mike Conroy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and good afternoon, council members. My name is Mike Conroy, and I am the co-chair of the HMSAS. I'm going to summarize our report on agenda item G2, International Management. With regard to Pacific Bluefin tuna, we very much appreciate your support in ensuring in-person participation at next week's joint working group meeting. I know myself and 4 or 5 other members from the AS are going to be in attendance and look forward to participating in that process. We included a recommendation for you to forward to the U.S. delegation a number of requests and suggestions. Those aren't new and are based on recommendations we have provided in previous reports. We also provided updates on recreational and commercial fisheries for Pacific bluefin. While the total metric tons of bluefin harvested by the U.S. rec fleets is significantly higher, we must be mindful that the average size of fish caught in the recreational fishery is substantially larger as well. Data provided by the Sport Fishing Association of California showed that the average fish caught in the rec fishery in 2023 was roughly 60 pounds. The commercial fishery continues to underutilize the resource, but as markets are restored and developed, we continue to need to protect that opportunity. And we also note that the current IATTC resolution on bluefin does not address management of the stock beyond this year. We are looking forward to your June council meeting when we expect to have recommendations for international management of the bluefin stock in 2027 and beyond, and followed by our recommendations for domestic implementation of an IATTC resolution on bluefin during your November council meeting. Switching over to North Pacific albacore, we first addressed the U.S.-Canada Albacore Treaty. The treaty remains the governing bilateral framework for reciprocal fishing and port access privileges. We provided an appendix in our statement that provides sort of a real brief overview of the treaty and is intended to differentiate between the treaty itself and regimes that are authorized under the treaty. There seems to be a lot of confusion with stakeholders on that process. I thought it would be helpful to put that down. The immediate issue is whether the parties can or should negotiate a regime for 2026 and beyond that is both timely and operationally meaningful for the fleet. We do thank the State Department for its engagement, and the fleet looks forward to further conversations with Ms. Mendelson, who, as Ryan noted, is the new Dave Hogan. The EAS was unable to reach consensus on the propriety of a regime this year. We do provide in our statement an outline of the perspectives as to why it's either preferred or why it's not. What we did come up with, we discussed consensus views on if a regime is considered, things that should be considered or included when negotiating that regime. It should be evaluated not simply on whether it can be implemented in a timely manner, but on whether it provides clear operational value to the U.S. fleet and fishing communities. That includes practical port access, workable hail-in and hail-out provisions, and related administrative requirements in terms that do not create unnecessary burdens for U.S. vessels fishing in or transiting through Canadian waters. Timeliness remains a central consideration. In absent exceptional circumstances, an agreement on a regime needs to be executed on or before March 31st of this year. And that's to ensure that vessels that want to take advantage of port access in the Canadian ports have the time to do that and make plans to be able to do that. And the EAS also emphasized the needs to include a formal agreement regarding the attribution of catch and or effort between the United States and Canada. If there is a regime this year, that should be required as well. We then move into the harvest strategy for North Pacific albacore. We very much appreciate NMFS convening the February stakeholder webinar to gather input in advance of upcoming meetings. Just want to call out Valerie and Tyler, who did a great job of conveying some very complex materials. Having said that, several details remain undetermined, and participants wanted more time to consider the use of spawning potential ratio and other attributes before weighing in on any proposal to revise the existing harvest strategy. We look forward to the planned May NMFS workshop to further consider these and other important details. And the AS expects to provide more detailed recommendations on the harvest strategy during your June meeting. We did follow that up with providing a couple of recommendations. One is a continuation of the 2002 to 2004 baseline for effort controls and continued stakeholder engagement with the fleet in advance of this summer's international meetings. And then we concluded our statement talking about South Pacific albacore. I think Krista pretty much summed up and summarized exactly what we were going to say. We do include a recommendation that the Council continue urging active U.S. engagement in the implementation and allocation phase of the South Pacific albacore process, including the March Joint Working Group and the June allocation workshops, while emphasizing that implementation choices should account for the interests of the U.S. surface fleet that has a long history of participating in this fishery that benefits U.S. West Coast fishing families, and the need for a coherent management across the WCPFC and IATTC processes. And that sums up my summary.
Thanks, Mike, for your good testimony. Any questions of Mike? Take Ms. Svensson.
Thank you. And thank you for the report. I have a question on the North Pacific Albacore Treaty component. It's bolded in your statement that consensus wasn't reached. But then later, like the paragraph below that, there's exceptional circumstances around the regime needs to be executed on or before March 31st. And I'm just wondering if there was consensus. I mean, that's pretty strongly worded. So I'm just wondering if there was consensus in the event of a regime, that it must be at that point, or at that point there would have been consensus about not having a regime. And I realize that's a little bit of a circuitous question, but I think you may be understanding what I'm getting at based upon conversations in and around the margins of this meeting and other meetings for North Pacific albacore stakeholders who have expressed a variety of opinions.
Yeah, through the vice chair, thanks, Krista, for the question. We were not able to gain agreement on whether or not we felt a regime this year was appropriate. So what we did is stepping back from that, you know, if there is going to be a regime, in years past, it's always been that if somebody wants a regime, there's going to be a regime. We don't know what the State Department's perspective is on that now, and hopefully we'll learn more about that sooner than later. But we did have agreement on things related to if there is going to be a regime, that these items need to be included. And one of those items, as you pointed out, was the need for it to be done by March 31st of this year, so that individuals who may need to go to Canadian ports either to pick up crew or to do maintenance projects have the time to schedule those, plan those, and do those in advance of this upcoming fishing season.
Thank you, Krista. Anyone else?
Corey. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Mike, and thanks to the whole panel. On that same section, I couldn't help but notice that you all used the word propriety of a regime, which was a bit of unusual. Any meaning to why I use that word, or just had your thesaurus out?
Through the vice chair, I can assure you there were no thesauruses out in the room, but that's the word that we landed on. No, there was no lengthy discussion about the word propriety versus need versus value of.
Okay, anyone else? Oh, John.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike, for the report, and as always for all of your guidance on albacore. So I had a similar question to Krista's about the March 31st. We're talking three weeks from today. I note that the 2024 agreement was in May. And it seems like maybe there was discussion around the table that having that regime in 2024 was not helpful. I mean, that maybe I'm inferring that, but is that, what did the AS think about the 2024 regime?
Yeah, through the vice chair, the agreement being reached in mid-May in 2024 pretty much didn't allow U.S. vessels who would have used Canadian ports for port access purposes. They didn't have the ability to do so. I know a couple of folks who had planned to do engine replacements and were going to do that in Canadian ports, but they couldn't do that, so they did it down here instead. And then folks as far away as Newport, Earl Waco, went down to Ensenada to pick up crew rather than going up to Vancouver. So yeah, coming to an agreement at that late time wasn't viewed favorably by the AS.
Thank you, John. Dr. Lynn.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Mike, for the report. You note that the bluefin tuna quota that people are going to be vigorously defending late next week is underutilized primarily because of market conditions. Is that a reference to the purse seine bluefin markets? Thank you.
Yeah, through the vice chair, completely. You know, prior to 2014, when we had the extreme reduction in allowable catch, we had markets for our fish. If you look back at the catch records, the purse seine fleet was active during that period of time. When those catch limits went into place, and then when was followed up by trip limits and things like that, there was not enough steady supply coming in, and the markets that we had were lost. In recent years, and particularly in 2024, I don't think the 2025 numbers are available yet, but the imports of penned fish from Mexico jumped dramatically, probably because the Japanese market with their increase was filling their demand domestically. So, yeah, there's just, and I know that our markets are looking forward to rebuilding those markets, but they need certainty that what happened in 2014 won't happen again before they're ready to jump in with both feet to really try to push that product.
Thank you, Dr. Lent. Anyone else? Corey?
Yeah, maybe a tough question, Mike, but I know you're not scared of these. But I'm kind of like if well, a couple of thoughts on what the State Department would do with the lack of consensus, and you mentioned how that you think it has been done in the past, but just also wondering what it would take for you to think that the consensus, this current lack of consensus would swing either way. Do you think it's stuck like this for a while, or is it people's viewpoints, or this year might change people's views? Just kind of like what are the next steps here, and how does the next steps of the discussion go in your mind?
Through the vice chair, it's a great question, and I wish that there was an easy answer for it. I think there's still a lot of, and I don't want to use the word hangover, but for the lack of a better word, hangover from the 2023 request from the Canadians that was viewed by everybody as being somewhat outlandish. So there's still some, unresolved anger associated with that. I think that the 2024 agreement being done in May of that year was viewed by some in the fleet as a slap in the face to the U.S. fleet. So I think, I don't know how we're going to bridge that gap, to be honest with you. I think, a holistic discussion about the treaty itself. One of the things that we discussed, if you look back at the data over the last few years that there's been a regime, I think only one time did the Canadians report more than 40 of their vessels fishing in the EEZ. So if we start, maybe that's an approach, right? Start reducing the number of vessels, doing this and that. But I think if there is a table that's set that says we're going to look at every part of the regime and every part of the treaty and look at it holistically from the U.S. perspective, and the Canadians can do the same thing, and then come back, and if there's an opportunity to change some of those underlying terms, that might bring folks back to the table.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Well, Mike, thanks for your very concise report. And we'll move into public comment, which I have one. Mr. Clayton Wraith is on the hot seat.
Good afternoon. I want to commend the entire council for catching back up. I promise I won't put us behind any further. I also wanted to commend all of the folks that have been working so diligently on international. That's why I decided to speak today specifically, because the ramifications.
I'm getting signals from the back. Could you pull the mic closer to you, Clayton? They're not hearing you. There we go.
I have rarely been told I am too quiet.
Well, I might second that motion, but not right now.
In rooms like these, in places very far away from here, decisions are being made that have serious ramifications on the coastal fishing families in Oregon, Washington, California. Oftentimes, our only access to those discussions is through leadership and people that are representing the council in those forums. People like Krista Swenson, who went all the way over there and stood up for the South Pacific albacore fleet. Those members of the fleet from the U.S. are licking their wounds, coming back from a pretty poor showing. They invested a lot of time and money and gumption to go halfway around the world and come back with not a lot of fish. That doesn't mean they're not going back. It doesn't mean they won't go back in the future, because it's an incredibly important part of their heritage and their history, one that we need to continue to defend and recommend. I want to make sure that the council continues to emphasize international activities at a level that is proportionate to the impact that it has. With that being said, pursuing noble goals to limit poor actors overseas aren't necessarily creating additional. We need to be cognizant of creating additional requirements that can crush small businesses, family-owned vessel operations here. Our fleets are demonstrating the capabilities to maintain a number of efficient and sustainable stocks. If others aren't abiding by those, the rules need to apply across the board, but not necessarily weigh heavily or more heavily on the U.S. fleet that's being asked to reduce all too often as opposed to grow. I also wanted to make myself available for questions that may have been raised earlier in this discussion regarding any of the topics, whether it be the treaty, North Pacific Harvest Control Rules, and/or the South Pacific efforts. Additionally, I wanted to commend NMFS for providing the opportunity to have an interactive harvest control rule discussion that laid out some very essential building blocks to understanding and making educated decisions within the fleet. We have an engaged community of fishermen that know this is a very important topic. They will continue to engage, but we need to listen. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Clayton. Any questions of Clayton? Krista.
Well, firstly, thank you for your testimony today, and for really adding a bit more flavor to what it takes to go to the South Pacific for boats that are traveling a very long way. I ran the numbers because I have the numbers in front of me, and know that our average CPUE for vessels here this year, which was a banner year for us, was about 18 metric tons. The average for boats going down there is about 63. So when you get to numbers like your fleet experienced this year, it's pretty catastrophic. But it is encouraging to hear that they are looking to go back, that this is part of their strategy. I do want to ask a question, knowing your organization has historically been very supportive of the U.S.-Canada Treaty, kind of where your membership is falling, because you did bring up treaty in your comments today. If it is along the lines of what it's always been, of we're supportive of having a regime, if it is a bit more mixed, kind of what the experience has been over the last couple of years with treaty from a fisherman's perspective, which is a bit different than when I come in and speak about what my experience was watching and engaging in that process.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question, Krista. To the South Pacific element of it, I will say traveling halfway around the world has been interesting, particularly now with Starlink. So I've been able to have more direct communications with people that are on the waters. They were discouraged, but they will be back. Communicating with their families has become easier. The opportunity to strategize and coordinate between boats has become more effective. I think that there's real opportunity there for growth in the future, should we decide to pursue it and maintain America's historical participation levels. As to the Canadian Treaty, I'm the executive director of the WFOA. The organization has been around since the 60s. For a long time has been proponent of the Canadian-U.S. Treaty. This year we passed a board resolution to support the treaty and asked that the state delegation have a posture of negotiation that was indicative of the most recent activity, not only within U.S. waters, but by the Canadian negotiators. We feel as if the U.S. has been negotiating from our back foot for some time on this. And we're looking to add at least a better opportunity for consideration in the port access, which has become cumbersome and difficult for many. It has slowed down, become more expensive, and eliminated some of those benefits. We've also had issues in regards to a voluntary agreement that was entered into as far as allotting the catch of vessels that could impact harvest control rules in the future. We'd like that to get straightened out. There was a question earlier about the March 31st cutoff. It is a tight timeline. There hasn't even been a full confirmation, a ability to negotiate. We haven't sat down with the Canadian delegation since 2024 December. Had them across the table in the same room. I don't know how honest those negotiations are. We haven't even had a chance to be in the same room. In the past, our membership, to your direct question, has been more in favor than they are now. Our board of directors represents their districts. Their districts have put them into a position of authority, and we passed that resolution. I have heard and listened all year about specific complaints or specific endorsements for this. It is not a consensus issue. But I do believe that there are a lot of people that depend on it being in place, just as there are many people that would like to see it never in place again.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
All righty, so now we have some council discussion. Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to go first because there's been a number of discussions or comments here and questions as it relates to the negotiations with Canada and the State Department process. So I'm not a State Department representative, but I've always wanted to play one on TV. So I think I can speak a little bit to this because this may help facilitate discussion. This is an expired treaty, so in order for us to engage in negotiations, we have to get a Circular 175 authority. The State Department has to do that through an internal process, which for just negotiating or renewing is essentially an action memo, but it does need to go through high-level political review and take some time. And just to be blunt, I don't see any way, since that hasn't even started, to seek that authority by March 31st would be possible, just in my own, if I'm guessing. I think the reason that has not started is because the State Department is not clear on exactly what they want to negotiate or what the stakeholders want them to negotiate. And I think they were looking for that clarity in those calls. I'm not sure they felt they got it because I think they heard differing ranges of views. And so I think that's further delaying the process. And I just wanted to note, because that's why you're not sitting down with Canada. Like, it's not because we don't want to get you there or to start those discussions. It's because we've had a changeover in the leadership there. And I think, especially in this new administration, which is now treating this as a new negotiation of a treaty to get approval to do that, she has to be able to come within the State Department and say, yes. I mean, you don't have to have consensus for what you want, but at least some key pillars. Yes, we would like the U.S. to start negotiating X, Y, and Z. Right? That gives her something to go forward and to try and get authority to then begin negotiations, even if you don't quite have consensus. So anyway, just wanted to give a little background to the steps before we would ever get to actually getting face-to-face with Canada into the actual negotiations. Hope that's helpful. Please cast me in your next movie.
Thank you. Anyone else? John.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Ryan. That was helpful. And it was sort of part of my question to Mr. Conroy about March 31st and that being 3 weeks away. I mean, I don't know of any government decision, let alone one that requires getting executive level approval, can happen that fast. I think it's unfortunate that we're in the position that we only have 3 weeks and that, that approval wasn't sought months ago. But I understand what you're saying, that if you don't know if constituents even want approval, or it's unclear, or it's a 50-50 thing, then that's pretty tough. I will note that usually on these international items, we have very clear advice from our advisory subpanel that I am always supportive of, because they really do the legwork for us. And on this one, I don't know where to go. So given all of that, I just, we've got some background. I think on South Pacific, it is much more clear, and we want to raise that flag and wave it hard that we need to have the Pacific Council and our representatives and our constituents involved in that discussion. And beyond that, I don't know that I have much more guidance.
Thanks, John. Krista?
Thank you. Just to weigh in on guidance in those, I do think we have a couple of points in the HMSAS report that support that. And I also want to point out that they're asking for continued stakeholder engagement with regard to North Pacific. So we are doing a fair amount of work in the North Pacific, and we have the joint work group for Bluefin along with the Northern Committee meeting in June. So typically at the June meeting, we will see a lot more asks on that topic. That being said, they are recommending continuation of the 2002 to 2004 baseline for effort control, and just continuing to work with the fleet in advance of the summer's meetings. So I think support for that. We don't necessarily need to do anything, but recognizing that. And then to pick up on the South Pacific piece, because they're recommending that the council continue urging U.S. active engagement. Those meetings will start between now and our next meeting that has HMS added. And I don't know that we necessarily need to send an email out or copy of the records as we have done for other forums, but I do think it is worthwhile to say that we are recommending that people stay involved on this topic. So I guess I will leave it at that, but it's coming quickly, and it is likely to become an allocation battle, because that's what we're really talking about. We've talked about the harvest control rule, what it is that we are going to work on, and now moving forward this year, it is really talking about who will have access to fish in the South Pacific, whether that's on the high seas or whether that's in the EEZs, how that will be broken out, which is why you see really so much interest in making sure that fishermen have access, because it's moving out of really the theoretical of, hey, we should put guardrails on, into the actual practical of, we need to do this. We will be doing this, and how is that pie going to be split? So with that, I will cede the floor, but really want to continue supporting fishermen like members of WFOA and AFA who have taken the time, the effort, the money, the resources to go down there and develop a fishery that supports not just U.S. fishermen, but fishermen from New Zealand and a lot of other places that have learned really from our technology and innovation.
Thank you, Krista. Anyone else? Corey?
Yeah, just maybe a few points to make quickly. And first, thanks to all the folks who contribute to the U.S.'s work in these forums, and to Krista for being our rep. I also want to thank NMFS as John Ugritz did earlier on the albacore workshop. I know Bill Dion and I did attend that, and did think it was helpful and well received, but hearing that this May workshop will be helpful in thinking through some of these concepts. So looking for that. But yeah, thanks to NIM staff for that. On the treaty, yes, I see what John is saying and about the lack of likelihood of fixing all this in 3 weeks. But I do, Brian would understand that the State Department will continue to engage with folks, and maybe on the longer term things that Mike Conroy spoke about, of maybe getting through consensus. It does seem important those discussions continue, if not for this year, but for figuring out a way.
Thanks, Corey. Anyone else? Okay. Not seeing any. Carrie? What do you think?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think that was a good discussion. We heard some general voices of support for continuing to stay engaged, definitely in the South Pacific albacore business and the Pacific bluefin business that's upcoming, and also continue to remain engaged how we can in the North Pacific albacore, especially with regard to the treaty, although recognizing that that's a little bit of it's a big challenge timing wise. And as Mr. Wolf said, there's not even a treaty in place right now. So there's a big challenge there. There were references to the HMSAS's report. There were a handful of other recommendations in there. I didn't know if, there was sort of a tacit nod of agreement that the council's endorsing all those, or if you were preferring to focus on the three that I mentioned. But there are a few other specifics in there, and I just wasn't clear if you were saying, yes, we like all those, in total, or is it okay to sort of leave it as a little more general?
So did we complete our work? Oh, I'm Dr. Lynn. I am sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and this probably reflects my lack of experience, but there is a request from HMSAS that the council forward the following to the U.S. delegation. Now, there are members of the U.S. delegation to the Joint Working Group here today, so maybe that's sufficient. Thank you also to Mr. Griffin for pointing that out.
Okay, I see nods that you're supportive of sending that, forwarding that to have in hand for the upcoming meetings. Yeah? Okay, thank you.
Sorry. So I guess we can close out this item and move to the next one. Apparently we got a half a tank of gas and the lug nuts are still holding, so we'll go for number 3 in a row here, Gary.
Okay, 3 in a row here. We're moving on to agenda item G3, highly migratory species exempted fishing permits, preliminary or final action. I put a little more in the situation summary than we normally would under this EFP agenda item, just because we've been doing some changes recently. And so you'll see that I added a little background just to remind people that we're now doing this in March and November. EFPs can be considered initially by the council at either one instead of having to come into one meeting. And then the second meeting is only reserved for sort of additional clarity. And then also that the council can take final action in one meeting if they want. There's also a little bit in that second paragraph about delineating the roles of the National Marine Fisheries Service versus the council and referring to the regulations. And there's a link to the West Coast region website that provides some really helpful information on EFPs on the West Coast. With that, there are no new EFP applications that were received. In November, you considered 3, and the council endorsed 2 of them, and we forwarded that in a transmittal, that recommendation to NMFS. And you heard Mr. Wolf talk about those earlier. And then there was a third one that you asked to come back. It was the ring gear, the hookless gear. You wanted to get a little more information on that, and you have that now in your briefing book. There's a supplemental HMSMT report and that has some information on bycatch and other relevant helpful info for you. There's also a supplemental HMSAS report. And there's we also have that applicant here in the House, and he signed up for public comment, so you'll get the opportunity to ask him questions as well. After this overview, we'll turn to the reports and comments of the management entities. and advisory bodies, and then have public comment, as I mentioned. And then your council action is to endorse EFP applications and recommend NMFS issuance, request additional review and consideration as appropriate. So that concludes my overview. I can take questions, or we can move on to the advisory body reports.
We probably should ask if there's any questions, but then we'll move right in there. Any questions of Carrie? All right, so like we've got HMS MT. Alan, are you? Hey, there we are.
Good afternoon. So as the council requested back in November, the management team further discussed the EFP application submitted by the Flieger Institute of Environmental Research. That's in attachment 1. The team recommends the council endorse Pier's EFP proposal. The team reviewed the available literature from fisheries in the Western Pacific and Mediterranean, where gear types using similar forms of alternative terminal tackle, they call them trap lines over there, were used to target swordfish. And we've attached a summary of these in Appendix A. The studies from Japan and the Mediterranean were focused on long-line fishing configurations with varied levels of effort per set. But there is no available research on use of rings on deep set buoy gear or similar gears. The consensus of the available literature indicates that rings have been used to successfully target swordfish while reducing interactions with bycatch species in those fisheries. Data from other regions do not indicate a clear effect on swordfish catch rates when using rings versus hooks. In one study, swordfish catch rates increased, while in another study, catch rates decreased. However, multiple studies found a notable increase in the average size of landed swordfish. Additionally, the team and the HMSAS discussed a written request by other EFP fishermen to explore use of rings and other currently issued EFPs. The team generally supports these efforts as well. However, acknowledging that the use of rings was not contemplated in the analyses performed to date for these other EFPs, we encourage the National Marine Fisheries Service to analyze the impacts or benefits of using rings holistically so that the analysis can be used to inform potential changes to the operative terms and conditions for existing EFPs. These activities could support an evaluation of trade-offs in catch performance between different forms of terminal tackle and allow the flexibility to deploy multiple types within a set.
Thank you. Any questions of Alan? All right, seeing none, thank you. Next is Dave Rudy and Marcus Medak. Just make sure you pull that microphone into you a little bit there. It helps.
Will do.
That way Craig doesn't yell at me. So
okay.
Appreciate it.
Yes. Good afternoon, Vice Chair, council members. Thank you for listening to us. Introduce yourself real quick.
My name is Marcus Medic. I'm on the HMSAS. I had a CPFE for a very long time out of San Diego, so I've been in that fleet for a long time. But I've also, in the last 5 years or so, I've been fishing for bluefin tuna, rod and reel primarily, and I had a deep set buoy gear experimental, or not experimental, EFP when they were available 5 years ago, which has gone on, and I currently hold a couple other EFPs. So I've had some experience here lately in the EFP process.
Anyway, the HMSAS recommends the approval of the pure hookless deep set ring EFP. The advisory subpanel believes there remains a need to increase flexibility in the operation of an EFP, provided that such flexibilities can be accommodated within the environmental review process and analysis. National Marine Fisheries Service should be able to change the terms and conditions of an EFP in a timely manner based on reports and/or requests from EFP holders. Examples include the ability to add vessels to fish EFP configuration types endorsed by the Council and approved by NMFS, so as long as consistent with effort limitations in existing environmental analysis. The ability to fish at different depths, different times due to bait presence and other on-the-water observations could improve the CPUE of EFP activities. Conditions may impact the ability of EFP holders to access marketable species based on distance from shore limitations. Fishermen are in the best position to adjust year deployments given variable ocean conditions and location of marketable and/or bycatch species. If the hookless deep-set ring EFP provides effective, enable testing of this new terminal tackle in any EFP configuration so as to expedite testing and data collection on this approach.
Thank you. Any questions of the two gentlemen at the table? John.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Dave and Marcus, for coming up. Your bullets seem to reference any EFP, but then you finish with hookless deep set ring gear. Are you asking for these specific to ring gear, or is there another EFP that you're focused on, or is this across the board any EFP that we ever authorize?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yes, it's for all the EFPs that have been authorized to allow them flexibility to try this ring gear and find ways to negotiate with NMFS on their terms and conditions.
Thanks, and sorry, so you're asking that for any existing EFP, we would allow ring gear to be added to it, essentially.
Yes,
and
correct.
Perhaps with some modifications in where and when and how, but it's specific to ring gear.
Thank you through the chair. Yes, we're talking about the addition of ring gear and the adjustment of the current EFPs in terms of depth, location, times, those type of things. So flexibility in general is important for fishermen to be able to find ways to effectively catch fish. We're going to lose the drift net here pretty soon. We need to find ways to bring local fish in to keep supplying our markets.
Uh-oh. Rock, paper, scissors. Dr. Lent.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Marcus and Dave, for your testimony, for coming up here. I guess, Marcus, you mentioned that you've had a number of EFPs.
Yes.
And based on your experience with implementing those EFPs and fishing and trying out gear and so forth, do these bullets here respond to some of the challenges that you've had in catching fish? Thank you.
Yeah, they do. I mean, my experience that one of the roadblocks we have with the EFP process, I would say, is that historically you have to write a fairly prescriptive, constrained proposal in order to have a good chance of it getting approved. And since they are tight ways of fishing that we haven't really done here before, you never know exactly what you're going to find. So what you hope to find is not always how things work out in reality. So basically what we're asking for is the ability to, in consultation with NMFS, to have, to be able to make changes in a timely fashion in order to incorporate lessons learned. And it could just be because we're not catching fish doing it the way we're doing, but it could also be because we feel like we've got a higher chance of interactions doing what we started out doing. So we just feel like there needs to be some sort of mechanism where we can work together and make things happen faster.
Ms. Writings.
Thanks, Vice. Welcome, Mr. Medic. I don't know that I've seen you at the table before, but it's welcome if that's actually true. We see Dave all the time. So, my question is actually an extension of what Mr. Ugaretz was getting at earlier, which was just trying to figure out. And I thought I heard that all these bullet points are actually talking about ring gear and the ability to add ring gear to other gears type, but then Dave, you said, actually, no, it's for all EFPs. And you talked about changing depth and timing, and all of that makes sense to me. But just looking at, so for example, the NMFS report, a couple agenda items back talked about some EFPs, linked deep set buoy gear during the night, extended link buoy gear. So are you also talking about those EFPs that would have sort of potentially nothing to do with the ring gear, or is it just the flexibility to include the ring gear on those? Just, I'm sorry to belabor it. I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
Thank you for the question, Corey, through the chair. It's for total flexibility, not just the ring gear. But yes, ring gear is one of the potential flexibilities we're interested in. But other flexibility in terms of distance from shore, time of fishing, depth of fishing, all those things we would appreciate flexibility on.
Thanks, Corey. Krista.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This one might actually need a NMFS response, but I'm curious about the language around in the second paragraph. NMFS should be able to change the terms and conditions of an EFP in a timely manner, and so I'm just not clear as to whether the HMSAS had that conversation internally, or if there have been conversations with NMFS about whether or not that's actually a possibility. Because it's one thing for us to say, hey, yeah, that's a great idea. And it's another thing to hear from Ryan, yeah, no, that can or can't happen. So just wondering if the HMSAS had that conversation, and then vicariously, if people will indulge me wondering from my colleague at the table if that's even a possibility.
So thank you for the question, Krista, through the chair. Yes, we have had discussions with NMFS, and I believe NMFS has the ability to do it, but I think that it was important to have this discussion in front of the council. So there's sort of a discussion, open discussion about this.
Yes, Ryan.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Since Ms. Benson referenced NMFS, I was going to state this in discussion, but it's the direct answer to her question, why you're seeing also some of this in the report, because NMFS was planning to explain to the council under this agenda item that we met with the EFP holders. We had the FIW in San Diego in January. We used that opportunity to meet with the EFP holders that were there in the area. We heard a lot of these concerns here, and we received for these requests specifically to be flexible on our terms and conditions based on the lessons learned from the trips, including all of the things they've listed in the AS report. And we did also speak to the AS that we had received these requests to in writing, as well as through the discussions there. And I think that also, I believe, they could correct me if I'm wrong, help facilitate that ended up being then part of your discussions that resulted in this report. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
Jamie, I'm sorry I missed you about 15 times. Go
No,
ahead.
that's okay. That was all one
Yep,
flow.
I got
That
it.
needed
I
to
got
happen. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. So from afar, kind of watching EFP things before I was up here, I always kind of thought it's interesting. It's as if you're expected to have a crystal ball when it comes to putting in an application for an EFP. You have to know, like you have to know all of these things in a very prescriptive way. Of course, it gets analyzed and all of that, but what you're left with is a very, very specific thing, and that's not always. It doesn't always play out that way. And a lot of options have been analyzed, like a range of alternatives, I'm sure at some point have been analyzed, and NMFS has that information to be able to say, okay, well, if we looked at this and there's, maybe some impact in this over here or that, or there's actually no impact, but the ability, like you said, and I believe Ryan is alluding to, is we'll get to that in a second, but the ability to do that, to be more flexible and not have to come back and maybe submit a whole new EFP, a whole new design based on time of day, depth, distance from shore, whatever. How can we make this easier? So thank you for bringing this up. And I think this is a really important thing to have brought forward and to figure out so we can help these things move through the process faster, get into regulation. We want it to be working gear and that actually catches fish. So, thank you.
To the chair, thank you very much for that comment. I appreciate the support of our interest in making it flexible. And we need these fishermen to be successful. We need more local fish. We need more HMS. We're underutilizing our resource out there. So the fishermen are telling us we don't know how to catch them until we try. So we have to try different things and see what works. So thank you very much for your support.
Any other questions?
Thanks, Vice. Thanks again, gentlemen. Just a quick question. I think all of this it seems like very reasonable. The bullet points say sort of the first bullet points, and then it says, so long as consistent with effort limitations and existing environmental analyses. And then the next three do not add that sort of caveat at the end. Was it your intent that that caveat would apply to the other three there as well, or you're nodding your heads? Okay, thanks for that.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, it's in the top paragraphs. It's all based on the environmental impact statement that NMFS has developed. So it has to be within that framework.
Great. Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah. Thank you.
Chairman Hassemer.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Dave, for the report. Question isn't for you since you brought Marcus here. You had mentioned you fished several EFPs. Can you just, mention those? And then it sounded like it was past tense. You had fished them, you're on to something else. Would flexibility, is there interest in going back because there is more innovation and opportunity there that you could fish in the future under the EFP?
Well, to clarify, what the EFPs that I have fished under, it was the original standard deep set buoy gear, which has now transitioned into a normal permit, and I still fish that. And then last year was the first year I fished under Chugi's extended linked buoy gear permit. And then we also had a night set buoy gear permit. And I do plan on fishing all of them more, but I think both with the extended linked and the nighttime permit, I think the current terms and conditions made them less successful than they could have been. And so I think that's where a lot of this discussion is coming from. And so the answer is yes, we intend to try to adapt and move forward.
Maybe one follow-up question is probably pretty obvious, but you can only fish one of those at a time on your vessel or something. I mean, if you've got the deep set buoy gear, which was put in the authorization, and we heard it was referenced the early report, there's 100 permits, but 13 of them were fished, but you've got a couple of other deep set buoy or permits that you can fish under also, that you're not doing them all at once.
We're not.
Dr. Litt.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you again for bringing this to our attention. We certainly heard a lot about this need for some flexibility and adaptation. Come back and tweak it. I went back this morning and looked at the FEIS. It's really a great document. I recommend it. I recommend it to have it by your bedside. It's so well prepared. One of the things mentioned on page 38 of the FEIS, it says that flexibility is allowed under these EFPs to address these trade-offs between economic viability and the requirement to reverse adverse environmental impacts. But there still are guardrails and constraints, such as the actual configuration of shallow sets and deep sets, the requirement also to follow the terms and conditions that you just mentioned, Marcus. And just to remind people, some of those include time area closures to avoid interactions with commercial gear, other commercial gear, or recreational fishing, circle hooks, 100% observer requirements, VMS, no sale, and just a lot of requirements. And there's a whole set of generic ones, and then there's a set for this of requirements, terms and conditions for shallow set, and then for deep set. So everything is covered, and there's flexibility within that to make some adjustments and just allow the fishery operators to unleash their creativity, do what we're talking about here, even under this special project, use their experience to go out and find a way to fish these, minimize the interactions or problems with bycatch, and increase the U.S. supply of HMS. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think we appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being here. Great job, guys. A lot of questions.
Thank you very much.
And so now I believe that brings us to public comment. I think we have one. And so I don't embarrass myself or the ancestors of the person. I'm just going to say, Mr. Chugi, come on up.
Thank you, Chairman, Council. It's a pleasure to be here. And don't worry, I've got thick skin. So my name's Chugi Spalveda. I'm a fisherman researcher and an EFP applicant. And I'm here today for a couple of reasons, but mainly I'd like to answer any questions that may be lingering regarding the hookless gear EFP. And I don't want to limit the questions to that, because I think that the discussion on flexibility was a real good one that we just had. So a lot of my testimony is not going to be said because it was covered just a couple minutes ago. I think that was a very important back and forth. But I would like to say that I do support flexibility, especially I think that we're moving towards a phase where we hopefully can learn from each other, from the different EFPs that are ongoing. So if an EFP holder starts having success and they are already cleared for takeoff from NMFS, it would be nice for the other vessels to also adopt those same techniques or modify their techniques to what's working. Again, only if it's already been analyzed, the permission's already granted, we're under the limit, there's plenty of effort still available. That, I think, will be how we can move this forward, instead of really treating it as a individual one-by-one case. And when I want to change something, I have to go back to NMFS. It's going to take time. There's always things to do, government shutdowns, whatever happens, takes time and can impact the person's season. And the last couple seasons have been really difficult for fishermen in Southern California. Fishing for swordfish has been terrible. It has been as bad as I've seen it I've studied swordfish now for 20 years. The last 2 seasons were the worst. So there's a lot of questions about effort and why effort and participation is down. To be honest, those individuals that participate in my EFP, including Marcus, I recommended that he not go, because we were going and not catching, and it wasn't worth the risk. I myself included, we do not have a lot of resources, so we tried to limit exposure to the extent possible. And so that's one of the reasons why you don't see very much participation. A few years ago, we saw one vessel caught more than the whole, using deep set buoy gear, caught more than the whole deep set buoy gear fleet this year. So that just shows you that the conditions weren't ideal. So that's probably why we didn't see a lot of EFP participation, at least from my group. So I think I can leave it with that. I'm here to answer any questions but I think that both the MT report as well as the AS covered some important topics, and I think they did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Oh, John?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Dr. Sepulveda, for your testimony. I wanted to really thank you for coming back to us with a detailed document about your EFP proposal. I found it informative. I found it exactly the type of information I need to further confirm that I think this is a good idea to test. I'm hopeful that you're successful. So just wanted to let you know that and say a big thank you.
Thank you.
Corey N.
Yeah, echoing those thanks. And it's 5:01 on a day where we're going to lose an hour of sleep tonight. So I don't think we can figure this out right now, but just thinking, because we also have a couple other agenda items where this might be relevant, but I get the concept of needing to tweak things to get them to work right. And you can't live your life with, experimental design, but do you have some brief thoughts on how NMFS would be able to judge that balance about which weeks are within bounds versus which ones are going to you're never going to know which one, too many changes to know what worked or not. And see if you had any thoughts on how someone, working on these, and NMFS puts a lot of effort in these EFPs, which we appreciate. How could they judge which changes are too much, too meaningful? And maybe we will have space tomorrow and in the future to talk about that balance.
Well, I think that I'm going to be optimistic this time because I think that a lot of the changes have been made. And I think the council addressed those changes in the EFP submission in November. They added flexibility on the time of sets, depth. I think that it wasn't a lot of changes. There weren't a lot of changes, but they really do mean the difference between catching not enough to catching enough. So I do think that we just need the season to cooperate, which hopefully it will. I do anticipate a better swordfish season. We saw good signs of recruitment this fall at the end, some small fish. So I anticipate a better season, and I do think that the changes in place and the discussion of flexibility and being able to take ideas from one EFP, especially if both EFPs have already been through the council process and we already are allowing them to fish, allowing some crossing of this EFP to use information that's been just learned from this other EFP. I think that that's a really good thing moving forward as well. So I think we're in a good place.
Thanks, Corey. Corey R.
Thanks, Vice. I don't really have a question. Just wanted to thank you, Dr. Sepulveda, for, as John said, doing this again, coming back, bringing us more information, putting together a really impressive EFP, but really just more generally for thinking about this, doing what you do, your peer crew for doing this with you. I think these are the kind of new fishing gears, new methods, creativity that we're all hoping to see and excited to see. And I'm not sure any of us can sit here now and say, oh, it's going to be a great success. But we want to try, and we really appreciate you doing the work and the effort to bring this forward and try something new.
Well, thank you. But I'll leave with this one last thing. I mentioned resources being scarce. They are. For all of this EFP work, it's exploratory fishing, and these fishermen are taking a risk. So if anyone finds a magic pot of gold out there, just toss a couple of coins this way or that way, or at least I think that that's how we see more participation, because it is a risk, and it's a risk that is going to benefit our larger fishing community. Thank you.
We might not be done here. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I want that.
You might be done, but we aren't. I don't think. Well, but maybe. Let me ask. Any more questions? Chugi? Well, I think you helped us out there. You're done, sir. Thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
You have a better evening. Okay, so now we're entering a time for council discussion. So I look for hands to start it off. John?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I think a lot of the comments and recommendations we're hearing about this need for flexibility in EFPs in this context of highly migratory species stems from what I characterize as our unfortunate experience with deep set buoy gear. And I've stated previously how I do not want to repeat the deep set buoy gear process again. In the case of deep set buoy gear, we defined that gear type to such a specific level that is normally reserved for an approved fishery. And also, we've had other recent highly migratory species EFPs where they were very carefully crafted to take an existing gear type, which had relatively high bycatch in other areas, and create an EFP that was acceptable to this council to approve. So I don't think that's the case here, and I also feel like we've got some existing approved EFPs where we didn't intend to constrain them to the point that they couldn't be fished. This gear type shows promise. If you look at the data in the management team report, especially from the Western Med, we're talking about like over 100,000 sets, and one dolphin was the only marine mammal caught. One. No turtles in a fishery that catches turtles. And so, yeah, this particular gear type shows amazing promise. And I'm totally hopeful that we can issue this EFP, that if the results are negative, I'm confident that NMFS will make changes to constrain it. If the results are positive, I'm hopeful that it's expanded to collect more data and different concepts of the same gear, so that when we do move to approve it, if we do move to approve it, that we have a real solid fishery. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, thanks, John. I think I saw Corey Writings with her. Did you raise your hand? Okay.
Thanks, Vice. This is actually a question for NMFS. Mr. Wolf, I was learning a little bit more about EFPs through this whole process the council has gone through, and I learned earlier this week that there is no public notice when EFPs are granted. As we're talking about flexibility and the importance to have that flexibility for any gear type to be developed and for the agency to work with fishermen to do that, and yet the public is not into this window to see what's happening and know what kind of fishing at the end of the day is authorized. To my knowledge, there is a public comment period when one is received, but not when one is granted. So I'm wondering if you can share a little bit more, if that would be possible as a way to increase transparency and then increase the possibility for more flexibility as NMFS works with fishermen. I'll repeat that. Just the last part. Oh, just the question. I'm just wondering if you could explain, like, as we think about how we can build in more flexibility and how you're able to go back and forth with fishermen, but this is not part of a public process. And so is there a way that we can move that to a more transparent process by doing a Federal Register notice when the EFPs are granted, or some other process so that that flexibility, the more we can grant it, we can be more comfortable with that, knowing there is transparency with the public?
The Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Writing, for the question. Yeah, I mean, we don't have a process, right? That's not in the regs, but because of the interest in this, I can't remember which council meeting we discussed this, but we set up a website, right, to show the permits and the terms and conditions when we granted them, So we have started that with these HMS EFPs in general because of the interest. I don't actually know if we do that or have that for our other FMP EFPs, but I'll look into what we've had to put certain things on there, like simple that there's certain PII or sensitive information or other things we wouldn't put post publicly, right? But there's a way to still, I think, get at what you're saying up to, explain as we go through the transition. I mean, I think it's also something probably that the few will hear this probably in the next agenda item. But as we discuss, once you start to get data from EFPs, and like a lot of this is about lessons learned, right? So you'll start to hear when we give reports of how EFPs come, both us and the applicants, or the holders, excuse me. I'm sure that will also be an area where you can see what are some of the lessons learned, and therefore, what did we change or modify? So I think there's a couple angles. That's just the initial response, but happy to consider that further.
John?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Riding. I just would point out to Ryan's credit that they have a West Coast highly migratory species EFP webpage that lists all of the approved EFPs and their terms and conditions, which is super helpful. So yeah, that's kind of what I see as that publicly transparent process.
One second, Corey. I forgot to point out the goals of our actions here are on the TV screen before us. So we want to work towards not starting to talk as long as we want, but we want to work towards those goals there. So, Corey, did you have your hand up? Okay, no, okay.
We're in discussion, right? Just to check. Okay, thank you. Was just going to add, I have seen that website. It's quite good. I think if NMFS can do that for all EFPs, that would be fantastic. That sort of information is helpful, not only for decision makers like us, but I think for sharing across the country. Other fishermen can look at that. Other innovators like Dr. Sepulveda and Pierre can look at something like that. Even students can look at that and see what are people interested in and what are people doing that's new and creative. I think my concern with the website is just the timing of the posting. How quickly does information become available? Is it within a week? Is it within a month? I think we did have this discussion, and pardon my memory, but I think when we talked about this last time, there was some discussion that it had taken something like 4 months to get something up into that website. And from a procedural standpoint and understanding things just like workload, especially now that the region has lost a lot of its staff, posting something on a website may not be a priority. So appreciate that comment and highlighting the website. I think the concern from my point is more about the timing with that.
Yes, Mr. Wolf.
Yeah, thanks to the Vice Chair. I totally understood. And we had a number of inquiries on that, that came into NMFS, and we explained, in my opinion, while I agree with Mr. Hugert's earlier statement that there's not a lot of things fast in the federal government, that there was a lot of extenuating circumstances when we were issuing these, initially with the change administration and some of the other changes to the workforce and things that you highlighted that I think was a little bit different than a normal scenario. But I take your point.
Okay. John?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I think Mr. Hassemer might have something to say, but I do have a motion for this when we're ready.
Okay. Chairman, do you have something to?
Well, thanks, John. Just a couple comments. I mean, I'm certainly interested, support innovation and moving forward on the new EFP, the ring gear. I mean, it's critically important we do that. My comment, and I'll listen to the motion, but it's just this flexibility has caught my attention that the HMS AS is talking about. And I started to think that our process is limiting our learning from what I've heard from some of the fishermen. It's almost, and I like what John said earlier about the deep set buoy gear process, and that we found this gear, and for some reason, nobody's fishing it. And I didn't want to ask Chugi the answer because he might hit me or something. I appreciate all his innovation in testing these things, but maybe it's the wrong thing. The swordfish biomass, if you look at the status assessment, is really high. They're supposed to be there, and I fish a lot, and I know some days you can't get them, but he talked about conditions last year, the last 2 years, the conditions aren't right. And a fisherman electing not to fish it because it's not catching fish, and what it's going to prove if you can't catch a swordfish is you can get bycatch, because that might be the only thing you can catch. You have to weigh that. So the flexibility is important, what they said about modifying to continue to learn. And so I guess I'll wait, but I'm glad they brought that forward. And we talked about, what might limit that. And I'm glad Dr. Lent brought up the FEIS. There are terms and conditions on permits. There's the FEIS. It's been analyzed within all of these different things and effort limits. There's a lot of sideboards already, and I think the request is to operate within the sideboards we have, but be able to use the knowledge you gain and keep modifying to figure out what does work. So it's I'm glad they mentioned it. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Lent, did you have a question?
Thank you, Ms. Vice Chair. I wanted to respond to what the chair is saying, but I think we should first hear the proposal from my colleague.
Okay, I think we're about there, but I don't want to pass anybody up. Anybody off here? Okay. I'm sure John's motion will cause some more discussion, so go ahead, my friend.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I hope not a lot. Thank you. I move that the Council recommend National Marine Fisheries Service proceed with approval of EFPs to test the use of hookless ring gear in HMS fisheries. In approving this, the Council recommends that NMFS use a broad definition and analysis so that hookless ring gear may be tested in a variety of configurations beyond those described in the Flieger Institute of Environmental Research proposal, item G3, attachment 1.
Okay, John, does the language on the screen is accurate and complete?
It is.
All right. So do I have a second? I didn't see who. I'm going to go with Corey. Corey writing seconded. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think my floor comments support this motion, which is intentionally crafted to allow flexibility in how NMFS analyzes and approves this EFP request, as well as other EFP requests that might come in for hookless ring gear. I'll point back to my motion from November, which we adopted unanimously, which included requesting that National Marine Fisheries Service, when approving EFPs, build in flexibility to allow for variation in fishing configurations within environmental review limits. This type of flexibility should be built in from the start of EFPs, and environmental documentation should cover as broad and inclusive a methodology as possible. I will say that while it is not in my motion, I also support giving NMFS the guidance that we are comfortable with changes to the terms and conditions in existing approved EFPs within their environmental documentation. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Is there any questions on the motion? Not discussion, any questions on the motion? Dr. Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Can I just clarify, when this proposal says maybe tested in a variety of configurations, does that include like on buoy gear or on snap gear or whatever, or just on the approach used here? Thanks.
John.
Thanks. That's exactly why I included beyond those described in the peer proposal. And configurations in my mind could mean the manner by which you deploy the gear, the number of loops you use, whether you use a flashing light or a light stick, whatever.
Okay, any more questions of the motion maker? Seeing none, I will open it up to discussion. Any discussion on the motion? Corianne.
Thanks. Just quickly, thanks, John, for the motion, and thanks again, to Peter for bringing us more information. I was a little bit confused on what the AS was asking for, and more flexibility. After hearing Dr. Sepulveda's optimism and John's explanation, I'm supportive of this approach. And maybe it does put some extra workload on NMFS, which again, their EFP workload has been pretty tremendous, and we know what happened this past year to their staff, but appreciate the flexibility and the creativity. So thanks for the motion, John.
Thank you. Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you for the motion. I guess this is actually a question I could have said earlier, but you may have covered this, John. My apologies if you did, but am I reading when you say a variety of configurations? I think I either heard from you or I believe that you're might have been referencing the discussion that we had, that there are other types of EPs that might want to use ring gear, right? Or so that we've heard for other number of vessels that might be interested, right? So this would kind of incorporate that, because you also spoke to just terms and condition flexibility, but we've heard some of that of, there might be other number of vessels that want to try too.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Ryan, for the question. Yeah, I tried to make this as broad as possible, so I used the term EFPs intentionally, that there might be multiples of these, and again, that various configurations outside the description in peer. Yes, if one of our existing EFP holders wanted to try ring gear in addition to the hooks they're using, that would be great. If somebody else wanted to try ring gear other than Shugi, either with deep set buoy gear or some other deployment method, again, I'm from every piece of data I have seen, this gear holds great promise, and I would like to see it tested broadly.
Okay. Oh, Krista.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be supporting the motion, and thank you for bringing it forward with as much flexibility as possible. We've had a lot of conversations over the years around the table on getting new gear types in here. I know at one point I talked about maybe people could go out with drones and drop things on swordfish, because we really center around, well, golly, you can only use hooks or you can only use nets. And I think that ring gear is really, it's an opportunity to look at something different. And we have the added benefit of so much external data from outside where we can have more confidence than we normally would. So encouraged that we are going to allow others to try it in our own region. Excited to see what those results yield, and just excited that we want to go out there and try and catch more swordfish.
Thank you, Krista. All right. Seeing no other questions. Oh, Carrie.
Thank you. I just have a question of clarification. This motion it reads a little more general on purpose. It doesn't say we want to recommend this specific EFP. So my question is this an endorsement of future ring gear EFPs? So in other words, if someone came in who's not a current EFP holder and wants to submit a ring gear EFP, is the expectation that that would come to the council as per the normal council and NMFS process, or Or is this, a blanket endorsement of any, ring gear EFPs that NIMS might receive?
John?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Carrie, for the question. Yes, it is written large. There is an S after EFPs on purpose. Again, as I mentioned in my discussion, as long as NMFS analyzes this using the appropriate environmental process, then as long as an EFP fits within that analysis, I would recommend that we as a council support it. I am certain that NMFS will come back to us with data and updates and, any information we need on additional EFPs in this context. I feel like we have received enough information. I am not endorsing other non-ring gear EFP applications without our prior knowledge.
Okay. Carrie?
Thank you. That helps. I appreciate that. And so we'll make sure to transmit this recommendation to reflect that.
Remind you, it'll be 6:30 tomorrow at this time. Just kidding. Any more discussion? Oh, Mr. Ryan Wolf.
Very quickly, just to note, I will abstain from the motion. Obviously, you're recommending something to NIMS. So.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll call for the question then, seeing no other questions. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by saying no? Abstentions?
Abstain.
All right. Motion carries. Speaking of carries, Carrie, have we done our work tonight? Oh, I'm sorry. Whoops, Jesus. Oh, what? Krista, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, that was a very rapid hand because when you asked Carrie if we're done, I do want to raise the topic of guidance. Mr. Ugoretz mentioned it not in his motion, but in speaking to his motion. We had a lot of conversation that I think was positive with regard to adding flexibility that stemmed from our HMSAS report. I think it would be interesting to further that conversation, and perhaps this is why my colleague, Dr. Lent, had her hand up. But I think it would be worthwhile to finish that conversation about, do we wish to provide guidance to NMFS about allowing more flexibility as long as it's consistent with the effort limitations in existing environmental analyses. So I will pause there to give her an opportunity, but just wanted to at least stop the train from going totally into the train station and departing without us, since I think there is interest from a number of members to hopefully get more people on the water.
Dr. Lind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Ms. Svensson. Great minds think alike, I guess. I do think we need to respond to this request from HMSAS for more flexibility and respond or reflect the discussion that we had, which really stems actually from the intervention from the chair. So I don't know if we need a motion, but maybe guidance is another way to go about it, but we need to find a way for NMFS to prioritize this flexibility in the operative terms and the conditions of the EFP so that we can build on these lessons learned and support continued participation in the fisheries and think about continuing these efforts within these fishing innovations within the effort limits that are already in the FEIS and all of the terms and conditions and analyses that are contained therein. One of the things that was requested in the HMSAS report was the ability to add vessels to EFPs within the current FEIS. So I think we could get some clarity maybe just tonight before we wrap up on that. And then again, I am ready, Mr. Vice Chair, to consider this as maybe guidance, as something that we could work on and come back to the council. This could conceivably be done under G4 tomorrow, perhaps. But I just want to pay attention to that and somehow make a record that we are open to that idea. But can I just, I guess I can do whatever I want because the vice chair is busy, but I will ask our colleague from NMFS if that first element that was in the HMSAS report, increasing the number of vessels, if that is within the confines of the effort limits in the FEIS. Thank you.
Mr. Wolf.
Through the Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. Lev, for the question. Yes, I appreciate that because I think John spoke to it a little bit, but I think it is helpful since it wasn't in that motion to have discussion like Krista was talking about, the flexibility. And yes, there's been a lot of discussion about the terms and conditions. In particular, I think that's accurately reflected in the record. There is that other point regarding the AS suggestion of additional number of vessels. That is also consistent with the request that I mentioned earlier that we briefed the AS on that we have received. And so to your question, we have a lot of room in the effort in our analyses. We are basically the first season of the fishery. I can give you more specifics if you like, but the EFP vessels fished less than 1% of the total hooks that we anticipated. So that's why I think we have received requests from some folks to actually both help ensure that we are getting some of these folks on the water and actually fishing the year type. So that's a little different, right? Because that's not necessarily a terms and condition change. That's more trying to get at the effort that we proposed and tried to, or we were hoping to expect when we approved the EFPs. Thanks.
Chairman Hassmer, were you done?
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Since we're on that thread, yes, we talked about terms and conditions. And I'm also, a proponent of adding vessels too, as you said. There's a limitation, and part of my thinking is that if we turn the headlights on, you see what's happening. And I think we heard Dave Rudy speak to that we're losing the processing capacity, we're losing the marketing capacity. People are selling boats. If we don't deliver something to the docks in a couple of years, there will be no fishery. So EFPs are kind of pointless. We need to keep focused on making sure that we can support that so there are new entrants into that. And I think we've been hampered by the lack of people utilizing these EFPs because they run into roadblocks with them. And if there's an opportunity to get more permits out there and more people fishing, we should take advantage of that. I also expect that, this isn't the wild, wild west anymore, that NMFS, I'm pretty sure NMFS isn't going to issue a number of permits in exceedance of what the analysis shows. So the bookends are already set there. We just need to make sure that if people want to get into this and explore under the EFPs the ability to get these economically viable fisheries, that we should provide that mechanism. So I don't know what we need to do, but it's in the AS report, and we've heard that from a couple of people here. I think we need to pursue all of those flexibility within terms of conditions, get more vessels out there, add them to that if we can, whatever you can within, you're inside a box, keep operating inside there, but let's learn about the fishery.
So, Corianne.
Yeah, thanks. Like I said earlier, I'm confused what the AS was suggesting and what the difference between what John was saying and what you are all saying, and it's late, so excuse me, but Ryan, could you summarize what you're seeing the differences between John's EFPs, plural, and what's being said now?
Yes, thank you. Through the Vice Chair, excuse me. Thank you, Corey, for the question. Yes, John motion was about of course, the EFP that's before us, the ring gear. And there is a request to use that in other configurations, like he put forward in his motion, right? So potentially use the rings in midwater snap, for example. In addition, the AS is asking for, with the suite of EFPs outside of the ringed one, that we have as part of this FEIS, that includes those sectors, to give these other flexibilities because we've got a lot of lessons learned from them on the water, and it ranges from, I don't have it in front of me, right, depth, I think you heard, distance from shore, number of vessels, things like that, but that's not, that's with those other EFPs, not the ring gear in particular. Does that make sense?
I think so. Then what's the constraint on it happening now without, you just don't think you have the council guidance that you could take on EFPs that under the umbrella of what was analyzed under the EIS?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question. I mean, again, this is an NMFS process, so I do think we have the ability to do this. I think the point now is to just hear from the council if you have any concern with what they're saying, because the AS has raised we are briefing the council at this meeting as it is an EFP agenda item. These are the things we're hearing from the holders and what we are working on them with. The AS, I believe, is stating to you, in addition to this new type that we just talked about, that they are also wanting and desiring this flexibility on all of these things, and then giving you a chance to comment here, whether you support that or you want to give us any feedback at all. That's my understanding.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you. That was very helpful. But then question of priority. How are you going to prioritize what the motion just asked you versus this other, which sounds like could be a lot of other workload being placed on you? And maybe this is what Dr. Lent was going to get into in the guidance. I really kind of feel like this is coming out of 11th hour, but maybe I just haven't been as engaged in the FIW discussions where this seems to be where it's coming from and what we're talking about tomorrow.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Shadows, for the question. Yeah, I mean, I don't see this as a big workload issue. This is what we're working on, right? The HMS EFPs have been a priority. It was a pilot. If you saw the National Seafood Strategy when that came out, this was something. It was one of the 4 actions the council put forward in the seafood EO, right? The FIW has been working on it. There's been broad council support for them and for NMFS to issue these and work on them. Since this is the last EFP agenda item for 8 months, we are just kind of talking through and briefing you on all of the requests we've had, what we are going to be working with them on. And if you want to give us any last feedback before we go into that time frame, before we come back to you, we plan to be working with the EFP holders on all of the things that were in the AS report, as well as this new application, which is also from one of those holders, right? As we get ready for the next fishing year, which presumably will start in a few months. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I just didn't understand. Like, okay, let's just maybe John could speak up, or again, I could have listened to Rebecca's guidance. But like, let's say you get 1,000 EFPs for the ring gear, and you get 1,000 EFPs for this other gear. How are you going to take those up in priority? I'm hearing John say that this ring gear, and I'm buying, and that this really has a potential for catch with really low bycatch. So how would you prioritize those? And maybe these are questions I should have for Dr. Lent.
Well, I think you asked if I would prioritize. So through the Vice Chair, all we have right now is one application for the ring gear, and then one of the midwater snap guys that is interested in using the ring gear. So that's all we have is right now. What I think was the intent to the proposal was in this suite of existing EFPs that we have been discussing, if one of those also wants to add the rings as opposed to hooks, that they could potentially try that, or NMFS would explore that. So it wouldn't be I don't have a huge laundry list of folks, so we would take things as they come. But right now, we're working with the existing holders and those few individuals that have come to us requesting additional vessels to enter.
John. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair.
amazing that this happens in HMS. I think my motion was clear. I think my motion covered everything that Ryan just said. I'm hearing an undertone from what Dr. Lent and Ryan are saying that there's something else out there that the AS asked for. The AS responded to questions saying this was about ring gear, and also sort of responded that maybe this was for everything. I'll reiterate the guidance that I gave when speaking to my motion, which is that I am comfortable with NMFS making changes to existing approved EFPs within their environmental documentation. I'm comfortable with that. I am not very comfortable with this discussion.
I'm sorry, Corey, right.
Thanks, Vice. I guess I'm going to add to some of that discomfort, unfortunately. I do want to start by saying that I support the intent of a lot of the conversation we've had today in providing fishermen groups and NMFS the ability to work together to create new fisheries through EFPs. Generally, that's good, and I heard a lot of good things from the AS and others. I'm still having concerns about transparency, and part of that actually ties to what Ryan just reminded us of, which was that this is really NMFS's wheelhouse. And so direct communication with the public from NMFS, I think, is even more important for EFPs. When we're talking about HMS, we're talking about fisheries that have historically had high catch of bycatch. And some of that bycatch have been protected species with very low PBRs or allowable limits. And so that means that we have concern about those. There's been historical concern about those, and some of the margins are not as big as they would be potentially for something like groundfish. EFPs also can be fished for years. We've heard about in the groundfish context about EFPs that have gone on for a decade, and before they were either turned into a permitted fishery or the applicant stopped applying. So there are scenarios with EFPs where you can have a substantial impact on the environment when you think about the gear type as well as the time that a permit might be operating. So that is just to say I'm going to channel the other Corey and just say I'm a little bit confused about the second part of this discussion. Appreciate, I think, the intent behind it, but I would ask that NMFS explore the possibility of publishing notices in the Federal Register around this, around when EFPs or changes to EFPs are granted. I think that would allow some transparency and some safeguards around concerns that may be had. I'm hearing within environmental documentation, and I understand, and I think that's wise. However, the public may have a different perception of that or a different opinion of that. So again, I think that transparency is helpful in providing rails that can allow expanded potential flexibility. Thanks.
John. Yeah, and thank you again. I have a slightly different take on how you make this public and how you bring it forward. I did hear Ryan say we won't hear about EFPs again for 8 months. I would suggest that within those changes that I said I was comfortable with, if NMFS does make a change like that, they could certainly include it in their NMFS report under HMS at any meeting where there's HMS on the agenda. And frankly, they could include it in some other report somewhere else in any meeting where HMS is not on the agenda. But at very least, if, for example, you make a change that adds a new ring gear EFP, letting us know at the next meeting is advisable.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thanks for the comments. It sounds like there is a lot of considerable confusion about what we actually mean. I apparently have an undertone. I didn't even plan that, but there it is. I'd be happy to work on a draft and bring it back to this group maybe sometime tomorrow, and Monday we have a discussion of HMS just to clarify what is meant by that, and just urge people again to look at the FEIS and all the terms and conditions that are on there and the range of alternatives, because that FEIS was put out for public comment and a review, and it's what was agreed and adopted. It's a record of decision, and that's part of the basis that I'm making for saying within those confines, the terms and conditions, all of the limitations, what might we be able to have in the way of flexibility when a fisherman is saying, I'm going to stop making a living and I'm going to go put an EFP out and I'm going to try it and I'm going to adjust it. So anyway, I'm willing to take a stab at that. If I guess anybody can draft something and bring it to the council. We'll see what it looks like. But I think Ms. Svensson is going to raise her hand and volunteer to help me. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair.
Krista?
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
Easy.
I'm like, apologies here. I didn't think you were going to call on me. And then I got very nervous about that. I was not raising my hand to volunteer, although I would be more than happy to work on helping provide some clarifying language that I think would potentially nest under the FIW conversation. What I did raise my hand to talk about for a minute here were some of the comments around EFPs and the length of time. I don't think it matters which FMP you are in. It takes a long time to get an EFP through. Buoy gear took a long time to get an EFP all the way through to having an authorized fishery. That does not mean that the Groundfish EFP, which we've heard repeatedly has gone on for 9 years, did not come back to the council on numerous occasions for check-ins, for updates on data, etc. So there is a public process. To make the assumption and the assertion that we're going to allow people to fish for 9 years or decades or even 5 years without taking a decision if things went horribly awry, I think is mischaracterizing the entire process of EFPs. I also am a little confused as to why we are talking about public transparency with regard to the Federal Register for NMFS when that really is not within our wheelhouse. I do realize it's getting late, and I know that we do tend to get wrapped around the axle, as we like to call it, particularly as things get later. At least my intention in terms of raising this issue was to further the conversation that was started by our advisory panel, and in terms of how do we get more flexibility in a very narrow environment for the EFPs that are currently out there. So I think there's some common ground between what was raised in the conversation under Mr. Ugretz's motion that became our motion for EFPs outside of ring gear, which is what we voted on specifically. But when we start running down trap lines about what happens when there are 1,000 EFPs out there, we're having a hard time getting a dozen EFPs. So, let's get maybe back to reality on some of this and perhaps look at how we have been handling this in the past, which for most of our HMS fisheries has been first come, first serve. So with that, I will pause my comments, but just wanted to recognize that, we do have a process for EFPs currently, and it does get us information so that we can feel comfortable on both the commercial side of things and the environmental. Thanks.
Pete? Or excuse me, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, I can add some, I shouldn't say I can. I'll try to add some clarity. I've got a motion. If you'd like to hear it.
I would love to hear it.
I don't know if it's gotten... It's up there on the screen. I move that, consistent with the request in supplemental HMSAS Report 1, I move that the council recommend that NIMS prioritize flexibility in the operative terms and conditions of its EFPs as to build on lessons learned and to support continued participation in fishery innovations, including consideration of more vessels, provided that such flexibilities can be accommodated within effort limits considered in the environmental review processes and analyses underpinning the issuance of EFPs for those configuration types.
Okay. Chairman Hassner, is the wording on the screen accurate and complete?
Yes, it is.
All righty. So I'm getting a little rummy here myself. So do we have a second to the motion? We have lots of seconds. I'll take Sharon for the win. Okay. Want to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. We've covered this a lot. This simply addresses what the HMS brought forward, capturing the flexibility items they were looking for. It does not bring in any new EFPs. The EFPs that are in existence now that could be fished under there's a website that lists those. The terms and conditions are available, all the information. What this is doing is asking them to find the flexibility to allow them to continue to fish under those EFPs in ways that'll bring additional information about the success of the EFPs, and part of that might be additional vessels participating there. As we've heard, there isn't a lot of participation in the suite of EFPs that are out there, and I'm not sure what's limiting, but I want to make sure that we can continue to learn from the EFPs that are there. So this, I hope, makes it clear what we're anticipating NIMS will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Hassmer. Any questions about the motion to the motion maker? John, you.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Mr. Chair, for the motion. You said in speaking to your motion something about this being for existing EFPs, not new EFPs. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes. Yes, you did.
John?
Like to make an amendment?
Okay.
Or do we have to discuss first?
Yeah.
I move to amend the motion by changing in the third line where the motion states its EFPs to existing approved HMS EFPs.
John, is that language accurate and complete on the screen?
It is. I didn't spell it.
You did say yes, right? Yeah, sorry. Okay, any questions of the motion maker? No, speak to your motion, I guess. Sorry.
Thank you. Frankly, I'm not very supportive of the motion in general. I feel it is redundant to the motion that I made that this council adopted in November. It says almost exactly the same thing in far more words. However, it is consistent with the guidance that I gave as long as this is constrained to existing approved EFPs.
Can we get a second to the motion? Corey? Niles? What you just said, thank you. Any questions of the motion maker? Dr. Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you very much, John, for this proposal. Would that rule out having flexibility in future approved HMS EFPs, or perhaps that would be baked into it when we approve future EFPs? Thank you.
John?
Thank you, Dr. Lent, for the question. Yes, my motion in November was not specific to existing EFPs. It was that we were encouraging NMFS to build in flexibility in any EFP. And the reason I am limiting this motion due to its addition of the very specific change in numbers of vessels is that if a new EFP comes in, we want to see it, review it, and make recommendations to NMFS. And when we make those recommendations to NMFS, we would suggest flexibility with perhaps some limitations, and it will depend on the EFP.
Any other questions to the motion maker about the motion? Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Ryan?
No discussion, but I think I can actually vote for this one because I think it clarifies, right? It's possible the other way could have been worded EFPs that weren't HMS, right? Or maybe not relevant to this discussion. So, well, I don't have a GC right next to me, so I'll go ahead.
Any other council discussion? Asia.
Sorry, can you flip back to the other motion? I didn't read it that way, actually. And I wanted to ask Pete, because I saw you nodding vigorously in agreement. I see this reference to HMSA or HMSAS. And so I was interpreting it to just refer to HMS. And then, Pete, I would like to hear from you what you see as the difference between what John proposed and what you were intending initially. Are they aligned or are they different?
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification from John, the specificity that was added, the existing HMS EFPs. I don't know what's in the future. I would like to look at those first. So I think this is good. There is a set of EFPs. I think on the future one that we think might be coming, that we just voted on, the flexibility was addressed there. John spoke to that. So that it's covered there. But in 8 months, I don't know what's new. So I support this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, I am going to call for the question. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Abstentions? Motion amendment carries. Now we're back to the amended motion for more discussion. Corey Reigns.
Thanks, Vice. This is actually a question for the maker. the language says, I recommend that NMFS prioritize flexibility in the operative terms and conditions. So prioritizing flexibility over what?
I guess it's just if somebody comes in, the public that would want to fish under an EFP, if they go to the website and look, there are specific terms and conditions and constraints on there because the EFPs were specific to a configuration. And that NMFS doesn't just look through that lens, that as if somebody comes in with a desire to have that flexibility, that they're able to do it. I guess I don't think it's prioritizing above any other work, because if somebody comes forward, they have to look at it. But it's how they look at it and recognize that there should be some flexibility built into that process for them to issue it, and make sure that's part of their evaluation or whatever process they go through in approving that. Does that make?
So I would say we've had some pretty good discussion here on this issue. I'm not stopping the discussion. I'd just like to say that I think, John's original motion was good. I think Chairman made it a little bit better, but I think we've had plenty of discussion to create a record on this subject. And so we'll continue the discussion, but I think we're about ready to call the question here. Corey?
Well, I'll try to keep it brief. I kind of, if anything, none of my comments are meant to sound disrespectful of what Dr. Lent was saying or Krista. So apologies if it came off that way, but I didn't realize we were going to be doing this today. I think what John was saying, I don't understand why this is necessary. This was what we did, and we heard Dr. Spovoda say, hey, he thinks the flexibility is there. And I've been hearing discussions for years where the council has been pointing to as being inflexible with the EFPs. And my response is no, the council has been very flexible. What the inflexibility is coming from is the protected species side of things. So like Dr. Lent said, we have this this EIS where that was taken care of, and there is an umbrella in there, and then we just have this whole nother gear type in motion that went into that. And so I was confused. I don't have a problem with this, but I guess it should already be happening. And I guess my one request to NMFS would be, if it becomes a question of which EFPs do we work on most, like John said, you could always bring it to us in a NMFS report and ask what the council's preferences on what is the council's views on NMFS's time, and that would concern my concerns. But again, I appreciate the thought here. I was just taken a bit surprised by the scope, because I don't see what this is changing beyond what we've already done.
Any further discussion on the current amended motion? I'll call for the question then. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Abstentions?
Abstain.
The motion passes. Corey, writings.
Thanks, Vice. I didn't get my hand up there quick enough to sort of explain my no vote ahead of time, so I'm going to explain it after time, if that's okay.
By all means.
Okay, thanks. I mainly voted no, not because I don't agree with sort of the larger intent, but more my confusion around the necessity for this. I don't feel prepared to make an educated vote on it in terms of fully understanding what's going on here. So that's why I voted no. I also continue, as I stated earlier, this is NMFS's wheelhouse. This is their process. we are just advisors to it, which I guess we are in general, but on EFPs in particular. And I still have large concerns about protected species in this potential fisheries and what we're doing now. And I think that more transparency is necessary so that the public has more eyes on this, can understand what's happening in more real time. Like I said, I don't fully understand, but thinking about what could possibly be allowed under something like this motion, I would worry that there could be potentially high levels of catch. I'm not sure what that looks like of protected species. I would also worry about bycatch levels. And again, due to the large number of years that we've seen some EFPs go, I just have underlying concerns there. So I wanted to voice that so people understood. Again, I do support the intent of the flexibility. I think we're going to have a longer conversation about this tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to that conversation about a very similar issue. So thanks for indulging me this late in the day.
Thank you. Any other? Oh, so rock, paper, scissors, or I'll take Dr. Lent. I'll take John for the win. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. You dragged me into it, so I'm going to keep going. I actually was about to raise my hand before the chair made his motion in regard to the discussion that Ms. Svensson and Dr. Lent were having about bringing something back on this. And my comment was going to be that in my mind, and somewhat to what Ms. Ridings just said, is this is all within the purview of what the FIW is discussing and bringing recommendations on and modifications to the COP and roadmap for HMS and some concepts for how to move forward. I feel like that is the better place for that discussion. I feel like this should have been discussed in that context before coming up on the floor here. And I'm kind of sorry that we got to where we are, but let's move forward.
Dr. Lent, did you have a comment?
Thank you very much, Ms. Vice Chair, and thanks to everyone for the discussions. And nothing personal or disparaging meant at all. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss these issues. I think the issue came up in large part because it was in the advisory body report. I felt like we needed to respond to it. I'm happy to take it up again tomorrow as need be. And I'm still happy to prepare that guidance, as is my co-conspirator. But let's wait till tomorrow to see if you're still interested in that. I'm sorry, just making a joke. I think everybody's getting a little tired. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Vice Chair, because you led us through all of this.
We got this room till 10 o'clock, so I'm happy to stay here.
Hooray. Let's get our money.
Krista, go ahead.
Thank you. So firstly, I did not expect to have this much of a conversation today. I thought that this was going to be guidance, which is why I did not have a motion prepared. I'm in agreement with Mr. Ugoretz that I think we covered this before, but I do note that considering it came up in our advisory subpanel, perhaps reiterating that, hey, we are still sure that we want that flexibility is not necessarily a bad thing. I am not certain that we need to come back with additional tomorrow for the few. There may be threads of this that come into tomorrow's conversation for the few, but I don't think we need to retread ground that we have tread extremely well today. And hopefully, Corey, again, no offense taken by your comments, but that's why I didn't have a motion or anything prepared for today, because it was more of a, hey, just take a pulse of the room, see where people are, and move forward, not, hey, let's double down and get wild. But we doubled down and got wild, so I guess we will live with the results.
On the woods of Gomer Pyle, surprise, surprise. Okay, Ryan?
This is going to be quick, but I did want to react to some of the comments, Ms. Ryans in particular. Number one, I'm not, I don't take any of the motions that came here as, I don't have any concerns regarding unintended impacts because, as I noted, we're nowhere near the effort in the analysis, and we analyzed quite in detail potential impacts to these existing EFPs. So I don't see any danger in that based on what the council has given, but I appreciate the guidance. I do think this was helpful. Secondly, yes, I probably shouldn't have spoken so definitively about you won't see a piece till November. I appreciate the comments. We do have NMFS reports repeatedly. The FIW was just talking about reports in June annually, right? So there will be other times where we discuss this and where the council will get to see this. And we've also taken note in your recommendations on if we are doing this flexibility, it would be good to find some mechanism to continually, let the public know, let the council know, et cetera. And so I'm taking that on board and just wanted to note that. Thank you.
Okay, are we satisfied with what? All right. Well, like all these things, I'm proud to be a part of this council because we work her out and nobody's throwing anything at each other, no matter the time of the night. So I think, Carrie, we won't blame you for this, but go ahead. Are we done our job for today?
Normally, I like to summarize the guidance and the motions that happened, but I think flexibility requested in NMFS's handling of EFPs is probably the key word here. So maybe we'll just leave it at that for now. But we do have two motions and plenty of guidance that spoke to the motions and also referred to the HMSAS report that had some recommendations. And so I think that you've provided good guidance and lots of discussion. And if there's nothing else, I think that concludes your business on this agenda item.
Okay. Well, great work today, but I will gladly turn the hammer back over to Chairman Hassemer to complete the day.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I can't find another agenda item on the menu, so I'll look to Executive Director Burden for any comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good work, everyone, per usual. In consulting with the chairman here this afternoon, we were made aware and reminded repeatedly of the pending doom of daylight savings. So I think the decision that Chair Hassemer has led me to, I'm just looking at him just to make sure, is that we'll start an hour later tomorrow. So start at 9 rather than 8. So you're welcome. There is a matter of potentially having a closed session tomorrow morning for an hour when we begin. So we'll consult some more this evening and tomorrow morning. So you may want to be prepared to do that as well. Otherwise, have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I'm sorry, Mr. Executive Director, are you saying closed session, if it happens, would be at 9 or at 8?
Thanks for the clarification. If we do a closed session tomorrow morning, it would be at 9 a.m. tomorrow.